Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, scroll friends. Why is it all blurry? Let's not be blurry. Okay, I'm sure it'll correct itself. So welcome. Happy to see you guys. A triple header, and looks like the portaling worked, which is awesome. Awesome. Yay. Jeff H. is a guitarist. That's true. Good night, Flash. That is true. That is very true. Too fast. Very true. Big difference. So, okay. I have no idea what a plot machine is. This trial was in 2023. So, okay, where we are picking up. We are in the trial within a trial. And we are on day 7, and we are picking up where we left off with Michael Gunn of The Real Forge, Not the Fake Forge. So I'm going to play this and let me edit. I'll put the banner up here as well. I'm sure it'll. Maybe only just refresh it and it'll like not be blurry. I had to redo my cookies or whatever. Like what do you call it? Delete your cookies, because it wasn't even loading when I was trying to get this pulled up. So anyway, okay. There we go. Now it looks better. Yep, that worked. Here we go.
So explain to me.
Only means structured settlements, regular annuities, deferral of attorneys.
You know what? I wonder if.
Yes, sir. The state calls Michael Gunn for the in-camera hearing.
Okay, so in camera. So remember, so there's no jury present. I wonder if this was just the court feed who was having issues that day. So let me put this up. So this is outside the presence of the jury. And we heard last time from outside the presence of the jury in terms of the trial within a trial. We heard from Jeanne Seckinger, and we heard from, in terms of outside the presence of the jury, I think that was the only one we heard from. And we also heard argument, 403 and 404 argument. So let me put my banner here. So this is Michael Gunn. So remember, the defense had opened the door. They double opened the door on themselves during Rogan Gibson's testimony and Will Loving's testimony. They double opened the door on themselves, and now everything's going to fucking come in. But basically, they're hearing, it's like, these are like proffers, right? These are, I should put proffer on here. These are proffers to hear what all they're going to testify to as far as the boat crash case, the financial crimes, okay? This is the first trial within a trial. Let me just put proffer. Okay, cool. That should work. Heather's here. Woo! Yeah, clear my cache. That's what I had to do. Toss them. I mean, it's whatever the thing is where you delete the shit so it doesn't fuck up as much. Yeah, this trial was from January and February of 2023. Murders happened in 2021.
Speak loudly. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your whole name. Spell your last name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Michael Gunn. Last name is Gunn.
All right, Mr. Gunn, this is obviously an in-camera hearing to determine the admissibility of some of the testimony. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so I'm not going to go into all the background and everything for purposes of this hearing, but just very quickly, where do you work?
I'm a principal at Fortune Consulting and also do some lobbying work for the South Carolina Association for Justice.
Okay, and just very quickly, tell us what Ford Consulting is and what services it provides.
For consulting, we are a general insurance agency, but also offer financial services such as structured settlement.
I'm going to put it down to normal speed. So fast. Yeah, I feel you on that too fast. Saying it feels like it was longer ago. I get it. A lot of trials have happened since then. I totally, I know what you mean for sure.
Regular annuities, deferral of attorney's fees, trust, lien resolution, back office trust account reconciliation, all sorts of things for plaintiffs primarily and the families.
All right, and then if you could, just very quickly, just for the record, explain what a structure is and how that interfaces with plaintiffs' lawyers.
Sure. So a traditional structure.
I just looked ahead. This is something with the cameras actually that's making it blurry. Although I needed to clear my cache thing anyway, like literally wouldn't even load before, but it's going to clear up as you guys can see here. So in just a second, the cameras fix themselves or whatever was going on.
Settlement is between the parties, and that normally means between the plaintiff and the defendant or their insurer. And so usually it was set up in the 80s. It was designed to help plaintiffs protect their money and to keep their money. And it can be earned tax-free. Interest grows on that tax-free. And it's a very good tool, especially for minor children, for those that are incapacitated, disabled. Because of that growth, it can provide a steady stream of income, hopefully for the rest of their lives. Yes,
You're talking faster than I do, and that says something.
I've been accused of that before.
I know you just ran over here, so let's take it down just
no worries.
All right, good deal. Okay, so pick it up from there.
So essentially, the structured settlement though would come primarily, usually, except in very small circumstances, would come from the defendant and/or its insurer to fund the annuity for the client.
Okay. And so the idea is instead of getting a settlement in a lump sum, it's in an annuity, so they get regular payments over the course of the term of that annuity.
That's great, yes,
sir. So explain to me just very quickly again for the record the concept of constructive receipt and how that affects structures that you may do for a plaintiff's attorney and their clients.
Sure. So constructive receipt by the IRS is deemed when the money arrives in the plaintiff's trust account. That would be considered they have received the funds, and therefore the ability to do a structure has been taken off the table. The only way that you could do a structure after that would be to return the funds to the defendant and or its insurer, and then therefore let they would have to agree to play ball and redo all the documents because there's so much language that's included in the documents that specifies this.
All right, so the settlement can't go to the law firm and then to the annuity company. That will ruin the constructive receipt and ruin the tax advantages of that.
It is in very rare cases that we're able to do that. But generally speaking, correct.
All right, so generally your services that you provide are consulting to sort of match up the client with an annuity company, and then that money is going to, in the settlement or whatever it is, verdict is going to go from the defendant or the insurer that's paying whatever that is, that verdict or settlement, directly to that annuity company for the benefit of that client.
That is correct.
Can't go to the law firm, generally.
Generally speaking.
Okay. All right. How long have you been with Forge Consulting doing this work?
It'll be 18 years this summer.
All right. And what's the actual full legal name of the entity that you are part of?
Forge Consulting, LLC.
Okay. Over the course of your involvement with this business, have you gotten to know the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
I have.
All right. And just very quickly, tell me the capacity in which you got to know him.
It bore from a professional relationship, doing work with trial lawyers, conventions, CLEs, things of that nature, which ultimately turned into a friendship born out of business.
Okay. And when you say friendship, was it a close friendship or more like a business relationship type of friendship?
I would say a business relationship type of friendship, but one that you would text with and call on occasion and things.
Yeah, call out of work.
Did you ever do any structures for any clients that were represented by Alec Murdaugh as a plaintiff's lawyer?
Yes, we did.
All right, and just roughly, you remember how many?
I would probably say around 5.
How are the rats doing? That's a good point. How are the rats doing? There, and how many rabies are there now?
Did you ever? What's the last one you remember? At least having some discussion with him about doing a structure.
The last one that I remember having discussion with, I believe, was the Dion Martin case.
Okay, and tell me about that.
So the reason this matters is because remember, Alex was stealing all this money from the law firm and from the law firm and from all of the clients who have been catastrophically injured, or some of them there's wrongful death. It's just horrifying, right? And so what would happen, right, is like when they would have these settlements, these that they should have, right, because they've been injured in these horrible things or wrongful death, and they have these huge settlements, they put that money into an annuity, right? That's where Forge comes in. This dude, Michael Gunn, Forge. And it's a way for them to make money on their money, basically. And it's a whole thing, because it's not like, like other people, you can have like investments and whatever. So it's like a fiduciary duty. What's different about this with the annuities and how it works with a trust like this is it's actually a bigger deal, because it's like a combination of a fiduciary duty, but also a legal duty. It's like the highest responsibility you can have. That's why it was such a big deal when Alex did what he did, because like you're not just somebody's attorney, but they're trusting you to put their money somewhere for like, it's everything, right? Like that money damages, as we just talked about, right? Previously, damages, right? That is all that they're ever going to get. Money's never going to make it right, but it's all that the legal system can do for them when they have become paraplegic or lost somebody due to wrongful death or whatever. There's a lot of things, but these are people who have been destroyed, right? Basically. And so, basically the place that they take that money and put that money into is Forge Consulting. And Alex would be, in this case, right, setting that up for them. And this dude, Michael Gunn of Forge Consulting. And so then their money goes, when they get the settlement, the money goes there, and then they gain interest on it or whatever, right? And then they get paid certain amounts at installments at they decide ahead of time how they want it to be handled, right? Because these settlements can be millions and millions of dollars. So I'm saying all that just to set the stage as to why this is so important, because what Alex ends up doing is creating fake Forge. The fake Forge of it all. And what that means is when he had clients and they were getting their settlements, he set up fake Forge, which was just basically his bank account. So that then the law firm and the clients would think their settlement money was going to Forge, and it was really going to him. Terrible.
Did that ever come to fruition or not?
It did not.
All right. And tell me what you made.
We sent over some quotes. We got some information back from the defendant. He sent us information, a signed option, which I would assume was Mr. Martin's. Sent some information back, and annuities, you have to understand, are priced on a daily market. Sometimes that rate is good for a week or two. I sent several emails back saying, hey, this rate is going to expire. We need to move forward. And ultimately, we ended up closing the case cash because we never got a response.
All right. When you say emails asking for a response, who are you sending those to?
I was sending those to Mr. Murdaugh, as well as his paralegal, Annette Brooks.
Ah.
Okay. And so ultimately got no response. So you just closed the file without any services ultimately being provided by Forge Consulting LLC.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you very quickly what's been marked as Exhibit 321 for this in-camera hearing, and specifically direct your attention to the 5th page of this exhibit and just see if you recognize that. And then you can flip to the next couple pages, please.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Tell us what that is. Just kind of flip through first.
That's just it's just an annuitized payment stream showing you when the payments will be made
Okay.
and what the amount is.
And that's kind of the market rate thing you were talking about?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right. And what are the next documents? Just
The next page is a disclosure.
I'm just going to go ahead a little bit to the part where because we're going to, dude, I just have to say, for those of you guys who were here for the Lori Vallow the other night, and I was saying how there's like, when I think about moments in trials that I will never, ever, ever forget in terms of, I remember exactly where I am, what I was wearing, what I was doing, literally. It's like that moments that are frozen in my brain. The top two that come to mind are the one when I heard Agent Hart, have to explain what grabbed me by the storm meant when he said Chad's penis. We heard that last night. The other moment that comes to my brain, first of all, is coming up here in a second when Chris Wilson takes a stand. So that's coming right up. So I'm going to skip ahead just to get to the part where they talk about fake Forge, and then we're going to hear from Chris Wilson.
I told him that'd be fine. I was standing in my driveway. I wrote them down.
How does it look?
Got back with him later that evening, let him know that we did not have any of those cases open.
Okay. He gave you a list of clients and asked if you had any structures open for those or potential structures.
He had asked me if we had any files at all. Generally, what we will do is if an attorney calls, we will open the case immediately just so we have a name associated with the attorney.
Okay. And so he gave you a list of names. Did any of those names have any files?
No.
Did he ask you about any banking that Forge Consulting LLC did?
He did.
And what was his question to you?
He asked me if we banked with Bank of America.
And what was your response?
I told him that we had banked with Bank of America, but had not for the last 3 or 4 years.
So you did not have an active account with Bank of America
We did not.
in September of 2021?
No, sir.
Did you have any subsequent conversation with Mr. Cope about the issues that he had raised with you?
I did. He called me the following day as well, which I believe was a Thursday, with another list of cases.
All right. And what was his inquiry to you?
Same inquiry. This time, the only one that popped up was the one I mentioned earlier, which is the Dion Martin case.
All right. And your response was there was a file, but it was never completed.
There was a file, but it was never completed, and we closed it out.
I'm just going to see if this is, I don't know why it's like, I just feel like it's supposed to not be so shitty. So let me just see if this is any better.
Was it a close friendship?
That's better. That's better. That's better.
Business
Okay.
relationship type of
That's better.
friendship?
I would say a business relationship type of friendship, but one that, you would
Okay.
text with and call on occasion and things.
That looks a lot better. Okay, good.
Did you ever do any structures for any clients that
now
were
it's
represented
Gloria
by Alex
again.
Murdaugh as a plaintiff's lawyer?
Yes, we did.
All right. And just roughly remember how many?
I would probably say around 5.
Right.
Did you ever, what's the last one you remember at least having some discussion with him about doing a structure?
The last one that I remember having discussion with, I believe,
All right. I'm switching over to the court TV feed. I'll keep playing this.
was
I'm
the
switching over
Dion
to
Martin case.
because this is
Okay.
it's
And tell me
not
about that. Did that ever come to fruition or not?
It did not.
All right. And tell me what you know.
over it.
We sent over some quotes. We got some information back from the defendant. He sent us information, a signed option, which I would assume was Mr. Martin's. Sent some information back, and annuities, you have to understand, are priced on a daily market. Sometimes that rate is good for a week or two. I sent several emails back saying, hey, this rate is going to expire. We need to move forward. And ultimately, we ended up closing the case cash because we never got a response.
All right. When you say you sent emails asking for a response, who were you sending those to?
I was sending those to Mr. Murdaugh as well as his paralegal, Annette Group.
Okay. I'm switching over to court TV because this is stupid. Much better. So the reason why sometimes I like the law and crime one is because they give you the 3 different camera angles, but if it's just going to be blurry and weird, we're not doing it.
Did you have any subsequent conversation with Mr. Cope about the issues that he had raised with you?
I did. He called me
That's much better. Much better.
following day as well, which I believe was a Thursday, with another list of cases.
All right. And what was his inquiry to you?
Same inquiry. This time, the only one that popped up was the one I mentioned earlier, which is the Dion Martin case.
All right. And your response was there was a file, but it was never
There
completed.
was a file, but it was never completed, and we closed it out.
Okay. So we heard all that about Dion Martin. Skip ahead a little bit.
Your Honor, to save a little time, I believe defense is willing to concede that if we went through all these exhibits that we introduced with Ms. Seckinger.
Okay. So they're just going to basically go through these exhibits. And I think he actually does more testimony during the actual trial. So basically they're going to show all these checks that are to forge or to fake forge. So I'm actually going to skip ahead. Let's get to Chris Wilson because that's the best. That's just incredible
That he just testified.
coming up here. So
Not contesting. $324, is that legit?
No, sir.
is that legit? I love Creighton.
Yeah.
They're not legitimate. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am sure that your board consulting.
Defense is going to ask a couple questions. I just want to let's just get ahead here.
Your Honor, I believe that's all the questions I have for this witness.
Sweet. Here we go.
All right. And with that,
Oh wait, no, it was a fake out. Fake out. Okay, there it is. Next witness. We're gonna get him right away. Here we go. Okay. Buckle up, guys. Buckle up. This is dude, again, I don't even know what to say. Just a day I'll never forget. This testimony stopped me in my tracks. I was vacuuming. I'll point it out when we get there, but I'll tell you what, this is where we learn all these details about what happened that day, the day of the murders, and then the side of the road incident. This is all the tea. This is all the tea. Oh man. Oh, man.
Nothing on the docket. You may confirm the testimony by the witness
Right.
in this trial shall be the truth so help you God. Take seat and witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
My name is James Christopher Wilson, Wilson. I go by Chris.
Mr. Wilson, you understand that we're here for an in-camera hearing to determine the admissibility of your testimony.
I do.
All right, and you're a lawyer, so you get that.
Yes, sir.
So I'm not going to go into everything that I might cover with you in the trial, but I do want to focus on particularly the Ferris case. You know which one I'm referring to?
Sure.
First of all, though, just very quickly, you're a lawyer, is that correct?
I am, since 1998.
1998. And describe very quickly your practice for the record.
Actually, since 1995. I've had my own practice since 1998. In the last 15 years, I've done primarily personal injury work,
Oh.
automobile.
You pulled out of work. Okay, good. I'm glad you did that because you said your back is hurting from work. So I'm glad I see you're texting. I see. So you're not going to work. Cool. Awesome. Have the day off.
Accidents, people that are injured at work. I practice type cases, those things.
And where do you normally practice? Where's your home base?
My only office is in Bamberg.
Do a lot of finance work?
That's all I do anymore. For the last 15 years, that's really all I do.
And do you know the defendant?
I do.
And when did you get to know the defendant?
I've known Alec since we were in high school. Bamberg and Hampton. I grew up in Bamberg, and they're only about 30 miles apart. And so I knew of Alec and had been around him some growing up. We had some mutual friends. I was a lot closer to some other guys in Hampton that I grew up playing golf and things like that with, but I would cross paths with Alec. Played on the same baseball team one summer, I think like our senior years in high school or somewhere around high school age. Didn't really keep in touch with him or cross paths with him until we ended up going to law school, and we started law school together at Carolina. 3 years there together at law school and lived together part of the time.
Did y'all become friends?
We did.
Become close friends?
Very close.
Best friends?
He was one of my best friends, yes. And I thought, he was, and I thought he felt the same way about me.
Oh, we need to watch this on normal speed. I'm getting, dude.
3 years there together at law school and lived together part of the time.
Did y'all become friends?
We did.
Become close friends?
Very close.
Best friends?
He was one of my best friends, yes.
Oh,
And I thought, he was, and I thought he felt the same way about me.
You feel that way now?
I don't know how I feel now, Mr. Waters.
oh God.
Fair enough.
Wow. The way that you can see him trying not to just lose it. And we have not even heard yet the way that this man's life has been completely destroyed by this fucker sitting here right here. But it's that emotion is so palpable, right? Like,
Over the years, as you developed that close friendship with Alec, did y'all also have a
There's
professional
more
relationship as well?
We did.
oh, there he is.
When I finished law school, I went to work in Greenville for a judge for a year.
Yeah.
Alec went to Beaufort to work with a law firm there. So we see each other, but it was more socially then. When I moved back to Bamberg to start practicing where I'd grown up, and he moved back to Hampton a couple years later, we started doing a little bit more work together, and we've done cases together really since 1998. I opened up my own firm in 98. I think that's about the same time he had moved back to his firm. And it was a bigger firm with resources that I didn't have starting out on my own. And so we started working cases together and worked a lot together.
Tell me, for the record, how that works when you're in a different firm than the firm he was in, correct?
Yes.
And so when two lawyers from different firms, or three, however many it is, share a case, how do you handle the payment of the fees if there's a successful recovery?
Well, it really all depends on the agreement that's reached up front between the lawyers and with the client's consent. But generally, all the cases that I work with his firm and with most firms I do business with, it's it's a 50-50 split on the fee recovery, or at least an equal split. Maybe if there are more than 2 lawyers, it'll be an equal split across the board. But generally, it was just my firm and his firm with a 50-50 split on attorney's fees recovered, and each firm recovers whatever costs they've advanced in the case. And sometimes his firm would advance more of the cost because, you know, they had a larger number of lawyers bringing in more money than I was and could afford to handle some of the bigger costs. But it's kind of whoever got the bill paid the bill, and then we reimbursed at the end whoever had advanced the cost.
Okay.
Client signs off on all of that.
Who ultimately, in those situations where you're splitting a fee, is that a good way to call it?
Yes, sir.
Who handles the ultimate disbursement? How does that work?
Whichever lawyer receives the settlement checks or the checks to pay whatever verdict or judgment that was received. I can't say in every single case with Alex's firm, but in having gone back through my files and audited my paperwork, it looks like in almost every single case that we worked together, the disbursement, the money would come through to me and I would handle the disbursement. They were generally clients where I would associate his firm. They were my clients. They were people that had come to me, and I wanted them to, frankly, know that I was the person that took care of them, and if they needed anything, so they could come back. And so I wanted to be the person handling that part of it also.
All right. So if the money comes through you, then just mechanically, how do you go about paying Alec in the case where y'all are splitting a fee, or paying the firm?
Money comes in. Client has to come sign the check or whatever it is, along with my firm. If it's made payable, it's generally made payable to Wilson Law Group or Wilson Law Firm and the client. Client comes in and signs the check. I endorse a check. We deposit that into my trust account. If it has to sit under Supreme Court rules, sometimes it has to sit for 10 days or more. Some smaller checks don't. Once it's been in the account long enough to be able to be dispersed pursuant to our rules, then my bookkeeper does the checks that I instruct her to do, and I sign the checks to make disbursements. If they're checks to another law
important to the timeline of this, of like the 10-day thing.
firm, then the money is dispersed to that firm.
All right. In the course of litigation, are there typically costs and expenses that accrue during the course?
Being a lounge lizard, I freaking love it because there's a bowl, y'all. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I love this. So there's no jury, right? This is outside the presence of the jury. So now he gets to use this as like his staging area for props, snacks. There's a bowl, like a styrofoam bowl here. I don't know what is that? Snacks, mints, and then he's got like, it looks like a phone charger. I freaking love it. But eventually over time, you'll notice they'll just be like all kinds of shit stacked on this shelfy thing. It's awesome.
So that litigation?
Almost always.
And do those we get paid out of whatever settlement is reaching, assuming a successful result?
They do. All of my fee agreements and every lawyer I've ever worked with have a provision in there that the client understands that the fees are advanced by the lawyer, but upon recovery, they're reimbursed or recovered by the lawyer.
In a particular case where you're splitting a fee and there were in fact fees and costs associated with a successful recovery, costs and expenses associated with a successful recovery, are those issued in a separate check typically or a check together?
When I first started, I think my firm was doing costs and fees, not just for other firms, but costs and fees that were payable to my firm in the same check. But I mean, 10 plus years ago, if not longer, we started doing separate checks just to make the accounting and keeping up with it easier. So generally it's a fee check and a separate cost check.
And in 2020 and 2021, were you issuing those separate checks?
Yes.
Very quickly, without getting into the details, did you have a case in Allendale where you split it with Alec in the early part of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, was there a recovery in that case?
There was.
And
It was actually 3 cases, but they were similar factually. And so we treated them as one case, but it was three separate plaintiffs, 3 separate cases.
And ultimately, did your office disperse the fees and the expense check to PMPED?
On all 3 cases, yes, sir.
And those checks were made out to what when you dispersed those?
All 3 of the fee checks were made payable to, I don't know if we used the acronym PMPED or if we actually spelled out Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Dietrich, and Ellsworth, but PMPED.
And generally, except for the Ferris case, which we'll talk about in a minute,
Sure.
when you had those fee splits with Alec, were the checks made out to PMPED?
Yes,
They were
sir.
signed by you?
Yes, sir. And I'm the only person who can sign checks in my office. So, well, and now I had a partner at one time, but now I'm the only person that can sign checks.
Did you have a case involving Mack Trucks that involved Alec?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe to the court how you ended up getting that case and how you ultimately associated Alec in that case?
Sure. And I've heard it referred to as the Ferris case, so Mack Trucks and Ferris. I'd rather refer to it as the Mack Trucks case. Another lawyer had contacted me about a case that he was working on. Felt like he had a wreck involving a tractor trailer and an automobile in which a gentleman was injured. I believe he had already filed suit against the tractor trailer company and its driver and maybe another party started looking at the case for and with him. It involved a drive shaft that had fallen out of a Mack truck into the interstate, and this gentleman had, and a number of other cars had hit that drive shaft. And in looking at it and doing a little bit of research, I and he together realized that there very likely could be a products liability case involving a defect with the drive shaft of the truck or something like that. So, so I reached out to Alec and asked him if he could get involved in the case or would get involved in the case. And that's what his firm specialized in a lot, was products liability cases. And we were pushing some deadlines to bring in all the parties that we needed to. And so I reached out pretty quickly because I knew we needed some help.
And did he agree to be part of that case?
He did.
As that litigation proceeded, did y'all have, as is typical, some discovery hearings, discovery motions, and that sort of thing?
Well, we had a number of them. I don't remember how many, but we had a number of different motions and discovery that went back and forth, documents being exchanged, things like that.
All right. And did that ultimately set up the prospect of a trial in that case?
It did, but it was unusual. It wasn't a jury trial like is normally done in personal injury cases. It was a non-jury trial tried before a circuit court judge with an admission of liability. We waived punitive damages, and there was an agreement between the parties that neither party would appeal the result.
So I thought it would pull up something for, anyway, this reminded me, we haven't watched this in a second and it's short, the Alex Murdaugh song. So let's just take a second here to appreciate, because we've got our different trial songs. Where is it? Here it is. Anyone. It's not unusual to have killed your wife and son, but even God will never forget what you've done. It's not unusual to see you lie or pretend to cry.
It's a house.
Yeah, do you have to text back? Sounds like you already called out, right?
And in a case, plaintiff's case, civil plaintiff's case like this, if there's a large recovery, let's say for the plaintiff, and the defendant decides to appeal, does that typically delay payment of the recovery until that appeal is heard and resolved?
I mean, it can. Appeals, you never know how long an appeal is going to take. And so if the losing party, the defendant, the company that you're suing, whoever it might be, decides to appeal, they can tie the verdict up for a while. If you win the appeal, you're going to recover cost and interest. So, that's the remedy, but it can tie up money for people that are injured that need that money.
Did y'all ultimately try that case in a bench trial?
We did.
What county was it?
Excuse me?
What county?
It was in Richland County, Columbia.
And when did y'all try that case?
The first part of January of 2021.
And who did the closing argument in that case?
Alec.
Okay. Did y'all ultimately, there had been a concession of liability, so the amount was really what was in question. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how many plaintiffs did you have?
There were actually two cases, when we call it Ferris or the Mack Trucks case throughout all of this, but there were actually two cases. The gentleman that was injured and then his wife, we brought a loss of consortium claim for her for the loss of companion services that she had lost from him. And just not to get too detailed, Mr. Ward, that her case had gone into default. In other words, Mack Trucks hadn't answered the papers like they should have. And so they were in a really bad position on that case. And in the gentleman's case, they had answered, but we were discovering some things. When we were doing some discovery, it was clear they didn't want us looking much further. And so that's why this deal, everybody agreed to a non-jury trial without appeal with a waiver of punitive damages and the admission of liability was done. And we were in COVID and it was going to take us a while to get a trial. So it worked out well for both parties and the result worked out well for us.
And that's often how it goes in litigation. Both sides kind of decide what's best, and sometimes they can have a meeting of the minds.
Yes, sir.
All right. Was there ultimately a verdict by the judge in that case?
With two verdicts since two cases, yes, sir.
What were those amounts?
I believe it was $4 million for the injured man and 1.5 for the wife. I remember it was 5.5 combined, but I think it's 4 and 1.5.
And so how did the fees break down to the best of your recollection that were going to be split among the three lawyers involved?
There were,
let me ask you this. Do you remember how much Alex shared of the fee?
$792,000.
Okay. And yours?
There was a larger split to the attorney that initiated the case, but I believe Alec was 792. The math didn't work out perfectly. I was 791, and the other attorney was higher than that, but I don't remember the exact numbers.
In recognition of his origination.
Yes, sir.
In March of 2021, did you ultimately receive the monies and prepare for disbursement?
Yes, sir. I believe they came in late February because we dispersed in March, and I had to wait at least 10 days. Part of the money came by wire, which would have been kind of immediately available and accessible, but it was a smaller portion of the money. The larger portion came in a check. And because it was such a sizable amount, I waited maybe 12 or 15 days or so. I didn't disperse on the 10th day.
And did you have a conversation with the defendant about dispersing those fees?
I had a conversation with Alec and with the other attorney I worked on the case with when the fees and were ready to be dispersed.
What about your specific conversation with Alec? Did he make any requests of you or have any discussion with you about how to handle his $792,000 share of the fees?
He did.
And tell me about that conversation, please.
When I contacted him and told him we were getting ready to disperse and we would have checks ready, he indicated to me that he was looking to place his fees in an annuity. He called it like a structure. I've never done one of those before, so I didn't really know how it worked. I've never done structure for my fees myself. I've structured client money, but not my fees. He indicated he was looking to do a structure by putting the monies into annuities, and that the checks needed to be made payable directly to him, that he had already cleared it with his firm, that the monies were going to be put on the books and accounted for, and he would be credited as having received those monies.
Based on his representations to you that he had cleared it with his firm, did you agree to do something different and make the checks directly out to him?
I did.
And this is a big deal because that's not how it's normally done. But he trusted Alex and Alex's representations to him. Oh, where's my banner? Banner. Here we go.
I'll show you here quickly what's been marked as Exhibit 345, States 345.
What happened to Twiz?
Purposes of this camera hearing, and see if you recognize that particular document.
I do.
All right, and what is that?
So this is the initial check that was written per Alex's instructions directly to him on the gentleman's case for fees made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire, for $600,000. This voided.
And why was it voided?
Because he instructed me afterwards, and I don't remember if it was in the same conversation or shortly thereafter. It must have been shortly thereafter, that the checks on that case needed to be made in two separate check payments. He was doing two separate annuities.
Ugh. The way Alex works the system like this, but relying on people's good faith. So they're just gonna get some documents here.
Yes, sir. The first page is the check payable directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire,
Directly to him.
for $192,000, and that is on the
$192,000.
lawsuit consortium case for the wife. And on the bottom, just like that $600,000 check that was voided, it indicates it was for fees. I guess the other writing on here is maybe from
I'm just
the
focused
checks.
on the checks.
It's something to do with the way we recovered the checks.
All right.
The back page looks like an endorsement. Pay Bank of America deposit only. Looks like a signature, Bank of America.
Okay. And again, I'm just asking you to identify, see if you recognize those checks.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I recognize.
All right, tell me the second check, just
So-
the amount and what that's for.
The second check is for $225,000 payable directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire. It indicates on the bottom that it's for fees. This would be part of the rewrite of that $600,000 check that had been voided.
All right.
And then the third check is $375,000 check payable directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire. And it indicates fees, and that would be the remainder of the rewrite of that $600,000 check initially written that was voided.
All right, and those second two were rewritten, why?
At Alex's request, he had indicated that he was putting money into two different vehicles or annuities and needed the checks written that way.
All right. What did you do with those checks after you, the three checks after you had finally cut them?
Obviously, I signed them, and at some point in time, I think Alex sent somebody up to my office to pick them up. I don't think I delivered them. Oftentimes, I put checks in the mail. Sometimes when they're larger, I either offer to have them picked up or delivered, and I think he had somebody come pick those up from my office.
Like a law firm runner or somebody like that?
Something like that, yes, sir. I don't even think I was in the office when they picked it up.
You've known Alex for a long time, right?
Since the mid 80s, mid 80s, yes, sir.
Worked with him for a long time?
Many times.
Did his explanation to you about what he was going to do, did that raise any suspicions with you, to your friend that you've known for such a long time?
No, sir. It was different, but it didn't raise any red flags or suspicions to me that anything wrong was going on.
Because you trusted your friend, right?
Very much.
What was your perception of Alec's general wealth and success?
Thought he made a lot more money than I did. Always seemed to do well in his practice. All I ever heard is that he was one of the biggest producers in the firm. It's his family's name on the firm, but they acted like it was his name on the firm too. He and I handled big cases together. When I talked to the partners and other members of that firm, they were talking about big cases that they were handling with him. Felt like he did really well. We never got into direct discussions about the amount of money he made or the amount of money I made. We talked about, sometimes business and sometimes money and sometimes things, but I always thought he made a lot of money.
Is that part of the reason why your suspicions didn't arise when you were asked to do this request by Alec?
I guess so. Not so much as just I'd never had any dealings with him that I had any reason to distrust what he was telling me. I mean, he was a partner in that firm. He had the authority, as far as I knew, to make decisions. If he'd have wanted to reduce the fee and take less, and it was payable to the firm, I wouldn't have questioned that. I didn't feel like he had to have his authority, his partner's approvals to make those type decisions.
All right, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as 347 and see if you recognize that document.
Yes, sir. The first check is a check that was made in May of 2021, May 13th. To Peters, Parker, Murdaugh, Ellsworth, and Dietrich for $14,619.13. I don't think on the bottom it says anything, but this was a cost reimbursement check on one of those two cases. And then the second check is a check made payable on the same day, May 13th, for the same amount of money plus 1 cent, so for 14 cents. And it was a cost reimbursement in the other case. And that's made payable to the law firm also.
Who was your assistant or paralegal at this point in time?
Vicky. I mean, she's one of several, but Vicky is my primary paralegal.
At some point in May of 2021, did Vicky advise you of any inquiry coming from PMPED about where these fees were?
No, she didn't advise me in May about any inquiry about where the fees were. She had received an email in May from Alex Paralegal, Annette, that said, hey, we got the cost check, but we don't have the fees. Where are the fees? And she replied to that email to Annette and said, your boss has already been paid the fees, just like mine and the other lawyer. Vicky replied to that email. I didn't know about that email until all of this came out in September of what was going on. I didn't know about that reply email to Annette. Vicky did receive another email from Annette. And as I recall, it was a email that Annette had received from Jeanne Seckinger that Vicky did forward to me sometime towards the end of May. I think she had gotten it, but she was out on vacation for a couple of days. And when she got back, she forwarded it to me. And it was an email from Jeanne Seckinger that said something to the effect of, Alec thought he was owed more cost in the case, had some questions about cost, and they were trying to get some information so they could determine if they were owed more cost. She did forward me that email.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 348 for the purposes of this hearing, stage 348, see if you recognize that document.
Yes, sir. This looks like the email string where Jeanne Seckinger, the chief financial officer at PMPED, emailed Annette Griswold, which was Alec's primary paralegal. Basically says that Nicole, I don't even know who that is, brought them the expense check and that didn't match their records. Alec thinks he has more outstanding cost, but can't say what. And they want to see if they can get some information concerning expenses and disbursements. Looks like Annette forwarded that to my paralegal, Vicky, on May the 27th. Vicky was out. Looks like Annette asked her again on June the 2nd if she could get her some information. And Vicky replied to Annette that she didn't deal with some of the documentation they requested, and so she would forward it to me.
Okay. And that's June the 2nd, when?
2021, June 2nd.
June 2nd, 2021.
Yes, sir.
At this point in time, are Alex's
Remember,
fees still
the
in your
murders
trust
were
account?
June
No,
7th.
sir. They were dispersed.
Shout out to James.
The
Thank
check
you
was
for the
March.
super-
I don't know the exact date, but
super chat. Love
they were
it.
dispersed in 3 separate checks in March.
At some point in time,
Well,
around
friends
this
here.
June 2nd, thereabouts, did you receive any call from Lee Cope?
I believe I had a conversation with Lee Cope. I was trying a case in Hampton the week before that, and I was in and out of their office. And I believe I had a conversation with Lee. That would have been like the week of May the 24th or some of those days in there. And I believe I had a conversation with Lee. He asked me if all the money had been dispersed in the Ferris case. And I told him that it had not been, that we had some liens outstanding, medical bills and liens outstanding, and we were holding money for some additional costs in case things came in. And he didn't ask me any further questions. He did not mention that there were any issues or concerns about fees.
After you received that call from Lee Cope, well, what did you tell Lee Cope?
I told him I'd have to check into it.
After that, did you reach out to the defendant?
I did.
And what was your conversation with him?
I reached out to Alec and I said, Alec, hey, I don't know what all we talked about in that call, but at some point in time we talked about, I said, hey, I've got this email that's been forwarded to me by Vicky, where your firm is saying that you believe you're owed more cost. I put the cost down on the disbursement sheet that you had given me. But if you've got more cost, just figure out what it is and get it to me. We're holding some money to deal with some medical bills and liens. And with the client's consent, we were holding some money in case additional costs come in. Sometimes costs are slow coming in and that's normal. And if there's an issue, just let me know. He said, I'll check on it, or if there's not an issue, or I'll check on it. And I said, hey, this is the case that I dispersed the fees to you, per your request. Is everything all right? He said, yeah, I just got to make sure they know it's on the books the right way and that this is the case that we've already worked out, the put it on the books.
Did he tell you he'd structured those fees and annuities as he had told you before?
Yeah, that he had put them in the annuities.
Put them in the annuities. Firm's going to make sure they're on the books.
As far as I knew, the firm was aware that the monies had been paid to him, that he was putting them into annuities, that they would credit him as already having been paid, and they would account for that whenever or however they split up money.
Just to be clear, those funds were not in your trust account. They were gone at that point.
Yes, sir. They've been gone since
I was
March.
going to say
whenever
you
those checks
forgot
were cashed
Tonka.
after I
Love
wrote
it.
them in March.
Love it.
$792,000.
Yes, sir.
For purposes of this hearing, I'm not going to go into the night when Maggie and Paul were killed, but just very quickly, you did have some texts and calls with Alec that night. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were
Alex
at
called
the
him right
residence and
after he
responding
murdered
as
the
friends and family
family.
did in the aftermath of that event. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact,
After
the
a few weeks after the murders,
I'll just reiterate the first phone call. So the first calls that Alex made after the murders were, of course, to Maggie. Like he called her phone, right, to establish his alibi. But of course, she didn't answer because she was dead. The first person he called and talked to on the phone just minutes after was Chris Wilson as he was driving at warp speed to Alameda to try to establish that alibi.
did you,
I've got one.
you good? Next second.
Oh my God, he's crying. Dude,
You good?
Fine. Yes, sir. I'm fine.
A few weeks after the murders, did you have another conversation with Alec, asking him if everything had been handled with the firm and those fees?
Yes, sir. I don't remember if it was 2 weeks or 3 weeks or what it was. I mean, everybody was destroyed. I don't think anybody was focusing on that. I know I wasn't, but at some point in time after that, I just said, hey, is everything all right with the, contact
That
I got
right
in with those
there.
fees? And he said it was.
this is where the state got their theory of the case right here. Like, because he's just offering this up. Listen to this part.
Everybody was destroyed. I don't think anybody was focusing on that. I know I wasn't,
No
but
one was focusing on the problems with these fees. Again, this was going to uncover, everything was going to unravel, right? This is the, as Creighton calls it, right? The incoming storm,
at some point in time after that, I just said, hey, is everything all right with the, contact I got in with those fees? And he said it was.
At some point in mid-July 2021, over a month after the murders, did Alec call you up and ask you anything about these fees?
He did.
Tell me what the conversation with Alec was about these fees.
He contacted me. and said that he was not able to structure the fees the way that he thought he was going to be able to do, that he had messed that up, and that the fees needed to be paid to the firm, and they needed to go back through my trust account.
Okay. And what did you say at that point?
I didn't see anything that caused me any red flags or anything, and felt like if that's what had to be done, that the fees had to be paid to his firm and needed to go back through my trust account. He could send me the money and I could run it back through my trust account and then pay it to his firm.
So he's promising, he's saying, I will send you the money back. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ultimately receive any funds?
600,000 of the 792.
You only received 600,000?
Yes, sir.
And how did you receive that? Do you recall?
I think it came in two different that either came on the same day or on back-to-back days.
Did one of those wires come from Palmetto State Bank for $350,000?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And that was on or about July 15th?
That sounds right. Yes, sir.
And the other was about $250,000 on July 16th, 2021?
I believe from Bank of America. Yes, sir.
That was only $600,000?
Yes, sir.
So you're short from what you'd already given to Alec, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much are you short?
$192,000.
$192,000.
Yes, sir.
Did you have a conversation with Alec about being short?
I did.
And what was your conversation with Alec?
He told me that he wasn't able to access the $192,000 immediately, that he had already put it into the annuity, but he couldn't do it the way he wanted to, but he couldn't access it because it would be penalized if it was withdrawn, and that he would get me the money.
So what did you do in response to what your friend told you to do, or told you about the reason why he was short $192,000?
I mean, at that point, I had an indication that I was supposed to have $792,000 in my trust account that was supposed to have been paid to his firm. I'm responsible for that trust account. I put $192,000 of my own money in that trust account to cover the shortfall.
Based on his representation that he'd get you back.
Yes, sir.
Thing you didn't spend it. And the other thing too, not only this very testimony that we're hearing, we're going to hear, it's not only the first time that we're going to hear about the side of the road, and it's the first time we're going to also hear about the drugs.
I'm going to show you what's marked.
Quote,
Exhibit 349, states
Quote,
349 with this in-camera hearing, and do you recognize that?
But
do.
we love that you're
Don't
going
know
to
what that
turn
is.
green.
This is an email that I sent
James
to Alec at his
Thompson.
request. He said he needed to be able to provide it to his firm so they'd know the money was being held. And it was dated July 19th of 2021. It says, Alec, as discussed, I'm confirming that I'm holding in trust $600,000 in the gentleman's case and $192,000 in the lady's case, which represent attorney's fees. I'll continue to hold these monies in trust until I am instructed by you or your firm regarding payment.
Chris Wilson's emotional this
You
entire
sent that email at that point in time. Did you receive any further inquiry at that point in time, at least, from the law firm saying, all right, go ahead and send us a 792?
Mr. Waters, I didn't hear anything else from the law firm at all until September the 3rd, 2021, about 3:00 in the afternoon when Mr. Lee Cope called me. The first question he asked me was, was I still holding $792,000 in my firm? That seemed to be his first concern. And I said, yes, I am. And he said, well, we need to get that money paid to
This
us.
is it.
And then he told me that
This is it.
they had discovered a check that
Here we
I
go.
think I remember him telling me that was from me to Alec in the
Here we
firm,
go.
and that they had discovered that Alec was stealing money from the firm
This is
and
it. This is it. I just got
from
goosebumps.
clients, and that he could not talk very long, and asked me not to say anything to anybody until the following Tuesday when they could issue a press release.
All right. Let me slow you down just real quick before we get there.
You're not familiar
At
with
some point in time in August, did you attend any event or any conference where you saw Alec?
I did.
Miss Q's not familiar with this case. Okay, so this is like my favorite case of all time. I know it inside and out. So I can totally answer any questions. The drugs thing is very interesting. We're going to hear about that and we'll talk about it. But I have proven through when I covered this the first time, like we did all the deep diving of all the deep diving. So the drugs is just another one of Alex's ways of pivoting to try to explain where the money went. Once all this gets uncovered, he has to explain where the money went, and that's where the drugs come in. And also try to gain sympathy.
And what was that?
It's called South Carolina Association of Justice now. I still call it the Trial Lawyers Association. We have an annual convention in Hilton Head every August, the first weekend, and I usually attend and was there. And
Did
Alec
you
was
see
there.
Alec there?
I did.
And did you have any conversation with him at that conference about the $192,000 that you covered for him when he was going to pay that back?
I believe I asked him about it, and he indicated he was working on it. Some discussion about his father's estate. His father had just passed, and there would be money coming from the estate, and then with Maggie's estate being tied up, also.
Did he say he might sell some property or something like
I think
that?
he did mention that he was working towards selling some property.
At this point in time, still with a couple of months after the tragic murders of Maggie and Paul, were you still very sensitive to your friend's emotional health and well-being?
Sure. I didn't push him.
Didn't push it.
No, sir.
James is asking if Twiz is still here.
At some point after that conference where you asked him about it, didn't want to push him, did you have another conversation with him about when that money might be paid?
I believe I did. Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 350 for this hearing, see if you recognize that.
I do.
Tell me what that is.
Yeah, and Miss Q. So if you want to get all the way into it, so yeah, I've covered the whole trial. But that being said, I can totally keep you apprised as we go through in terms of things that are happening. Like this is crucial testimony here where we learn so much, all the tea. It's actually a really good place to join if you're not familiar, because you're going to get all the tea here. So yeah.
It is a very rudimentary, handwritten, scratched out promissory note that I asked Alec to sign for me, which he did August 17th of 2021. Acknowledging that I had loaned him $192,000 that he would repay within 60 days, I think is what it says.
And tell me how the circumstances of how you came to get this essentially on a folded piece of paper. This is a copy of it, right?
It is, yes, sir.
All right, tell me about it, please.
That was more about, I wanted to get repaid my money as quickly as possible, but that was more about, I was concerned, just like everybody else, everybody in his firm and everybody in his family, that he was going to do something to himself, that he was going to kill himself. And I knew enough to know that that I couldn't make a claim against his estate if there wasn't something in writing. And so that was more, I went to him and said, Alec, look, I hate to even ask this, but I need to ask you to do this in case something happens to you. And I phrased it like if you get hit by a car or something, but it was more about worried about what he might do. And I need to ask you to do this so that if there's a problem, I can deal with it. And he did. He didn't have a problem with it.
You already said this part, but at some point a few weeks later, you get a call from Laco asking about those fees and saying that Alec had been stealing money, right?
Yes, sir.
He didn't spend the money, and that's what's so wild about it, right? He really wasn't spending the money. So it's weird. It's like, I don't know what motivated him to start stealing all this money in the first place, but he wasn't spending it.
That hit you like a thunderbolt?
It knocked me down. I was with a group of guys. I could not talk. Lee told me he could not talk very long.
Well, I paused it at an inopportune time. Let's hear the context of this. Okay.
You already said this part, but at some point a few weeks later, you get a call from Laco asking about those fees and saying that Alec had been stealing money, right?
Yes, sir.
That hit you like a thunderbolt?
It knocked me down. I was with a group of guys. I could not talk. Lee told me he could not talk very long. I didn't know how to react.
Did you try to get in touch with Alec?
I did. I couldn't do it immediately. I think I spoke to Lee for just a minute. He told me I needed to call him right back. I called him back. We talked for just a minute. He couldn't talk long. He said he had other things to take care of to deal with all of what was going on.
You remember what day this is?
September 3rd, Friday, 3:00 in the afternoon.
2021?
2021. Yes, sir.
You remember it like it was yesterday.
I'll tell you exactly where I was and who I was with.
Tell me more about what happened.
Here we go.
Finished up what I was doing with that group. I think I tried to call Alec, or I know I texted him. And I believe I tried to call also, and I couldn't get him.
Okay. Did you continue to try to contact him?
I did. I think he did respond maybe that afternoon later and said, I forget what it was. It was in a meeting or something. I'll call you back as soon as I can. But at some point in time, I kept trying to get him, and we did talk later.
All right. What did you talk about? What day was that when you finally were able to talk to him?
I think I did speak to him that evening, this Friday, September the 3rd, by phone. I don't remember exactly the conversation, but I said, look, Lee's called me and told me what's going on. What is going on? He said, I really can't talk about it much right now. I said, I need to talk to you, and I want it to be in person. I need to know what's going on. And
So what happened next?
well, he said he would try to meet with me the next morning, and that he was sorry. And I don't remember all the gist of that conversation, but the next morning I tried to call him. I woke up and I started driving towards Beaufort because I thought he was staying at John Marvin's house down that way. And I started calling him and driving his direction. And
Here we
eventually
go.
he called me back and said he would meet me in Alameda at his mom and daddy's house.
Did you meet him there?
I did,
Was that in the morning of September 4th?
probably a little bit before lunchtime, kind of late morning. Yes, sir.
Did y'all have a conversation?
We did.
Where was the conversation?
I got there before he did. I don't think I pulled in the driveway. I kind of waited out on the road, pulled in the driveway. We went in the side door. The caregiver was there. We went out onto the front porch and we talked on the front porch.
And what did he say to you?
I mean, the first thing I asked him is, Alec, what the F or what the H is going on here? What is going on? And have you done something else to me or that involves me that I don't know about? Because I know about this and I've got to deal with this, but is there something else you've done that I don't know about that I need to be concerned with?
And what did he say?
He broke down crying.
Here comes the drugs.
I said, I can't right this second. He went inside, came back out with some paper towels and told me that he had
This is insane.
a drug problem,
Oh
that
my
he was
God,
addicted to opioids,
dude.
and that
That's
he had been
monster.
addicted for, I don't remember if he said 20 or 20 plus years, but
Oh,
for 20 years or so.
wow.
Did he say anything about the money?
He told me that he had been stealing money,
Did he have a particular phrase about what he had done to you?
Had to.
shit me up,
He had
Said
to
he shit
admit it.
you up?
shit me up or shit me up or shit me off or something like that. But I think it was he shit me up.
And he said that he admitted to you he had been stealing client money?
Yes, sir.
So he confessed that to you, is that
He
correct?
said he had shit a lot of people up.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as states 313 in this in-camera hearing. You recognize that?
Right.
Yes, sir.
It's,
What
and
is
that's, and
I
that's
think
the
this is
thing,
the original
right?
of that 225,000.
because it's actually, it's well over $8 million that he stole. And, we crunched the numbers on this and did the math on this, but not just us. I think Eric Bland also did. And also when he testifies, he talks about the number of pills he took. He's trying to make it seem like it's possible to have spent that much money on. So even with what he says on the stand with how many pills he was taking a day, even if you do the math, that would still not have even accounted for even a small percentage of the money stolen, but also he would be dead. So it's like, ugh, right? I know. Shit up is what they're saying. He shit you up. That was what they're saying.
$1,000 fee check written in the gentleman's case directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire.
Is that your signature on it?
It is.
How did that conversation end?
Oh my God, what the?
I don't remember exactly how it ended, Mr. Waters. I was so mad. I mean, I'd loved the guy for so long. And I probably still loved him a little bit, but I was so mad. And I don't remember how it ended. I left. I mean, I asked him, how did I not know these things or see these things, and we talked.
Wow.
He was concerned about me getting my $192,000 back. Seemed concerned. Told him I wasn't worried about that at that point. I wanted to make sure there wasn't something else.
And there it is, right? So he always comes up with something else so that you stop worrying about the other thing. I just want to note for the record that Alex has a lot of close friends, his family. There, he was always around the same people because it was like in this small community, these people that he worked with, these other attorneys, they were also his best friends. Their families all hung out together. Nobody ever saw him ever, A, using any drugs, or B, even acting even remotely high. And in fact, they describe him as hyperactive, like he would come into work like a tornado. That's what the paralegals testified to. And somebody I think he ends up saying, like 48 pills a day or something ridiculous like that. And it's like, not only would you be dead, but it's just, and to even claim that this addiction had been going on for 20 years. It's like, and when he testifies, he tries to say it's because he had this knee injury when he was in college from playing football. And that's when he was prescribed painkillers. He's been addicted ever since. There is nothing on the record that anybody can find, and nor was there anything presented at trial to corroborate that. We did a lot of digging. Other people have done digging. There's no evidence that there was ever any knee injury with knee surgery or anything like that. So yeah, anyone that's known people that are addicts would and I have, this is not plausible at all in any way, shape, or form.
Just a little bit before lunch on September 4th.
Yes, sir.
You eventually.
We didn't leave. I'm sure I yelled at the beginning or at least raised my voice, but I didn't leave yelling and screaming and hollering. We didn't fight. But I left. I wasn't happy.
Where'd you go after you left? You remember?
I rode through Hampton. Actually, went through Hardee's and grabbed something for a bite of lunch on the road and headed back to Columbia where I live.
That day, did you hear anything else about Alec?
I did.
About how long after you left Alec did you hear something?
I had stopped in my office in Bamberg or at the post office to pick something up. And I was somewhere between Bamberg and Columbia when I got a call. It was either from Randy or Lee Cope, but I believe it was Lee Cope.
And what were you informed?
That Alec had been shot in the head and that he was on a helicopter going to the hospital in Savannah. And I think it was Savannah Hospital, but they said the hospital, but I believe
There
it
it
said
is.
Savannah Hospital.
Can you imagine this? So
What'd you do?
this whole dude. You just heard about the interaction he had with Alex. He's leaving. He just goes and picks up some Hardee's, and then he hears Alex has been shot in the head, and he's on a helicopter on the way to a hospital.
In response to that information.
What the devil's going on?
Yeah.
I thought he tried to kill himself. I didn't think he was suicidal when I left, but when I heard that, I thought he tried to kill himself.
Did you go to the scene or did you return back home?
I went back home.
Did you try to reach out to Alec after that?
I did not. I talked to his brother, Randy, I think some that same day and some on the next day. But by that time, frankly, all this had, for lack of a better term, blown up.
Oh my God, blown up. Redbeard, I'm saying, is the answer to the question. That's where I think Redbeard is where I think the money, the guns, and the clothes are.
After that?
I did not. I talked to his brother, Randy, I think some that same day and some on the next day. But by that time, frankly, all this had, for lack of a better term, blown up to where I didn't think I'd be able to talk to Alec. And I don't know that I wanted to.
Have you had a conversation with him since?
I have not spoken to him since that morning at Alameda.
Have you had any other communication with him?
He's texted me once or twice, to which I've responded something very generic, like, I'm thinking about your family. And I think he may have written a letter, some short letter that frankly I turned over to my lawyers.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as States 351. See if you recognize that.
I do.
And what is that?
This is one of the texts that I received from Alec and my response.
Is that a number you previously had recognized being Alex?
I don't know if I'd ever seen that number before, but it's not the normal cell phone number that I would have used to contact him or he to contact me. I mean, there was sometimes he'd tell me he was calling me from the phone in his car. Sometimes it would be a number I didn't recognize.
Is that text on the screen there?
Yes, sir.
Does it say, "So sorry for all the havoc I created for you. I'd do anything to make it right"?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. That's all the questions for this in-camera hearing, Your Honor.
By the defense.
We have no questions, John.
All right, Mr. Wilson. Take care.
Hi, Rochelle. Welcome, welcome. So let me see who is next. It might be that we go on to the next day here.
How many more witnesses do you anticipate on this matter?
There's a lot of moving parts, Your Honor. I do have a law firm witness that I would like to call on this particular matter, one of the partners. We have the Satterfield matter. There is a confession of judgment, but we can present testimony on that as well. And we have a bank witness to establish the financial condition of Alec at the time these murders happened, which was he was burning through cash like crazy. He was out of options. The $792,000 was gone in no time at all. And I think the evidence is very compelling that for an extended period of time, he had been living in a velocity of money that is really quite stunning. And he constantly had to achieve more money to avoid the reckoning that was
Avoid getting caught. But again, it's so funny because like there's just no path as to where it got spent. So this is the end of the day. Now we're going on to day 8. Now here's what's going to happen. Y'all, these witnesses, this is next up. Buckle up, guys, for Tony Satterfield. Buckle up.
You affirm the testimony by the court in this trial shall give the truth so help you God. Say this is in witness name. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Certain type of person that can steal from this family. You guys,
My name is Michael Satterfield. My last name is spelled Satterfield.
how you doing today?
Good, how are you?
All right, pull that mic to you just a little bit closer so we can hear you go.
Tori's not here for this.
How old are you?
I'm 33.
All right, where do you work?
I work at Bickhardt Memorial Hospital
And where'd you grow up?
in Hampton.
For the purposes of this hearing, we're just on a hearing in front of the judge to determine the admissibility of some testimony. So I'm just going to ask you a few questions, not everything I might ask you if we're in front of the jury. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Speak up for us because the court reporter, everybody needs to hear you. Who was your mother?
Gloria Satterfield.
Gloria Satterfield?
Yes.
And is Gloria still with us?
She's not.
And when did she pass?
February 26th, 2018.
2018?
Yes, sir.
And who did she work for when she passed?
Alex and Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. And do you know Alec Murdaugh?
I do.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out?
Yes.
Your Honor, can the record reflect he's identified with the phone?
Yeah, where is he? Where is he?
What was that, sir?
Pardon?
Point him out again if you would, please.
Right there.
Right,
Can you tell me what jacket he's wearing?
A navy blue jacket.
it does.
Thank you, Your Honor. How long did your mom, roughly, how long she worked for Alec? Do you know?
I had to take an estimated guess, 20-something years, maybe give and take.
20 something years. She was like a second mom to Buster and Paul.
Maybe that years.
Okay. And set up just a little bit more. Talk right into that mic.
Basically raised them.
Just a little bit. Need to get up on mic so we can hear you. All right. What did your mom do for Ella?
She was their housekeeper. She babysat for them. She cleaned their house, and kind of anything else they kind of need.
Okay. And she'd been doing that for a long time?
Yes.
During the course of that, you got to know Alec and his family to some extent as well?
Yes.
So remember when I talked about the props and everything on the jury shelf thing? Look at Creighton Lounge lizarding. So here we go. So we've got a bowl full of snacks. We got some bottles of water. And look at all the other shit here. Again, I call it like at the staging area. They've got their papers. They've got markers, it looks like, some notebooks, all kinds of stuff. It's great because there's no jury.
Did you trust Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
Yep.
What happened to your mom?
She fell and hit her head.
And where was she when that happened?
She was at Alice's house in Moselle.
In Moselle?
Yes.
Did she pass right away or did she live for a while?
She lived for a few weeks.
Was she ever able to say to you what happened, how she felt or anything?
No, she was not.
After she passed, did you have any conversation with Alec about what to do about it?
I did.
And what was the conversation you had with Alec?
I
What did he
barely,
say? Go ahead.
I barely remember, but it's like, let me go after my insurance company for this or whatever, kind of get these medical bills and stuff paid.
Who, Alex or
So he said he
Tony?
was going to go after his insurance company
Yes.
and get medical bills for your mom paid?
Yes.
Did he say?
James, you're thinking about Stephen Smith. Yeah, he was hit. There was a hit and run, but that's still unsolved. But there's been nothing to connect it to the Murdaughs apart from them showing up afterwards or whatever. But yeah, Buster's been cleared and all that. Like that was kind of a rumor, understandably so. There's a lot of deaths surrounding this family, right? Like, and this Gloria Satterfield is, I think, a huge turning point for everything that happened after it.
He might get money for you and your brother?
Yes.
Did he say how much that might be?
No.
Ultimately, was there a lawsuit filed?
Yes.
And who did you consider your lawyer was in all of this?
Alex.
Right.
At
This
some
is
point
with Paul in the boat crash case. Yep. Paul in the boat crash case.
in time, did he bring another lawyer in?
Yes.
And what did he tell you about that?
He said, if I understood it correctly, I can't do it myself because conflict of interest. I'm going to send you to my buddy, Corey Fleming.
Corey Fleming?
Yes.
Did he tell
Corey
you
Fleming is in federal prison.
anything about his relationship with Corey Fleming other than they were buddies?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry to hear you.
Did he tell you anything more about his relationship with Corey Fleming?
No.
After he brought in Corey Fleming, were you still communicating directly with Alec about the case?
Yes.
Who did you think your lawyer was
Alex.
the whole time?
Yes.
Did he ever bring in a person, or did they ever bring in a person by the name of Chad?
Yes.
And you remember Chad's last name?
Weston George.
And what did they tell you about Chad?
That he should be my PR.
Your PR?
Yes.
Did you ever meet with Chad?
Yes.
Did you meet with him a lot or just?
One time I can think of.
Alec told you that he was going after his insurance company. Did he say how much that insurance was?
One of them that I know of was like $500,000, and that's the only one.
That's the only one he told you about?
Yes.
Did he ever tell you that there was also an umbrella policy worth upwards of $5 million?
No.
Never mentioned that to you, did he?
No.
Of course, Joel, just one moment.
Begging the court's indulgence. Remember, before this even, there was the whole house burning down and the insurance from that.
We'll show you what's been marked as States 372 to your testimony and just have you take a look at that. And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And tell me what that is.
That is a cover sheet that I sent Alex.
Okay. And what's the reason that you sent that to Alec?
I got something from the trailer company and a medical bill, I believe, and I just wanted to be sure what I needed to do with it.
You had received some paperwork about your mom?
It was a bill.
You're
Well,
welcome,
yeah.
James, and thank
And who
you.
did you send that to?
Alex Murdaugh, or law firm.
Very
All right, and
generous.
why'd you send it to Alec Murdaugh?
Because he said if we got any medical bills, just forward them to him, and I didn't know if I needed to do anything with it.
Because you thought he was your lawyer.
Yes,
All right. And this had your phone number on there, but we blacked it out, correct?
yes.
I feel like not enough is ever said about the house burning down thing. So that was the house on Holly Street. And it's like there was a fire. They found that there was accelerant present. But because of the damage or whatever, guess what? Huge insurance payout, right? And then they sell the house and make a profit. And then it's like, then you have this stuff. Meanwhile, when this happened with Gloria Satterfield, he'd already been stealing from clients. But this was really the big one. This was his biggest one. And the thing that's so interesting about it is the only reason he was able to steal from this Satterfield family is because of the death of the mom on his property working at their house, at Moselle, the same house, at Moselle. So she dies under these suspicious circumstances, tripping over the dogs, quote unquote, hits her head, dies. And only because of that, he's able to sue himself, right? Because she was working for him at the property. And it's like he can sue his own homeowner's insurance. And then think about there's a lot of levels to this, right? And then guess what? What does he do? Oh, remember how we talked about this before with the annuities, right? With Michael Gunn. So now there's all this insurance money, right? So now it's like, oh, well, it has to go to, we're going to get it set up in an annuity for you, And then Alex steals all of it. Millions and millions of dollars he steals. And they don't get a penny. And the millions of dollars he steals, he would not have been able to have but for the settlement with the insurance company. But he wouldn't have been the money should have gone to in other words, the insurance payout was supposed to go to the Satterfield boys. The only reason Alex intercepted it is because he's an attorney and this is what he does, right? He helps people get their settlements put into annuities. You see what I mean? So I'm here going to help you with this, I'm facilitating all this for you. Then he can steal it all, right? But that wouldn't have even happened but for A, the fact that he's an attorney, B, this is the thing that he does and he's got all these people that trust him. But the biggest thing of all, none of this would have happened but for the fact that she died on his property. You guys follow me?
As time went on, did you have conversations with Alec asking him about the case and what was going on with the case or anything like that?
Yes, not very rarely, but every few months or so.
And what would he tell you just generally?
First, it was hard to know I was making progress. We kind of left it at that.
You said it was hard, but they were making progress?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything about whether or not you and your brother were going to get any money?
He
Medical bills were paid?
said he was hoping.
Did he give you any idea of the amount?
If I remember correctly, one time he said trying to get each of you at least $100,000 apiece.
Each of you, you and your brother?
Yes.
At some point in time, did your family advise you that there was some media reporting about a settlement in the case?
Yes.
Right.
That's how they learned about it.
At that time, did you heard anything from Alec or Corey or Chad or anybody about a settlement in the case?
No.
Right. And what, if anything, did you do after your family? Did they ask you to do anything?
Yeah, they said you might want to kind of follow up on it and kind of see.
And did you make a phone call to Alec?
Yes.
And what month was that in?
I believe the last time I talked to him was in June of 21.
June of 21?
Yes.
Around the time of the murders?
Yes.
And what did you ask him?
I can't believe what I asked him, but it was still making progress and be ready to settle, by the end of the year.
He told you it was still making progress and he was hoping to settle by the end of the year.
Yes.
Did he tell you that they had already gotten a settlement for $500,000 and $5,000?
No.
Did he tell you that they had already gotten a settlement for $3.8 million?
No.
Had he ever told you that there was an umbrella policy for $5 million?
No.
Did he ever mention to you anything about Forge?
No.
Did he mention anything to you about structuring any settlement?
No.
Did he give him permission to steal your money?
No.
Ultimately, in the wake of all of this, you've come to find out that there was a settlement for $500,000 and $5,000, correct?
Yes.
and it was diverted by Alec Murdaugh, correct?
Yes,
And ultimately, you've come to find out that there was a settlement under the umbrella policy for $3.8 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or thereabouts, correct?
yes,
And a large portion of that was diverted by Alec Murdaugh. Is that right?
yes.
Did you ever get 1 cent from Alec Murdaugh when he was still, before all of this happened?
No,
And it took, after this happening, and it took a legal process for that to happen. Is that right?
yes,
And ultimately, is it your understanding that he confessed judgment to taking money for both of those? Is that
Yes.
right? In June of 2021, you made a call to him asking the status of this case. Is that correct?
I can't remember if he called me or if I called him, but yes, I talked to him in June 2021.
You talked to him in June of 2021?
Yes,
And there were reports in the media about that settlement, correct?
yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And please answer any questions the defense has, okay?
By the defense.
Morning. I'm sorry.
I recall this is really gross.
We,
This is really gross.
You
You know,
got a family member who saw an article in somewhere. Do you remember where the article was published?
I don't remember exactly where they found it at or seen it at.
Okay, but after that article was published,
well, and the
That's-
thing is, and they get into it during the part in front of the jury. They didn't get into it here, but like, you know, he's got a special needs brother that he was then the caretaker, like the guardian of after Gloria died, and they were getting evicted. Like they were getting evicted from the trailer they lived in. Him and his special needs brother. And Alex didn't give them a penny of them.
that's when you started making inquiries and you contacted Mr. Murdaugh.
Yes, once they seen the article or whatever, they were like, you need to follow up on it. And yes, and I can't remember if he
Remember,
called
that's
me or if
the
I
other
called.
thing too, is they're also responsible for the medical bills, right? It's like they didn't just lose their mom who was, you know, their provider and whatever, but like now, remember, she didn't even die immediately. She was in the hospital on life support for like 3 weeks or whatever. So now they've got all these medical bills too. Mind-boggling.
And do you know whether you called him on the cell phone?
I mean,
It was on his
those
cell.
medical bills alone were probably hundreds of thousands of dollars. Easily.
Well, normally that's how I called him, yes.
So you called him on a cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, and his cell phone record would reflect, how many times did you call him?
Ooh,
What was that?
How many times did you call him?
that's a good idea.
Like, once, twice, we talked like 3 or 4 times, throughout the whole year, if I remember correctly.
And when you called him after reading some article about a settlement, do you know if that was before or after Maggie and Paul were murdered?
It was around the time, but I don't remember if it was before or after.
I'm so okay. So I think that when they have that really offensive cross, I think it's actually in front of the jury. I think it's with Poot. So first of all, really good idea here. Never have I ever trivia. Are you suggesting that for the next members only stream? That I'm trying to think of how that's a good idea. So how did she slip and die? Right. I was deep diving that when the Karen Reed trial started. The story is that she tripped over the dogs. That's the story. Alex's story is that he wasn't home when it happened, but I was proving, and maybe I think I actually finished proving. No, I think I already finished proving where we left off there. He was not, he was there. He was home. He was home. And the thing is that the long and short of it is that the people who were present when Gloria Satterfield died were Maggie and Paul and Alex, although he says he was at work. Buster wasn't there. And then you have all the stuff that's coming down the pike for him in June, right? Including, we just heard that the media reported about the settlement, right? In June, that the case had been settled in June. And then we know that with the murders, he lured Maggie and Paul there and not Buster. And so I have to think that it's all connected, and it just makes me wonder, but I'm not going to go fully flesh that out until we finish with that series.
All right, thank you.
That's probably on. Thank you. You may step down.
Right. Yeah, you're pretty close there, Rochelle. It's something like, I'm trying to remember what it is. You can tell that there's another person there, but also there's like the timing of it, because Alex gets there before EMS, and like we mapped it all out and did the timing of it. And like, there's literally no way. There's just no way. It's again, like he's trying to establish an alibi that he was at work when it happened. yeah, there's a lot of red flags with it. Like, it was clear at one point too, Paul was like checking with somebody in the background to make sure he was getting his story straight or something too. We broke it down. Again, the 911 call. So how old was she? She was not old, 52 or something, maybe younger. Well, so the thing is though, that Buster's the only one that didn't have any involvement with any of the other stuff, right? Buster had nothing. Buster was never there. Buster was never there for any of the things. The only thing that was in question was the Stephen Smith case, but again, that he's been cleared. So that, in other words, Buster's not really related to the crimes surrounding this, you know? Buster was not there for the boat thing. Buster was not with the boat thing. That was Paul and Paul's friends. Buster was not there. Because Buster wasn't there. Yep. And they always blame the dog. They always blame the dog. And the circumstances around blaming the dog are really funny because the dog had just finished dog school, you know? The way they throw Alex throws the dog under the bus immediately, just the same way Wendy throws Charlie under the bus. It's crazy. I don't think we got that far. I've got the documents with all of his interviews, and there's recorded interviews, there's written interviews. I've got all of it in a folder. I don't think we got to that part where we went, well, maybe we did, the different statements, because they took statements from everybody. Anyway, it's very interesting. And it's clear that Maggie and Paul, when they're interviewed about the incident, they're not giving a lot of information. Their information is conflicting. And then Alex's is like 50 million pages longer and has all these details. It's very interesting. But yeah, Buster wasn't there for anything. So not for the boat wreck, not for Gloria Satterfield, not for the murders. That's funny. Yeah, like dog, what do they call it? Where you go and you get trained to be whatever it is, like polite doggy school. I don't know. Like, they sent the dog to this dog trainer for like 2 weeks or whatever. Not to Dr. Crosby for like 2 weeks. And so she had just the dog Tappy, I think it's Tappy Toes. They keep throwing this dog under the bus. That dog had just gotten done with that. And then that's the dog that they're saying was so rowdy that the dog tripped Gloria, and that's how Gloria died. The drugs aren't real. Drugs aren't real. You might not have heard that. I know you just got here. We were just talking about the drugs. The drugs aren't real. The stuff with the drone and the truck thing, that's been debunked. I'm trying to remember the details of that. That was one of those things where it pisses me off, right? Because media goes and takes this thing and runs with it. And I'm like, false, false, false. I can't remember the details enough. It makes me so mad though. Like, literally, it was so easy to debunk. It's like nobody double checks anything. All of that is shit that is not correct. The plagiarism, I think, is accurate, but the rest of this, and I'm not blaming you. This is what people, this is why you just, but the drugs aren't real. And the thing with the truck and the drone, I can't recall all the ways I debunked it, but because that was a long time ago, but we pulled that up and I couldn't even believe that anybody was trying to represent that the way that it was being represented. It was just, you know what it's like? It's like when people say that Brian Kober wants to use autism during the trial, like to be found not guilty. Honestly, that's not even as bad as what I'm talking about with the picture, I think. But like, you know what I mean? It's like just so easily checkable, but no one bothered. And it's like so completely incorrect. I don't know. Obedience. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. That's the word. Thank you. Doggy obedience school. That's right. That's what it is. Thank you. So this dog had just gone back from doggy obedience school. That's what it is. Yeah, the phone calls with Buster, I haven't listened to those in a while. I remember they were like, they were talking about him getting kicked out of school. I do remember that. But that's the thing I said, like, that's been verified. That thing is real. The him getting kicked out of school is real for plagiarism. But the drugs isn't real, and the thing with that picture wasn't real. Yes, thank you for that. So yeah, so hopefully actually it was a good stopping point because they're finished with that witness. So next up, we're gonna skip over that deal with the bank, and we're gonna get back to the trial in a trial, which I believe picks up. So that's the fire tool marks analysis. I think it picks up the next day. And I believe it picks up with Ronnie Crosby or Marc Tinsley. Y'all, this trial is so insane. Okay, let me find that one real quick. Okie dokie. Oh my God. No. Okay, hold on. Just do it this way. Okay, so yep, Tinsley's first. Jesus, that's where so that's what we have next, guys. Are you all ready for this? You guys aren't ready for this. I mean, even if you've seen it, I'm not ready for this. Let's put it that way. I am not ready for this.
Ready to proceed?
Tinsley, get it.
I believe we're again here on in camera matters, and the state will call Marc Tinsley to the stand.
Get ready.
Yeah.
Here we go. Y'all. This is iconic.
Raise your
I
right
know
hand.
what I'm
On the bottom. You affirm the testimony about your recording this trial shall be the truth. So help you God.
I do.
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the records. Spell your last name.
Tinsley came with all of the fucking fire in the world. Dude, this is so good.
My name is Marc Tinsley.
No jury.
Mr. Tinsley, how you doing today?
Good.
Very quickly, you understand, obviously you're a lawyer, you understand we're here for some,
When he said drugs. Well, remember, Alex's story is drugs, and he knows these calls are being recorded. So even if drugs is code for something or whatever, regardless, we're talking about a Moriarty here, okay? It doesn't surprise me that he would use a code word that could also serve more than one purpose, that also could try to support his story. We're talking about a dude who went to rehab just to try to corroborate his own bullshit. And we can watch the video where I called Sunrise Detox if you guys want. He went to rehab just to try, because the whole thing is this whole story about being an addict and all this money he spent on drugs. He's had this pills addiction for 20 years and all this. And then going to rehab, all of that was to try to hide something else that would be worse for people to learn about. Okay. You know, and they come and they arrest him at rehab in Florida, nonetheless, surrounded by railroad tracks. That's the whole thing. So it wouldn't surprise me that on the jail phone calls, he's still talking to me. He's still trying to say his whole story is legit, right? He's never going to admit any of this. So that doesn't surprise me. If you were actually talking about drugs, you wouldn't say drugs, right? You would use a different code word. You know what I mean?
in-camera proceedings, so we're not going to go into every bit of background and detail that we would were you testifying before the jury. You understand that?
I do.
I do want to, though, kind of move through
I
quick.
don't even know what you're referencing. I don't know if any phone calls have been recorded between him and Buster except for the jail phone calls.
Quickly some of the subject matter that the state
know what you're
proposes
talking
to put before the jury. But very quickly, if you would, just quickly tell us what you do for a living and what kind of practice that you have.
My name is Marc Tinsley. I practice law in Allendale. I have a fairly statewide practice, primarily personal injury, plaintiff's work.
All right. And how long have you been practicing in Allendale?
Since 2000. So
Rochelle, are you thinking about the text message maybe that came in at trial? I'm wondering if that's what you're thinking about. Are you thinking about, because that's not Buster, that's Paul. Is that what you're thinking about? Because I can also explain all that too. Him and his uncle going to the house in Vegas. Vegas. I don't know. I don't ever recall learning anything about Alex going to Vegas. And I feel like it's impossible that I wouldn't know it. I'm not quite sure. Oh, yeah, that part's hilarious. He said he didn't know. On Cross, they tried, or on Direct, Jim Griffin was trying to get him to say things that could corroborate it, and Buster's answers were hilarious because he couldn't even do it. Like, it was, we'll watch it. Like, the way that the pressure that was put on that poor kid to try to lie for his dad being charged with murder. Anyway, there's a lot. There's just a lot. There's a lot. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this part about Vegas did not come in at trial. There's no way. I mean, I've watched this trial so many times. And so James has a question. Am I a law student? Thank you for this. I'm not. I have a paralegal certificate and I study law for fun. I have a bunch of law books, like a whole stack of them. And I have considered going to law school. Still not ruling that out. I just love studying the law, and I always have. Yeah, but that's also true. I'm just an average idiot like the rest of you guys. Well, I don't think you guys are idiots. Oh, it's on a recorded call. Okay. You think he was buying drugs? So you think he was dealing drugs? Is that what you're saying, Rochelle? If he was dealing drugs, though, why would he be needing to steal money? You know what I mean? Because the thing is like the way that where the drugs came in was because of the money. Let's just think about this. Where the drugs came in is because of the money. Stealing money, that's where it all. The thing about using the drugs only makes sense, and like, well, it doesn't make sense. But he's trying to explain why he needed to steal all this money. If you're dealing drugs, that wouldn't you would do that instead of stealing money, right? So something's not adding up. Buying guys? I don't even know what that means. Humans? I don't understand. Buying guys. What? I don't know what that means. Time with men? You mean Alex was gay? I'm confused. Male prostitutes? Are you talking about Alex? I am so lost. Y'all. No. Nope. 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 No. No. Nope. I bet my violin, my life, and Frodo's life on it. Nope. That's how sure I can say that with 100%. Like, literally, I've never been more sure of anything. Sorry, guys. I love thinking outside the box. I can tell you that's not it. And if that y'all are, that's not going the right direction to try to solve this. And the thing is like, this case is not like others, and Alex is not like others in this community, this this is not like others, right? Like, and so I totally understand and agree that money, power, drugs can catch for all the stress. Totally. And that can still be true. What I'm saying is it's not that simple. This is a very complicated, complex case with a lot of tentacles. And we're dealing with a Moriarty individual here, okay? 4D chess. In fact, when I covered this previously, the episode where Alex takes the stand, I called it the Great 4D Chess Match. When he goes on cross, it's the Great 4D Chess Match. I think it took us like something like 26 hours, probably maybe more, to get through just cross, to watch him just on cross. With live streams, like 10 hours long each, or 9 hours, 8 hours, whatever. I added it up at one point, and I was like, holy shit. To break down that cross-examination. It was the Great 4D Chess Match. Oh my God. Who ends up dead? Alex isn't dead. The thing is that, y'all, come on. How do you guys think that that's how we should decide things? In like, oh, you hear rumors of this or that with no corroboration, and that means it's true. Come on, you guys don't think like that. I know y'all better than that. I heard rumors. I tune it out because it doesn't matter. It's just rumors, and none of it is founded or corroborated by anything. So I heard it, but it's just a distraction. It's just propaganda. It's just rumors. It's just whatever. You know what I mean? I know what you're talking about, but I'm confused about who you're saying he ends up dead, but the he you're talking about is Stephen Smith? Because I thought we were talking about Alex, but Alex isn't dead. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. Twiz didn't say anything. Oh, right. The tentacles. It was literally part of the investigation about but what guy are you talking about? Like, we should be able to use people's names if we're are you talking about Stephen Smith? Okay. So I'm going to try to fill in the blanks here. So what I think you might be referencing is Stephen Smith had okay, I'm going to give all the disclaimers. I don't know that anybody can know any of this to be true. I'm just trying to fill in the blanks here so I can answer these questions. So I'm going to go ahead and say that these, as far as I know, are just rumors. But here's what the rumors are. Let me say it that way. Here's what the rumors are that I recall. Stephen Smith had like sugar daddies or something along those lines. Stephen Smith was gay. Okay. Right. So maybe that's where, maybe you were talking about Stephen this whole time and I thought you were talking about Alex. I don't know. Stephen Smith had, the rumors were like he had some sort of sugar daddy. And I remember there was something about a sugar daddy with a boat. But one of the rumors was like that was the same. One of the rumors was like that person was in the Murdaugh family, or that it was related to them or their boat or whatever. They don't even have a boat. The boat that Paul used, which I'm sure was confiscated after the act, like that belonged to like somebody else in the family. I'm trying to remember whose property. It was like the family. It was like family property, family boat, but it wasn't like their boat. Like, here's what I think happened. I think that when these rumors started coming out, everybody connected it because of the boat case with Paul, right? And then everything got meshed together. This is what I think happened, because Paul and the boat case, right? And then, oh, Stephen Smith and boat, and then everything got mushed together. That's what I think happened. And then it became rumor tornado soup, smoothie blended up into a mess. What do you mean I need a reboot? Can you guys hear me? I'm confused. What do you mean? So Sandy Smith, though, has come out on the record numerous times and said she doesn't think Buster's involved. So, or the Murdaughs. She's said that on the record numerous times. Now, if this was an interview that was like on a Netflix special, that would be different. I don't even watch those because they're so factually inaccurate. And they edit things, right? So I don't know. That could be part of the problem. Like, I made it through the first 2 minutes of the Netflix special, and I was like, nope. I can't do it. I can't do it. And so remember, when it's something like that, right, they can like edit it, right, to fit a narrative. And they do that in those things. In actuality, Sandy Smith has come out, and, Eric Bland is her attorney. They've come out time and time again and said they're on the record. Buster has nothing to do with it. The Murdaughs had nothing to do with it. So that's one thing. It was a family property. So they had a beach house in Edisto. That's not where there was no boating there. That's ocean. The boat where they were boating, it's like the river. It's like the rivers there. Okay. That's where they do the boating. It's not on the open waters. But the place with the boat, like where they went for the where the Paul boat thing, that was like family property that belonged to just like the entire family. It wasn't like their personal boat. Why? I'm so confused. Why does Kane think that I'm broken and need a reboot? I'm so confused. Like, did I do something wrong? But I just have a question for you, Rochelle. Did you know, or did you see the interviews? When I say interviews, I don't mean on like a Netflix show. I mean like on the record with her attorney, and but or did you know that Sandy Smith has said multiple times on the record that she doesn't think Buster's involved or the Murdaughs? Oh, you're just playing. Okay. I noticed that too, Heather. I was like, I think she meant to say I, but I noticed that too. You guys have to remember that the way that this family works with like the corruption and like the whatever, it's not the obvious. It's really, really, really old school. Like, that's why when people talk about, they think that he has his money was overseas or like Bitcoin. I'm like, y'all are barking up the wrong tree. That's just such an understatement. It's like people are just, I feel like people are making these guesses because it seems like, again, like when I said, right? Yeah, normally I could see that being a thing. Where did all the money go? Maybe they put it into Bitcoin, or maybe it's overseas. Yeah, normally, will like your other people, like, I don't know, who had money in the Cayman Islands, like Epstein, maybe, I don't know, people that do that shit, right? Laundering money, whatever, like large sums of money overseas, blah, blah. We're not talking about that. My like, I think what we're working with is like gold bars or like mason jars with like cash and like buried in the swamp. That is like where I see this. And again, this case is like I was there from day one, and I've been, yeah. So you guys, I think you guys know that, like, well, you guys should know by now, right? That, like, if I'm not really, if I don't feel like I am a bazillion% familiar with a case and have watched, and it's been to trial, and I've watched the trial many times, and I've done all the court filings, and I've done all of the research, and I've scrolled the fuck out of it, like the way a detective would, or whatever. Like, if I haven't done all of that, I wouldn't even be weighing in on some of this stuff, right? Like, where it's these loose ends, if you will, right? Because it doesn't, like, in terms of the case, like, the case is done, like, you know, in other words, like, he's convicted, right? I wouldn't be weighing in on this. Like, the only reason I'm weighing in on this, and hopefully that just makes sense to, like, how, like, if I'm not, you know, I'm not a, as you guys can tell, right? I don't rely on rumors, and I try to squash misinformation and whatever, right? So when I tell you these things, like, again, it's my opinion in terms of the thing about, like, the mason jar, like that. But my point being, it's that direction. Like, that's the more the family culture and the psychology, and, like, it's like towards that direction, not towards, like, the obvious 20th century, or what are we, 21st century, I guess. Anyway, oh, no, yeah, no, I'm not, it just, the reason I don't use my camera is because y'all don't need to see me. Well, I know you're asking, like, in other words, we're watching trials or reading documents. So I know a lot of people will put their face in a box, but, like, I feel like that just blocks, like, it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, what for, you know, like, there's no y'all don't gain anything from my face, right? Like, I mean, I feel like the point is to watch the trial or to read the documents. But yeah, I've got, for all my music, like, guitar, violin, you can see me that way because that makes sense. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you watch the person play the instrument, right? So it's just different. So I don't have any problems with that. And in fact, the other thing too is, like, very few people have actually asked about it. I think you're the second person ever. But, like, if people were, like, really asking for it, I guess I would do it. But, like, I don't know. I just feel like it ruins the view that matters here. Right. Yeah, you can see that's correct. Yes. Thank you, Heather. Involved. Are you talking about Alex being involved? Because, I mean, he's illegal. I mean, he's got multiple life sentences in both state and federal courts. So I think that's confirmed. Thank you, Tonka, for that. So, right. So, well, it's more than that. I mean, the 192,000 is just what he owed Chris Wilson. I mean, he stole all these millions of dollars, and we know he's still able to pay his attorneys, right? And that money's coming from somewhere. I mean, I'm just thinking, like, I'm picturing Redbeard. That's my answer to this is Redbeard. So, that's what I think. That's my personal opinion. But there's a lot of reasons why I think that. It's not just opinion. No one ever bothered looking into Redbeard, and it blows my mind, but we did. And so I think that's where the guns, the money, and the clothing are. And again, if you're going to have money on Redbeard, what is it? And probably somewhere where it can be on that property, right? So we're talking, again, like, either some money in mason jars or, like, gold bars or whatever, right? You know what I mean? People that bury money, it's a thing. People do it. Like, imagine back in, like, the 1700s, if you had a fuck ton of money illegally, what would you do? How would you store it? What would you do? Is what true? Hold on. What about, are you saying you're going to bed, Tonka? Why are you, so you don't have to give up. I was just wanted to clarify because it's okay. The thing is, if you can just make sure to specify who you're talking about, right? Because sometimes it's like, I don't know if you're talking like for, like, I don't know if you're talking about Stephen Smith. I don't know if you're talking about Buster. I don't know if you're talking about Alex. I don't know if you like, you know what I mean? There's a lot of people we've been talking about. So without specifying, it's just hard for me to know what you're saying. Well, that's awesome. Well, more than one, Heather, more than one mason jar, right? More than one mason jar, obviously. In my bed clothes. No, I'm in jeans and a sweater and combat boots. Okay. I don't know. Okay. Okay. We're going to watch the testimony.
22, 23 years.
You have a statewide practice, or is it primarily?
To the extent I want it statewide. I mean, I handle cases statewide if I'm inclined to handle those.
Okay.
Primarily, I totally get it. I totally get it. I know it's frustrating. If it's easier to put it in the Discord, then you can do that. I understand the limit is hard. Totally.
Are you focused in the 14th Circuit? Is that fair?
14th and the 1st.
And the first. You know the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
I do.
And how did you get to know him?
He practiced law in the adjoining county. I had a number of cases with his firm, small bars in the two counties, and known him since shortly after I came down there.
And do you know other lawyers in the what used to be known as PMPD firm?
All of them.
And are those individuals that you may have had cases with, or just generally in the same line of work with over the years?
Yes.
I want to take you to February 19, and are you familiar with the boat case?
Unfortunately.
Boat case.
You represent the Beach family, the lawsuit related to the death of Miss Mallory Beach.
I do.
And ultimately, you ended up accepting that representation and filing suit against a number of defendants, including the criminal defendant here, Alec Murdaugh.
I did.
Okay. Tell the court just very quickly who the defendants that you sued, at least initially, when this case started.
Mr. Waters, my recollection is that I sued Alec Murdaugh. I know I sued Luther's, which is a bar downtown in Beaufort. I sued the Woods, which was where the kids had gone for an oyster roast. I sued the Murdaugh Family Trust.
All right. The oyster roast. That's where the boat came from. The Woods. So I guess it wasn't even the Murdaugh family home. It was like the Woods family. Anyway, the oyster roast, that was the whole event as to where the boat crash case happened, and they took the boat and all that.
Which was where the kids had gone for an oyster roast. I sued the Murdaugh Family Trust, which owned the property where the boat was launched from, and we believe that there could have been some drinking that went on there. I'm not 100% certain in the first lawsuit if I sued Buster Murdaugh, which is Alec's son, but I think those were the defendants initially.
Okay.
And maybe Randolph Murdaugh personally as well.
Not long after you started the boat case, and well, let me ask you this. Did your client, Renee Beach, have any particular experience at the scene that informed how you were handling this particular case as you went forward?
Oh, right.
She certainly had an experience that prompted the call to me.
And can you explain that to the court, please?
She wanted to go down to the bridge where the boat crash had occurred. I think this was either Monday or Tuesday. So
that's long crime. They are having an issue there, but this is really crucial. I forgot about this part here.
The bridge where the boat crash had occurred. I think this was either Monday or Tuesday. So the crash happens early Sunday morning. The scene's cordoned off, and she's told she can't go down there. And just a few minutes later, Alex's father and his wife pull up in a car and they're waved under the tape and they go down to the bridge. And she was very upset by that.
Okay. And did she, in your discussions with her, did she give you any particular instructions about proceeding forward in this particular case as part of?
Basically, the thing is like the rules didn't apply when it came to them, right? This family basically started the town, like the Murdaughs, like we broke down on the previous, when I covered this previously, we went through the entire fucking family history. And like Alex's great grandfather was like the first fucking person in town or whatever. And like started the first everything. Like literally it's really interesting. Right. And then when you look at the history, there's a lot of really fascinating elements there. But anyway, so because of that, you know, and in other places where cities develop and become big, then that, you know, a family name, you doesn't really matter as much. But when you're here in the Low Country, South Carolina, again, times haven't changed all that much for them, right? That's why I keep saying, like, you got to think old school. This is like more like 1800s-ish, right? It's small town. It's these people that are these wealthy attorneys farm their own land when they could hire someone. They want to do it. They want to be out there fishing and hunting and working the land. It's just a very different mindset than a lot of places have. And so that being said, the family name and the tradition, especially when you add the Southern culture, that has more root in tradition and all this. Like, in other words, again, in a lot of other places, that wouldn't still be the case. Like they would have been lost and they'd just be another name, right? So anyway, not that, and it's awful. It's awful in the sense that they shouldn't be given special treatment, but that's kind of how it was. I mean, not even kind of, that's really how it was. Yeah.
Based on that experience?
No. Nobody really gives me instructions.
I understand.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let's make sure we hear that part. Cause yeah. Tinsley.
Proceeding forward in this particular case is part and based on that experience?
No. Nobody really gives me instructions.
I understand. All right. Not long after you get involved in this case, did you have any chance to review and look at any insurance coverages that may be?
Sir, he's like the wet dude, Tinsley. He doesn't take bullshit from anybody, and he hates Alex a lot. I will say. Rightfully so.
My recollection is within a week, certainly 2 week kind of time frame after the boat crash. Danny,
I would like some tea. I could go for a chat.
Who was handling the boat crash as Alex's personal lawyer, brought me all of Alex's insurance policies. And so I reviewed them at that time before I filed the lawsuit.
And what was the purpose of you reviewing those policies?
You know, in a civil case, the only thing that we can do to try to, under the law, make a party whole is recover money damages. And oftentimes when we are drafting lawsuits, we will try to draft the initial lawsuit to make sure that there's insurance coverage. So that was the reason I wanted the coverage. And beyond that, sometimes, like I did with some of the initial defendants, you can, because of the circumstances, because of the culpability, how bad the liability is, how catastrophic the loss is, many times insurance companies can be leveraged to pay their insurance out, to get these people closure. No amount of money is going to make them whole. So the best that we can do is try to get them some closure and help them heal.
All right. When did you determine as you looked at it?
If anyone would like more clarification on how this works with civil suits, let me know. And I would be happy to explain kind of the dealio on how it works with, like, when you're a plaintiff's lawyer and what it's kind of what he was saying. But yeah, just let me know if you'd like me to elaborate on that at all for you guys.
What coverages were available to Alec that potentially could be relevant to the boat crash?
Well, so there was $500,000 that Progressive had on the boat. It was a watercraft policy. Although I've never seen the policy, that insurance was offered almost immediately to all of the victims, not just the Beach family. There were 2 other girls on the boat and 2 other boys, and including Paul Murdaugh. And so when I reviewed the policies, it was apparent to me that there was no possibility that any of the insurance that he had at the time of the boat crash would apply to this. And if there was a possibility, it would be limited to an idea that Alec was negligent in allowing Buster to give Paul his duplicate ID that he had made so Paul could purchase alcohol.
Did Alec have a policy, an umbrella policy with Nautilus at this point in time that was available?
He did not. He had.
That's before, why that was not available, please.
It appeared from review of the records that there was an open claim when the policy came up for renewal, and that open claim was a Satterfield matter. And that it was Nautilus and I think Lloyd's of London, and they would not renew the policy. And so he had to then seek other coverage. And what he ended up was with Philadelphia. And it was a commercial hunting operation policy that contained very broad watercraft exclusion. So they even barred a negligent entrustment claim as it related to watercraft.
And that Philadelphia policy depended on Moselle being considered as a commercial hunting lodge. Is that correct?
Not only Moselle, but the occurrence, in other words, whatever it is that causes there to be coverage had to arise out of a commercial operation, as I read the policy.
Realizing that as it related to Alec, specifically, was he essentially underinsured as it related to what the recovery you were seeking in this particular case?
Oh, absolutely.
Right. And what was your ultimate goal, though, in seeking recovery as it related to Alec in this case?
Well, it changed over time. I mean, initially, I believed that the case would settle. I didn't see how people could ignore the significance of the loss, the public support of the community for the Beach family, and then the hue and cry as it related to the liability and the Murdaughs in particular. And so, it changes over time, but the one consistency was to get the case resolved.
Yeah. Okay. And did you make it clear to Alec's attorneys that you were seeking a personal recovery that he would have to pay as opposed to just accessing what insurance coverage was available?
Always.
And that was consistent all the way through. Is that correct?
All the way through.
Were you making substantial demands to the defense that Alec pay a substantial recovery personally?
I think by most standards, and I don't want to seem crass when I say this, but the Beach family stood on the causeway for 8 days while their daughter's body was in the water. I don't know that there's any amount of money that somebody would willingly take to go through what they've gone through. But if you were asking a lawyer who does civil work, was I making a substantial demand in terms of a settlement? I think that most people would say yes.
Okay, so let me just say what I was going to say earlier. Okay, so basically the way this works with civil cases, right? It's remember, we could just cover this in the members only stream, right? The torts, duty, breach, causation, damages. The only remedy for in terms of civil law, right? That the only resolution, right? The only way they can make it right is money. That's it. That's all they can do, right? So think about it, right? So when you've got civil cases, typically the way that's going to work, because most individual people, let's just say that there's like two people that like just sort of like get into a bar fight or something. No, let's leave the bar out of it because then there could be premises liability. Let's just say there's two people that, okay, let's say that there's two people who are outside in their backyards and their neighbors and they get into a spat and maybe somebody hits somebody or whatever. Okay, I'm trying to think of a way to give this example. So but one person wants to sue the other person, right? And so they contact a lawyer. What the lawyer is going to try to figure out is where is there an insurance company that is liable here? This matters a whole lot because most average people aren't going to be able to afford a lawsuit, right? And the way that it works when you're talking about like whenever there's been injury, physical injury or wrongful death. So like your med mal, your slip and falls, your like car accidents, right? Things of that nature. The thing that they're doing is they're coming after the insurance company because individual people just don't have millions and millions and millions of dollars. So, so basically the significance of what Tinsley is saying here is that Alex was underinsured. And again, it all goes back to Gloria Satterfield, right? Because of the fact that he still had this open claim with Nautilus. Nautilus is the insurance company that was covering the house, right? Remember, Alex sued himself, his own homeowner's insurance policy, which was Nautilus. Okay. So because of that, he was underinsured with everything else because Nautilus wasn't able to cover him. So when they're sued, because again, normally you don't expect people to have the money, right? You can't get blood from a stone. That's why the only time that you're going to hear about these cases, even moving forward into a complaint, right, is when there's money to be got from somewhere. You know, your exceptions might be rich celebrities or people that are just rich for some other reason, right? But like if it's people, and most people don't understand that, right? It's like if you don't have, you might think that's, and it's people like, okay, for example, something can happen where somebody's wronged another person, right? And it was terrible and somebody got really hurt, but like, if there's nowhere to collect the money from, it's not going to, no attorney's going to even put that forward with a complaint, right? Why? Remember, the damages part. You have to be able to get money. That's the only way to resolve it. Otherwise, what's the point? So when he came after the insurance companies for this boat crash case, Alex was underinsured. And so what that means is that he's going to come after Alex personally for the rest of that money. Now, like I said, remember, you can't get blood from a stone. But the reason why this matters is because Tinsley, having personal knowledge of Alex, is like, that dude's got money, right? That dude, he's like, that dude's got money. He's got to. They all know each other, right? It's a small circle of people here that all know each other. He's like, that dude's got money. I can come after him for money. He's got properties, right? That's what Tinsley's thinking. Now, the next question is, you have to try to figure out how much money, how much is he worth, right? If you're Tinsley representing the victims' families, you want to make sure that you got a full and complete compilation of all of his assets so you can sue him for everything he's fucking worth. And then, you know, there will be negotiations and settling, right? Now, if you're Alex and you're dishonest, you're probably going to try to hide assets, right? Why? So you can be like, look, I don't have a penny to my fucking name. All of that is going to set up so that it makes sense what they're saying here. Because they're speaking to a bunch of other attorneys, and this is outside the presence of the jury. And so they are not going to probably break all that down in a similar way. So hopefully that makes sense as to why, and all of this matters, right? There's just all these layers. There's like the things that are coming to the head. There's the thing with the Satterfield case that was coming up in June, where they learned that there'd been a settlement. That means now the Satterfields know that they've been stolen from, right? Then you've got PMPED, and they find out about Fake Forge, and they learn that he's been stealing from the clients and from the law firm. Like, the list is like so long of all of the things that were really happening all at the same time at the beginning of June. It's pretty insane. And one of those things is right here, Tinsley coming after Alex for, guess what? Alex's financial records. So it's two things. It's like, A, he's going to be wanting to hide his assets, but B, guess what else? Now it's another way that all of his crimes are going to be uncovered. Like, everything is unraveling for him in multiple different ways at the same time. It's insane. Okay.
In your assessment, did that come as a bit of or did the defense express to you surprise?
He knows that even before the murders, he knows he's facing life in prison if this gets found out about these financial crimes are that bad. South Carolina has a specific law where it's like 3 strikes you're out kind of thing, where if for like white collar crimes, where if you do it like on the 3rd time, regardless of anything else, regardless of any circumstance, regardless of how much it's worth, on the 3rd time, it's an automatic mandatory life without parole. So he knows he's getting LWOP. That's before the murders, right?
That you were seeking.
Like, in other words, if he knows, if he admits to himself that he's that fucked, like, he knows what will happen to him, because that that South Carolina law got passed a few years before all this. It was recent. That 3rd strike you're out thing, as I'm calling it. I don't remember what the actual rule is called. But anyway, because they were cracking down on white collar crimes.
Personal recovery from LA rather than just simply trying to access what insurance coverage he had.
Yeah, some people did. John,
Good questions from Twiz here. So what it is each instance of doing it is one. So in other words, we skipped past it because it's kind of tedious. We skipped past the part where Jeanne Seckinger, they go through, not even all, they go through the clients he stole from. The list is so, it's like over 100 clients or something maybe. Then you've got the law firm, like the list. So for each instance, it's one time. So in order to meet the 3 times, it doesn't mean you have to be even convicted. It just means you have to have done the thing 3 times. So for like, okay. So for like the financial crimes, when he went to trial for the well, he didn't really, he pled, but for his financial crimes, they brought forth charges. It was over 100. I think by the time it all was said and done, it was 101. There was a joke because it was 99. And then it was like the 99 problems, but bitch ain't one. Like that was the whole thing. It was 99. And then they discovered more. And then I think it was 101, 101. Each one is a separate indictment. So, like when you look at an indictment and like, or in some places like in South Carolina, like these are the indictments and they go through one at a time. Usually most of the times you're going to have one. Maybe you have 2 or 3, right? Or there's lesser included, right? In any trial, like these trials. Imagine, so Creighton reads off all 101 of them during the financial crimes sentencing phase. He reads off, it's 101. Each one is a separate one for each person he stole from. So that's when I say the 3 strikes you're out, he smashed that rule. And they also brought forth he had federal charges for that too.
Tiller was primarily handling the case for LA, and I didn't get that from John, but I got it from a lot of people.
In August of 2019, is there a particular conference that those in your line of work go to?
It used to be called the Trial Lawyers Conference, but yeah, it's in Hilton Head, and I went in 2019 of August.
Did you see the defendant there?
I did.
And did you have a conversation with him about the boat case?
I did.
All right. Can you relate that conversation to the court, please?
Yeah. I think, I'm not 100% certain that it was a fundraiser either for Mr. Harpootlian or it was a fundraiser for Lindsey Graham. As you come into the hotel, there's a gathering area. It's in the evening before everyone goes to dinner, or it's immediately after. I'm not 100% certain. But the room's full of lawyers, and Alex sees me, and he comes across, and he gets up close in my face and says, "Hey, Bo, what's this I'm hearing about what you're saying? I thought
just this shit is incredible." By the way, you guys are going to believe this. I just pulled it up. This actual South Carolina statute, literally is called the 3 strikes law. Like what? I was saying that because I'm like, I don't know what it's called, but like that makes logical sense to me to call it that. Look, you guys, literally it's the 3 strikes law. You can't make this shit up. South Carolina, thank you for calling it something that like literally that's a logical name for it, but that's what I was saying as a nickname instead of like some bunch of numbers. So there it is. So Jack swirling. I know that attorney anyway. I feel like I know so many of these South Carolina attorneys. It's kind of insane. So okay, that's not actually as it pertains, but well, it is, but for the white collar crimes. Okay, let me pull this up here. So okay, well, I'll look for it. The specific one as it pertains to the white collar crimes, and then I'll pull that up. But until I find it, we'll just continue on watching this incredible testimony.
Everyone goes to dinner, or it's immediately after. I'm not 100% certain. But the room's full of lawyers, and Alex sees me, and he comes across, and he gets up close in my face and says, "Hey, Bo, what's this I'm hearing about what you're saying? I thought we were friends." And
they
I replied,
all
"We are friends. If you don't think I can burn your house down and that I'm not doing everything, I'm not going to do everything, you're wrong. You need to settle this case."
Okay. And so what was the point of that conversation? What was, if you can explain to the court what y'all were talking about, what is Alec upset to as you understood it?
That he was going to have to pay was what he was hearing. That's what it was. That's what the point of it was. We're friends. I took it as he tried to intimidate me. He didn't intimidate me. and sort of bully me into backing off.
Was there a mediation in September of 2019?
There was, no, September of 20.
Before we get there, we move into early March of 2020, and we probably all know the answer to this, but what happened in March of 2020 that kind of changed the world?
COVID, court shut down.
And did that have an effect on slowing down things in the court systems?
It definitely stopped the court system. We continued to take some depositions, primarily law enforcement. It was at the scene early on, and then ultimately, when everything finally shut down, I'm not sure if it's...
Another good question. Because of what I just said, remember the whole thing about we can't get blood from a stone? Right? You can't get blood from a stone. Paul wasn't even 21, so he was underage drinking, first of all. He has no money. They can't sue him for anything. Now, Paul, before he died, had criminal charges pending, but they can't sue Paul for anything, right? He's a college kid. Now you might say, well, but still, how does that connect to Alex? Because this is where the negligence comes in. And I think he's going to talk about it because basically, because Alex let his son, who he knew was drunk or should have known was drunk. And I say that because that's actually the standard. It was like known or should have known, right? Because he reasonably knew or should have known that his son was drunk, and he did know his son was underage, right? Essentially, it's like he was negligent as a father by letting his son drive the boat. But the reason they want to go that route is because Alex is the one who they think has the money, but they know Paul's not going to have money. You can't sue, again, if the thing hadn't happened with Gloria Satterfield, and if they were fully insured the way that they would have been, were it not for the Gloria Satterfield thing, they wouldn't have even had to go down this road because the insurance payout would have been enough. They had to go down this road because he was underinsured.
If it's May or April, then we were sort of confined to our offices.
Did you, during the course of COVID, take the opportunity to sort of present the case to a mock jury to get an idea of how that jury might respond?
I did.
And were the results very favorable for your client and not favorable for Alec?
They were.
Okay. Did you ultimately communicate that fact to the defense?
I did.
Had you come into possession of some social media videos that you believe would be very advantageous to proving your case and achieving a large recovery?
I did. And I shared those with John Tiller.
Let me get something marked real quick.
Yeah, Marc. Y'all are going to do even better if you ever do golf trivia again. Y'all will be on top of it.
And see if you recognize that document.
I did. I do.
Right. And what is that document?
It's a screenshot of text messages between myself and Tabor Vox. Tabor is assisting me in the boat crash case.
All right. Could you turn the screen to me real quick, please? All right. There's a reference here at the top. They damn sure aren't a placeholder or venue defendant, but they were hoping so. And then you respond about not walking, just taking $500K and not walking away from someone who's desperate proof. Is that correct?
That's right.
And I'm sure the court is aware, but just really quickly, what's being said there about Alec not being just a placeholder or venue defendant?
Well, so there are a couple of things going on here. In October of 20, I filed a motion to compel. Alec said he was broke. He doesn't have any money. He may be able to cobble together some amount of money,
All right.
but he's broke.
Motion to compel. Y'all know very well. Take everything you know about motions to compel, and it's the same thing. But remember when I was talking about this and I said that what's Alex going to do? He's going to try to hide assets, right? Potentially. And what's Tinsley going to do? Remember what I said? His job is to find out how much money he is actually worth, right? And what he needs to do that is access to Alex's finances. So now think of your motion to compel, same. He's representing the victims. Alex is saying he's broke and he doesn't have a penny to his name. And Tinsley's like, that's bullshit. So he's filing a motion to compel to turn over financial records. All right.
He was broke. He doesn't have any money. He may be able to cobble together some amount of money, but he's broke. And I didn't believe it. So I filed a motion to compel. And about a week after I'd filed that motion to compel, Danny Henderson, who again was Alex's personal lawyer, came to my partner, said he couldn't believe that we were going after Alec personally. It was a line in the sand that I'd crossed, a number of things like that. So that's what this conversation is about. And, you know, by November, this is, I think, November of 2020, the Beach family, they want accountability. They want a pound of flesh, and whatever that's going to be, it's only going to be through a jury or through a substantial settlement.
All right, well, let me back up and we'll get to the motion to compel in a second. You mentioned that you had been told by the defense.
Here's the thing, in civil cases, the reason that they usually settle is this. Because again, remember, like I said, you're usually dealing with insurance companies. So when you take, all right, when these insurance companies have fuck tons of money, right? When you take somebody who's been, you know, let's take med mal, for example, right? Okay, like medical malpractice, like a doctor botches a surgery or something like that, right? And the doctor has whatever type of insurance that doctors use to cover this type of thing, whatever. And let's just say that the victim of the surgery is now like, you know, I don't know, whatever. Like they cut off the wrong leg, whatever the thing is, right? Things happen that are even worse than that. It's like civil lawsuits can be just as gnarly as criminal cases, to be honest, in terms of what the victims go through. And the only reason that they're happening civilly is because there may or may not also be an overlap for criminal charges that can be brought forth. Sometimes there's both, but not always, right? And so, but anyway, but imagine you've got a victim who's been really hurt, and then you've got this insurance company, and most people hate insurance companies. So when you go in front of a jury and they see this, and this is what happened, like if you guys watched the J Hatch or Kowalski v. J Hatch from like a year or two ago, great example, right? John Hopkins, All Children's Hospital, and then the victim Maya Kowalski and her mom, like that killed herself, but you know, relatedly potentially to things that were going on with the child, and the child was harmed by the hospital. And this hospital has more money than God, right? Basically. And you look at how this family suffered and all this. And it's like, that's a great example of it, right? And it was a med mal situation. And it's like, imagine to any juror whose side they're going to be on. Just think about that. When you've got people that, again, duty, breach, causation, damages, they breached their duty of care, right? They fucked up. The people done fucked up. And the people that fucked up aren't even the ones that have to pay. It's the insurance company, right? So let's just say again, like, well, a doctor fucks up, or a doctor's not the one that's going to pay. It's the insurance company that represents probably the doctor or the hospital. Think about that, right? So the doctor's not even the one who's going to have to pay, but the insurance company will pay. And they have more money than God, and it's not going to even make a difference to them. And so imagine what a jury is going to do, right? Because oftentimes juries get to choose how much money they want to give the victim, okay? And so there can be what they call the punitive damages, which is like just to punish them, right? So, and it depends by the state. In some states, there's like a cap on how much, but in some places there isn't really, and the jury can just pick a number, whatever number they want. And that can be to reimburse for the medical bills, for the future income that they're not going to make, all kinds of things. I mean, the list is really long of all the stuff, you know, shortened lifespan, all this, and then, you know, emotional damages and all this stuff, right? And then at the very end, then they get to the punitive damages, and that's like just to punish the insurance company, basically, because you want to punish the person who hurt the other person, but that's the only way you can do it. So anyway, all that to say, when you imagine somebody who's very sympathetic, and then you've got this other person, again, represented, and they've got the insurance company, you can imagine why these cases oftentimes settle and don't go to a jury. Because guess what a jury is going to do? They're going to say, sky's the limit, give them all, give them everything, right? That's what they're going to do. I don't think that there would ever be an example of a time where a jury would award less than what the insurance, because the insurance company, if they settle outside of court. It's a negotiation process, and they make a settlement outside of court, and then both parties agree, and then the insurance money just gets paid out, and that's it, right? That's why most of these cases settle. And the reason, again, is because it behooves the insurance companies not to take it to trial. Now, if you're a plaintiff's lawyer, you're fine with it going to trial, right? Because you're going to get even more money for your client that way, usually, if they're willing to take it to trial, right? But for the insurance companies, it behooves them to settle. So what does that mean? The insurance companies, there's a lot of strategy involved. So what they're going to want to do is they're going to want to make sure that they don't lowball the plaintiff's lawyer, or, or the victim, right? They're going to want to make sure that they offer something substantial enough, because what happens is if they're going to lowball and say, yeah, we'll settle for whatever, and it's like half of what they should, then they're fine. See you at court. We'll see you at trial, right? You see what I mean? So therefore, it gives an incentive to the insurance company to make a fair settlement, because they don't want to go to trial, right? You see what I mean? So so hopefully that kind of makes sense. It's very interesting. Civil cases are very interesting. I hate that we don't get to see nearly as many of them, but they're really, really, really interesting. So yeah.
That's essentially that Alec had no money, correct?
He's broke.
Right? Did they say he could cobble together a certain amount?
Thought he could cobble together $1 million.
$1 million. And
Cobble
did you
together.
believe that was accurate?
It couldn't be.
Right? And why did you not believe that was accurate?
Well,
Yes, correct. Generation of. Yep. Also welcome.
you practice law, not necessarily with, meaning in the same case, but when you go to a roster meeting,
Yep.
if there were 50 cases on the roster in Hampton, Alec may have had 50 or 60 of those percent of those cases. And so they're actively being settled. I know that he's actively making money, and you just can't possibly be broke.
There it is. You can't
if you're
possibly.
making money, not the way he was making money.
Yep.
And then beyond that, I mean, my clients have known Alec and his family forever. And so their perspective is that there's generational wealth as well.
Did you, was $1 million going to be enough money from your client's perspective to settle this case?
It wasn't enough from my perspective.
Okay.
I can explain that if you want.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So one of the things that I didn't appreciate, that I came to appreciate by this point in time is that, and it may not make a whole lot of sense, but if I told a lawyer who does what I do that I'd settled the case, there's a lot of speculation, because I've had cases with the firm and members of the firm are my friends, that somehow there's a fix on. I think for a long time, Alec thought there was a fix on, that he was just a placeholder, a venue defendant.
Right.
And so if I told you I've settled the case, and then the next question would be, what did you settle it for? I said, well, I took the insurance company. If you knew what I know and what plaintiffs lawyers know, you'd think, well, there was a fix. The only reason I would take it is because there was a fix. I didn't see a substantial difference between that number and $1 million. And so I thought that if you told 10 lawyers who were knowledgeable about these kinds of matters, I took $1 million from Alec, who from everyone's perspective has lots of money, is making piles of money, they would think that it was a fix. So before we even get to what's a fair amount, what should you take? The analogy I use with my clients is kind of like that show Deal or No Deal. You may have the $1 million suitcase, or you may have a zero suitcase. But it's not until there's a significant enough offer that you could do worse that you should settle a case, any case. And so at $1 million, it just there wasn't any risk to them that would prompt me to recommend them to take it.
Yeah.
Did you,
Remember, so that's a great example. Remember, I was just saying the lowballing. Yeah. $1 million. That's like what I was saying with the lowballing, right?
for formal or informal offer to them that involved the real property as well as any sort of payment plan?
When I was told that Alec was broke, I offered him a payment plan. Sometimes when you settle cases, medical malpractice cases, for instance, with the JUA, they will make payments. I offered for him to sign over Moselle and the beach house, open his books to see that he was broke, and then work out a payment plan on the balance.
So when you say, okay, you say he's broke, I don't believe that. Show me the books to prove that. What was your response from Alec's defense?
Well, it was sort of stonewalling to begin with. I mean, ultimately, I got a formal response, which was an objection that prompted the motion to compel in October
Motion to compel.
2020.
Motion to
Let me get this mark real quick.
Is he begging the court?
Page 402. See from
My motion to compel, which
Okay.
attaches Alec's responses to the interrogatories and request for production.
All right. And when was this filed?
October 16th, 2020.
All right.
Interrogatories. Yeah, and literally, because like his own house. I mean, again, I think he did that to himself. But yeah, literally burned down houses, literally and figuratively.
All right, I'm going to put Exhibit B. About what you're talking about opening the books.
Correct.
All right. And if you would, tell me what your interrogatory was asking for in number 1, please.
Well, in its broad terms is,
Well, let's just read it real quick if we could, please.
all
Can you
right,
read that?
list all checking and or savings accounts, including credit union accounts, certificates of deposit, 401k accounts, SEP accounts, IRAs maintained by you individually and or jointly with any others, or any other accounts over which you had signature authority in any capacity.
I mean, the things that this would uncover, the list is so long. For the fake forge there's so many things that just blow my mind. Even the fake forge alone, it was insanity. How many people would actually have had the gall to even do that in this day and age? Like, it's mind-blowing. Like, that is so insane. It's like there's like the manipulating people and because they trust you into thinking that they're putting their money into an annuity, and then when they're like not seeing their payments and they're asking about it, you're just like bullshitting them. That's one thing. But then there's like the manipulating and using the people that will help you at the bank. That's another thing. But then there's like knowing that the law firm is just going to trust you enough that when they see Forge versus Forge Consulting LLC, that when they see the name Forge, they're just going to think it's one and the same. And it's just actually your own bank account. Like, it just blows my mind.
Regardless of whether or not the account or accounts have been closed from February 2019 to present.
Right. And ultimately, what was the Alex Defense's response to that, generally? You don't have to read that, but just tell me.
It was overly broad, unduly burdensome, and irrelevant.
And so ultimately, you filed a motion to compel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the idea was, if you say you're broke, show me the books, and they had refused to with the response to this interrogatory, as well as others. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the thing is this, right? If he was actually let's just say that Alex was legitimately broke and he wasn't doing anything illegal, let's just say that it's somebody who maybe pretended they had a lot of money, but they really didn't. And they were legitimately broke and there was nothing legal here. If they turned over their financial information and it was like, showed that they were broke, then that's it. No lawsuit, right? All he would have to do is turn it over. And if it would corroborate that he's broke, then that's it. They can't sue for money that's not there. Or if he turns it over and it says, yep, I've got $100 to my name, then they would, then that's whatever it is. So the thing is like the not turning it over is the thing that becomes red flaggy, because why would you not turn it over, right? And one of the things that can happen is maybe you're not turning it over because you are hiding assets, right? That would be the first thing you think of in these cases, in civil cases, because that's the thing that you're not supposed to do it, but it's a thing that can happen. But and that was also to a certain extent happening here. But the thing that Tinsley didn't know, at least initially, is like the reason he's not turning it over is because he realizes he will be spending life in prison if he does. More than likely, right? If jury convicts, but the evidence, there's so much evidence. It's like there's all this evidence, and once it's uncovered, it's going to pull that thread, and then there's no way out, right? That's why he pled. He pled to all the financial crimes for a reason.
To your knowledge, when information was being gathered by the defendant in this particular case, let me ask you this, who were his attorneys in the boat case, Alex's attorneys?
So his personal attorney, as I've said, was Danny Henderson, who is also a partner or shareholder with PMPED. Progressive had hired John Tiller, and John Tiller was a lawyer out of Charleston. He was mainly involved. At one point, there was Amy Bauer, who was an associate working with John Tiller, and then Elliot Condon. Ultimately, I think Amy left in February of 21, and by then I think Elliot Condon had been hired and was assisting John Tiller.
Okay. And Mr. Henderson is a partner in
Yeah, Danny Henderson, by the way, is the guy who was there in the back of the cop car when Alex gave his first law enforcement interview the night of the homicides. He was the dude in the back seat who was present there for that.
PMPED was also actively helping Alec, or representing Alec in this case. Is that correct?
He was.
And he's the one that initially had brought you the insurance coverages for Alec to get you a chance to look at them and see what might be available, correct?
That's right.
As this motion to compel gets filed, what, if anything, happened with the sort of the communications between your side and the defense side as we moved into the months following the filing of that motion to compel? We all already saw the one text. What else is going on as well?
Well, there's a lot of grumbling and sort of shock that I'm actually going to hold Alec personally responsible. Not so much with me, but like I mentioned, about a week after this, Danny Henderson contacts my partner. There were a number of times when Tabor Vox was contacted. And so nobody says anything directly to me in terms of that regard, but that's what's going on. It was said to them because they knew it would then be told to me.
When we look at the particular interrogatory right here that you have filed a motion to compel on, and what are you trying to get? What information are you trying to get with that interrogatory?
Well, the way to, again, like in my example of the deal or no deal, I mean, what I'm trying to do is put pressure. He doesn't want me to have access to his accounts. At the time, I think it's because I'll see how much money he actually is making and how much he has. And so, that's what I'm trying to do is put pressure on him to force him into a settlement. You don't want it disclosed. Here are the keys to the jail. You enter into an agreement and let's go settle the case.
In the event, though, he doesn't settle in response to this, what information are you trying to get?
Well, it's certainly not a number. It's certainly not Alec's estimation of what his net value is. I wanted the accounts because I knew that the only way that he could be broke is that money had been hidden. And so I was going to look for and trace or begin that process of doing that.
All right, and explain that to the court. When you say that you knew that if he was, quote, broke, in your estimation, money had been hidden, and so therefore you were going to look for and trace that information. What do you mean by that? Why did you think money had been hidden?
Well, there wasn't any way he could be broke. I mean, I know he's actively settling cases. Some cases, big cases, some cases, small cases, but they stack up lots of cases. He's handling a lot of cases. So there's just no possibility that he could be broke by anyone's definition.
If ultimately, and we'll talk more about this in a minute, if ultimately you've been successful in getting a list of the defendant's accounts, what would have been your next step?
Subpoenas.
Of those accounts?
To those institutions, yes.
Were you already aware that defendant had an account at the Bank of America?
I knew that he had a personal account with Bank of America. I knew he had an account with Palmetto State Bank. So I'm looking for the balance of accounts in terms of institutions and where else he had.
But you didn't know how many accounts or what those balances were or anything like that?
No, I had no idea. I knew he had multiple business entities. He had different LLCs. So I imagine there could be any combination of accounts out there, and some which would not have even been in his name.
After the motion to compel is filed, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 403 and see if you recognize that document.
Yes.
Tell me what that is.
Again, it's a screenshot of text messages between Tabor Vox and myself.
All right, put this up on the screen. All right, if you would, got this up on the screen. So can you tell me what's going on? And again, this is in April of 2021. Is that correct?
It is.
And tell me what's going on with this conversation right here and how it relates to these issues.
Yeah. So in August of 20, I found out I had cancer. And by November, I knew how bad it was. And so in January, I had stage 4 cancer, and I went to Florida from the end of January till April the 15th on my first round of treatment. So I'd just come back. Shortly before I was diagnosed with cancer, John Tiller was also diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. And there's some degree of urgency between John Tiller and myself to finish this case. While I was in Florida, I think I failed to mention that Greg Parker's convenience store was also a defendant in the first case. But Greg Parker had done a number of things. And so
about this, like where you've got multiple cancer diagnoses here and like both terminal, and like the thing at their end of their life, they're like, we need to just get this sorted before we die is like our last thing is this case. Like, isn't that crazy? Like that just goes to show you, right? Like how important this was for the victims' families.
So before I leave, The issue is Greg Parker's moved to transfer venue to Beaufort County, which is where I had done the mock jury. The focus group was in Beaufort County. And while I'm in Florida, things have changed in terms of what he's done that have changed my perspective, because when I left, I intended to go to Beaufort. By the time I get back, I think I'm staying in Hampton. And so this conversation is, for the first time I've said that I'm going to leave the case in Hampton. But if I think that Alec has fixed the jury, that he's done anything to affect the outcome of the trial, that I'm going to sue Paul and Maggie the next day in Beaufort.
Was that communicated to the defense?
Absolutely.
In the course of your investigation of this case, had you taken depositions of some of the officers who were involved in the investigation?
We did.
And at some point, was that some issues arose that were communicated to the state grand jury?
You're the one that tells me everything happens here is secret, so you tell me. But
I'm asking you today.
But yes.
Ultimately, and while you were in Florida in March and April of 2021, to your understanding, that the state grand jury reached out to you for information that you had uncovered in your investigation of the investigation into the boat crash?
Correct. And specifically the handling of the criminal investigation by law enforcement.
The investigation into the investigation.
Correct.
Let me show you what's been marked as states 404, 405, and 406 to your for this hearing, and see if you recognize those.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Generally.
I do.
All right. And tell me what's going on here, please.
There were a number of motions pending in the boat crash case. They had been pending for some time. I mentioned one a moment ago, a motion to transfer venue. There were some motions to amend. And so Judge Hall had set those motions to be heard. My recollection is May the 10th, 2021. So I'm back now. I got a couple weeks to sort of get my wits about what's going on, and the motions are scheduled to be heard.
And that's May 11th, 2021.
It's either the 10th or my recollection is the 10th. I know the emails say something different, but and in the week before, I don't know that John Tiller always knew how many chemotherapy treatments he was going to get or how long they were going to last until almost immediately before. So on or about May the 7th, John knew that the day of our hearing, his chemotherapy was going to run long and he wouldn't be done. And he had asked the judge to continue the motions, including the motion to compel.
All right. And looking at, again, we're now looking at states 405. What was the judge's initial response to Mr. Tiller's request to have that hearing continued based on his chemotherapy?
That we were going forward as scheduled, and that it says Mr. Condon, but it meant Ms. Condon would be able to handle it.
All right, looking at states 406, what happened after that?
Ultimately, what happened is, my recollection is I sent another email to the judge expressing that I really didn't have, they were mainly my motions. Parker's had some motions, but that I didn't have a problem with continuing to accommodate Mr. Tiller. And the judge finally set a status conference for, maybe it was May the 11th.
All right. Just said that initially Judge Hall did not want to continue the May 2021 hearing, saying that there was another lawyer for Alec's side that can handle it, correct?
Correct.
And then you kind of interceded and said that this would work, and so it was rescheduled. Is that correct?
After a status conference.
After the status conference, it was rescheduled at that status
It,
conference?
it was rescheduled to June 10th.
June 10th? All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as stage 407 and stage 408. You just quickly tell me if you generally recognize those documents.
I do. One is an email from John Tiller saying that the judge's law clerk said that the judge would be sending a message telling us that the hearing was going to be rescheduled to June 10th. The other is the email from the law clerk.
All right, so the hearing that was initially in May that Judge Hall did not want to reschedule was rescheduled for June 10th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And ultimately, that would be to hear a number of things, but one of the most significant things would be your request for a list of all checking accounts from Alec, all identification of all accounts. Is that correct?
It is correct that that motion was going to be heard.
And ultimately, when the murders happened, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 408. What happened to that particular hearing that was scheduled that way?
It was continued.
All right. And is that what's reflected in this email right here?
It is.
And then Exhibit 407?
It is.
After the murders happened, let me ask you this. You know Alec and have worked with him for a number of cases, is that correct?
I had not worked with Alec in a number of cases, but I've known him for a long time.
Okay, but you were generally familiar with him as a lawyer, is that right?
I was.
And what was your assessment of his skills as a plaintiff lawyer? What was he particularly good at?
He was particularly good at reading people, making people feel like they were the most important person in the room, and capitalizing on surprise with the defense. You have a case with Alec. He hasn't done anything. It's Monday morning of the roster. Maybe you expect it to be continued. And he says, I'm ready for trial. And so he leveraged a lot of settlements that way.
All right. Was he good at understanding the emotional and sympathetic aspects of plaintiff's work and tort work that can be so crucial in defining what recoveries can be in these types of cases?
Yeah, I think he was particularly good at reading people and knowing what made people tick.
You've testified that you had made it very clear to the defense throughout this time period that you were seeking a substantial personal recovery from Alec and had been told, well, he's broke, which you then responded, I don't believe that. Show me the books, correct?
Correct.
And that was what was on the table for June 10th, 2021, correct?
Among other things,
Among
yes.
other things. So that's on the table, correct?
Correct.
After the murders happened, did that have any effect on your assessment of the case against Alec, and particularly as it relates to the sympathies and the emotion of the case, which can be so important to recovery?
Yes.
Explain that to the court.
Well, initially, probably say the first week, there was the shock and horror of what had happened. And nobody really thought about anything other than that. But pretty quickly, I recognized that the case against Alec, if he were a victim of some vigilante, would in fact be over. It would be over.
And explain just quickly to the court why that's the case.
Well, when you're asking for a money judgment, people have to be motivated to give you that money judgment. If you represent Attila the Hun versus some sweet old grandmother, nobody's going to give Attila the Hun money. They would give money to some sweet grandmother. So if Alec had been victimized by a vigilante, nobody would have brought a verdict back against Alec. And I had other defendants in the case. So I would have ended the case against Alec.
You would have ended the case against Alec with just...
I probably, certainly there was $500,000 in insurance that was offered. I may have tried to see if he could cobble together the $1 million, but whatever the last offer would have been from Alec's side, that would have been the offer that we took.
You had mentioned before that you had advised the defense of some of the mock jury presentations that you had done and some of the results from that and how they were very favorable to your case. Is that correct?
The defense and some of Alec's partners, yes.
And it's fair to say, though, that as you just stated, that if Alec had been the victim of some sort of vigilante, those sympathies would have entirely changed as it related to Alec and Paul as well. Is that correct?
Certainly.
And that's led to what you your assessment then in the wake of these murders. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you receive any call or any communication from the Satterfields about any recovery in the Gloria Satterfield death?
At some point, my recollection is it's early September of 21. Eric Harriet came to my office about that. There are a number of articles in the paper or the papers that are talking about this previous wrongful death case and wrongful death settlement. And he came to my office at that time.
All right. And did you send them to someone?
I sent him to Eric Bland.
Oh, probably what's that? Nothing further this time, Your Honor.
By the defense.
Good morning, Mr. Tinsley.
How are you?
You testified at length to the state grand jury, basically this similar testimony you're giving here today. Is that correct?
The testimony I gave today is included in what I said to the state grand jury, yes.
And it seems like the gist of this is that you were suing Alex Murdaugh, who you believed was underinsured for this incident, and you're going to go after his personal assets. And that was going to put some financial pressure on him. Is that correct?
Probably not exactly. I mean, I don't mean to quibble with you over the words you used, but I don't think it was financial pressure because I was holding him personally accountable. I was insistent that he pay. I didn't see how a payment plan on a settlement would put any pressure on Alec. It was sort of a deal that he couldn't turn down from where I sat.
But you were asking for money.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. And the inquiry here today is about money, his finances, correct?
I don't think so, but it certainly concerns his money.
And you're anticipating you're going to go to trial. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're going to go to trial.
For anyone who isn't familiar, this is Mr. Barber. He's one of the defense attorneys. But this part is a really epic part coming up here where Tinsley just, dude, you'll see.
And get a verdict against Alex Murdaugh, correct? That was what you thought. That's where this was going.
No, I mean, I didn't see how any reasonable person wouldn't settle the case, especially Ellen. So I expected the case to settle. 90% of cases settle, maybe 99. But if we had to try it, yes, we were going to try it.
And if he were unable to offer more money, then your expectation on, say, on June 7th, for these murders, your expectation was if he doesn't offer more money, we're going to trial.
Any money.
Right.
It was no money.
Right.
No money been offered.
So your expectation then was we're going to trial.
If you offer me no money in a case that I'm pursuing against you, then the response is we are going to trial.
And you were pretty far from trial on June 7th, 2021, were you not?
No.
You believe you were close to taking it to trial?
There was an urgency because John Taylor knew that he had about a year to live. And we were going to try that case. My expectation was early fall, late summer.
You expected to try the boat case in the summer of 2020, late summer of 2021?
August, September, October, sometime in that time.
You felt like you were only 2 or 3 months away from trial?
Sure.
Even though we had all these pending motions that hadn't even been heard, including what venue to have?
I had tried the case 2 times with a Bickhardt jury during COVID. I was ready to go to trial.
On that day, on June 7th, you hadn't even yet asserted a negligent trustment claim against Alex.
Well, I had with John Taylor. John Taylor knew and had agreed to the amendment.
Right.
There were a number of things that Alex counsel had agreed to, including knowing that there was substantial punitive evidence in the case.
But you, at that time, you hadn't even asserted that claim to the court. That was before the court, was it? That was just a conversation with John Taylor.
That's the conversation that mattered, because John Taylor would be the one who would object to the late presentation of the evidence, the late presentation of an expert, and he had agreed to all those things.
But he had objected to the financial discovery you asked for.
Well, there was an objection posed, correct?
But he did object to that.
When that answer was given in October or September of 20, it was an objection.
And the hearing that motion to compel the financial detail, the testimony is that's just one of many motions that needed to be heard. Is that correct?
Correct.
There are many motions that had piled up and needed to be heard.
There were several.
There were several. Do you remember what they all were?
There was a motion to change venue. There was a motion to compel against Parker's. There was, Parker's had one or two motions. Some of the motions got resolved. One of which was this motion to assert admiralty in the case, and with the agreement that I would amend to assert your negligent entrustment claim to get in all of the evidence that they knew I had. That was resolved that way.
You've had a lot of motions practiced in this case with Parker's, haven't you?
More so since the murder.
But has that motions practice with Parker's been about the murders of Maggie and Paul?
Well, I mean, it's about it in the sense that that it certainly created a lot of additional issues to deal with, but not specifically.
There was a lot of motion practice about allegations of leaking of video from mediation, for example, correct?
I don't know about a lot, but I had filed a motion that I ultimately withdrew.
And you believe that you were going to drag Parker's to a trial within 2 or 3 months, late summer of June 7th, even though we have all these fairly preliminary motions that haven't been heard: change of venue, asking amend pleadings, motions to compel discovery.
Yeah, maybe you've never tried a civil case. So when COVID happened and everything was shut down for 2 months, I got my case together. My case is not dependent on, if I'm forced to try it, the bank institutions where he has accounts. My case is not dependent on the leaked video. That's a separate matter and ended up being a separate lawsuit. So the answer is yes. I was ready to try my case.
And you didn't need, for example, an answer on the motion to compel that was pending against Parker's. You didn't actually need any of that stuff to go to trial against Parker's. Is that what you're saying?
You're talking about the percentage of financials, percentage of sales that alcohol made up in his profits? No, I didn't need that.
Well, let's put that up.
I wanted it, but I didn't need it.
So the reason this matters is because, remember, part of the state's theory is this gathering storm. What the defense is attempting to do here is to try to show that they weren't really expecting to go to trial that soon. And that therefore those motions, like the timing of these motions to compel is really fucking important, right? Because again, the turning over of the discovery for the boat case, if you remember, PMPED separately was discovering there were issues, but that is separate and also at the same time as this. But Alex doesn't know about PMPED discovering, right? Like he thinks he's all fine and dandy and everything he's doing is working. And it wasn't until one of the paralegals had that check that fell out of that folder or whatever, and that whole thing. So in other words, there's like multiple different avenues in which he can be just completely, like you're fucked, right? So, but these motions to compel, so in other words, for Alex, because he doesn't know what's going on with that, he thinks everything's fine with PMPD. So for Alex, these motions to compel would have been the thing that he would have known about that could have unraveled it for him at the time. So that's why the timing of this really matters in proximity to the June 7th, the date of the homicides, right? But the point being, the further out trial is, the further out it just, the whole thing is extended, right? You guys know how it is, right? If trial's happening sooner, motions to compel would happen sooner, and the defense would rather make it seem, I think, like the motions to compel would not have been coming that early. That's what she said.
Sure, what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 82. You recognize that?
It appears to be my motion to compel against Greg Parker's company.
Now,
82, please.
Now remember, because so this is civil, so they were suing. It's a joint suit, right? So they were suing. By they, I mean the Beach family was suing Parker's. I forget the name of the other establishment. The other establishment, the bar they went to, and then the Murdaugh family, right? And so whenever they're talking about Greg Parker, that's the owner of Parker's, which was the place that sold alcohol to Paul, who was underage and had a fake ID. Well, Buster's ID, I guess.
And this is the document on the screen that I've handed to you. So we have, it's not just buried in here is some request for financial information, but you're requesting answers to request for production 3, request for production 11, request for production 16, request for production 17, which is financial information, request for production 18, request for production 19, request for production 20, request for production 22, request interrogatory number 5, interrogatory number 8, interrogatory number 9, interrogatory number 10, interrogatory number 12, interrogatory number 13, interrogatory number 15, interrogatory number 18. It seems like it's quite a bit of discovery you're demanding from Parker's in this motion.
Which I would have had the answer to on June 10th.
So you did-
Either I was getting it or I wasn't getting it, but my case wasn't dependent on these things. They may have helped my case. They may have put pressure on Parker's camp like I was trying to put pressure on Alec, but the trial wasn't dependent on these things.
And turning to the motion to compel Alex, first, do you believe that the Judge Hall's initial request in May to go forward with pending motion hearings was telegraphing a ruling on that specific motion, or do you believe that that was him looking at these motions piling up and wanting to get some movement?
Yeah, I think so. There's nobody in the courtroom, maybe even including me, who wants the case resolved more than Judge Hall.
And when the late Mr. Tiller asked for a continuance, you don't believe that was any kind of stalling tactic, do you?
No.
That was a legitimate health-based concern.
And if you read my emails, you would see that I immediately agreed to it. John Tiller was my friend.
Bad.
With regards to what you're asking for from Alex, let's maybe pull that up. I believe the state has already marked this as an exhibit, but this is the motion to compel. Can we pull up 80, please? It's already been shown to you, but I'll show you when it's been marked as 80 for your reference. So this is asking for an order compelling production on interrogatories 9 and 10, and then a set of supplemental interrogatories and supplemental requests for production. Is that correct?
It is.
And if we turn to
And 9 and 10 are important as well. We didn't cover that, but I'm happy to speak to 9 and 10 because, 9 and 10 asked Alec about.
Sir, no one's asked you about it.
Okay.
We'll get to it, but first let's turn to
Tinsley's not gonna like that.
answers to first supplemental interrogatories. This is the first page of Exhibit B. So we can see what it is that is being asked for.
There's no D in mine, I'm sorry.
B.
Oh,
Exhibit
B.
B. It's the first page of what's Exhibit B
Barber,
here.
by the way,
It's right there, that's it.
Barber was my favorite of his defense attorneys. He did a really good job. Poot and Jim have their own style, whatever. But I think in terms of the lawyering and also just the style, like Barber was really good. I really liked Barber a lot. And actually, there were a lot of different things that happened in trial, even post-trial, where it seemed like had they used Barber more and relied on Barber for this or that, different things, it would have been more successful. I would love to know what the jurors thought about Poot, because I don't know that we really know. I mean, the ones that spoke out, I guess it's like the egg juror in that book or whatever. But anyway, yeah. If anyone remembers what the jurors, if you heard anything about what the jurors thought of Poot, let me know. I can't remember off the top of my head.
It's the first page after the motions, it'd be page 9 of the PDF.
They're not
So
numbered, but
Mr. Waters asked you about this list of all checking savings accounts, retirement accounts. And then you don't have to highlight or expand this stuff. All stock, and then number 2, all stock certificates, and we go to the next page. All property interest of property of every kind whatsoever from February 24, 2019 forward. all life insurance policies, 4 or 5, all personal financial statements submitted to any bank, et cetera, profit sharing plans, pension plans, et cetera. Doesn't this look like supplemental discovery after you get a judgment? Supplemental proceedings?
I've never been involved in supplemental proceedings. So no, I don't think so. This is what my people needed answers to before they would agree to take anything that Alec would have offered.
In tort cases against individuals, in this case, a negligence in entrusting a boat and an alcohol-related incident, before there's even motions for summary judgment, before there's any consideration of whether a case has been made for punitive damages, do you typically get this level of financial discovery of defendants?
I think so. I think the judge ultimately agreed to give it to me.
He agreed to give it to you?
Sure.
But I thought the hearing didn't happen.
Well, you thought wrong. There's a lot of papers, so maybe you got confused.
Oh
He
my
granted
God.
this motion?
Tinsley.
I think so. You want to see the order?
There it is. Here we go. Wait, watch. Dude.
It's the record, October 7th, 2021.
The epicness of this. This went like viral at the time in the world of law. Let's watch this again.
But I thought the hearing didn't happen.
Well, you thought wrong. There's a lot of papers, so maybe you got confused.
Unbelievable.
He granted this
Love it.
motion?
I think so. You want to see the order?
Yeah.
Pulls it
It's
out.
the record, October 7th, 2021.
Incredible.
And correct me if I'm wrong, what you've highlighted here is that Mr. Tiller, because of circumstances beyond his control, unable to gather, provide necessary information, answer requests and interrogatories. Once the information is made available to Attorney Tiller, the court will schedule a hearing.
If necessary. You forgot the last part.
If necessary. The
Yes.
court will schedule a hearing
That's
if
right.
necessary.
Which
If
means,
Mr. Tiller, the attorney on the case, can from his own client get the information. This is no way says that the court granted this motion, does it, sir?
only to you, I think. I mean, it's clear that John said that Alec was unavailable because he was in rehab at the time. He couldn't get the material. He's going to get the material, and the judge ordered you get the material. And if we need to schedule a hearing because you don't have the answers that you want, Mr. Tinsley, then we'll reschedule the hearing.
But this is an order that says the court will schedule a hearing on this motion to compel if necessary. It's
My
not
only-
granting the motion to compel, sir, is it?
Oh, I think so. I think if he was just going to deny it as you suggest, then it would have just said denied, or it's
If it was
it's
granted, would
premature.
you say granted?
Yeah, I think that's what it says. It's a practical matter when parties have discovery motions, oftentimes, like Alec has in his own statement said he was working on getting the answers. The reason is you give the answers because you don't want to face what could happen in the argument with the judge. So my point is that if the judge were going to say it's premature, you're not going to get it, it's denied, any of the things you suggested in your motion, he would have said that. That's not what he did. That's not what happened.
This is I just want to get the date that this order is, which is October 6, 2021. You asked for financial information in the motion that was pending against Parker's that was also going to be heard on June 10th.
It was different and for different reasons.
You asked for alcohol sales, correct?
What I explained to Judge Hall is that they say he's broke. And before my people.
No, sir, I'm asking what you asked for from Parker's. I'm pretty sure that wasn't, they say he's broke. What were you asking for from Parker's?
I asked for, among other things, the percent of alcohol sales that made up his net profit, I believe.
And this was like the dram shop action
That's
against
it.
Parker's, correct? They sold the alcohol.
Like the dram shop action,
Okay.
yes.
And did you get a ruling on that? That request for that financial information from Parker's that was going to be heard on that June 10th date, just along with all these other motions that had piled up in a case that apparently wasn't moving very
Well,
quickly.
I understand you don't want to acknowledge what I've handed you, but.
Sir, I asked you what the ruling was on the motion.
Well,
From Parker's.
It was very limited, and as it related to the percent of sales of alcohol that made up his profit, it was premature. The judge ruled, unlike he did in that order I handed you, that it was premature at the time.
Why was it premature?
Well, the difference between Parker's and Alec is that Alec had, and his lawyers had 25 videos of alcohol. They had the punitive damages evidence. You didn't see that with Parker's. It was just a straight up transaction and sale. So to the extent you're suggesting that there wasn't this evidence, there were these mere allegations of negligent parenting, that wasn't the case. That wasn't the
You
argument.
presented that evidence to the court?
I didn't have to present it to the court. That's what you don't understand. John Tiller knew about it. John Tiller is the one who's responding because John Tiller knows ultimately he's going to be in front
So
of the
you're saying
judge.
the court was granting your motion, though obviously it was saying there might be a hearing on the motion, and maybe at that hearing you would present some evidence in support. But
I don't think that's what it says.
I mean, You asked for financial information for Parker's. It was deemed premature because it related to punitive damages, correct?
It was different than the motion it related to.
Because the law is how much money you have is a factor for punitive damages, correct?
Well, you're making statements of law. I'm telling you what was happening, and what was happening is that Alex lawyers knew what the evidence was. They knew what the amendment was going to be and the allegations. And he knew ultimately he was going to be back in front of Judge Hall making some ridiculous argument that appears you're suggesting now.
And again, the gist of this is that there was perhaps going to be this judgment day, I think is the term the state has used, but that was going to be trial, right? That was going to be the verdict. That was going to be judgment day, not this motion hearing where there's a pile of motions that have piled up. And we saw the one that asked for financial information was deemed premature.
Not at all. You know, what was going on is, as I've said a number of times, Danny Henderson was very involved. Danny Henderson was a shareholder. Before I would have gotten the bank account information, before I would have seen the records, Danny Henderson would have seen those records. And I've seen the records. I've seen all the bank statements. Now, it would have been apparent to Danny Henderson, and I believe it would have been apparent to me what Alec had been doing.
Yep.
So that's the judgment day.
There it is.
Is the discovery. And there were a lot of threads that were being pulled, and it was subject to unraveling at any moment. And if those records were
Literally.
disclosed, if Danny Henderson reviewed those records, he would have known there's no way Alec's getting these checks. There's no way these checks are going to Forge. There's no way that this money should be transferred.
And even if, hypothetically, had this hearing on the 10th, and you got a different ruling regarding Alex Murdaugh than you got against Parker's, but for some reason it's not premature to him, isn't it true all you would have been enabled, all you could have gotten would have been a net worth statement, financial statement?
Not even remotely close.
Isn't that, you don't, in your opinion, there's no case law out there saying that's what you get, you know, that's the measure for punitive damages, net worth. There's no such case in your opinion as an attorney.
I had 7 circuit court orders where the circuit court had ruled that you don't bifurcate discovery, that it wouldn't be proper to have denied the motion, and then what are we going to do? We're going to try the case, and suddenly we're going to stop the trial and go and do the discovery? No. And so I had 7 circuit court orders that I handed up to Judge Hall that supported our position. I think that that's what Judge Hall did in his order. And again, you know, the issue is not that complicated. It's, does he have the ability to pay? Is he broke such that these people should accept this pitiful offer if he could cobble it together?
But sir, that's not what you get on a motion to compel, is it? Right? You just said the ability to pay so your client can make a decision on whether to accept a settlement offer, but that is not what the motion to compel is about, is it? It's about evidence for trial. That's the legal standard, is it not?
No, the motion to compel was about putting pressure on Alec. I didn't really give 2 cents about whether or not he ultimately had money, because I knew he had money. I didn't need those things. The fact that he didn't want me to have them is the reason that I'm pushing it.
So,
I just didn't know why he didn't want me to have them at the time. I do now.
so the motion to compel was to put pressure on Alex. It wasn't about an expectation the judge was actually going to give you this stuff on June 10th?
If you're a good plaintiff's lawyer, everything you do in a case is to put pressure on the other side.
But the expectation of the outcome of a hearing on June 10th was not that you're going to get to launch a full-scale forensic audit because you had a conversation with someone whose lawyer said, oh, he's broke, and you didn't believe it. Not at that stage of the litigation, sir, is it? That's not what's going to happen, is it?
I don't think you need a full-scale forensic audit for something a 5-year-old could see. So, no.
Well said.
You wanted pretrial ability to pay discovery to inform whether or not to accept compulsive discovery, compelled, so that your client could decide whether or not to take a settlement offer.
I know you don't like the answer, but I'm telling you, I did not care about the answer. What I cared about was putting pressure on Alec. I think that your assessment of the law is wrong, and I didn't really care whether I got it at the end of the day. I knew he didn't want me to have it. And so that's what I was doing, was putting pressure on him. Would have suited me fine not to have ever gotten anything and to leverage it into a settlement and gone on about my way. That's not what happened.
So the motion was not about obtaining information that may have been relevant at trial. It was about getting information to inform whether or not your client would take a settlement offer.
What I told Judge Hall was, they say he's broke. My people have lived in Hampton their entire lives. They do not believe he's broke. If he's broke, we need to open the books and let them see it so that they can then form an informed opinion about what they should do. It didn't have anything to do with the trial. It had to do with the case and resolving the case.
And then I think we briefly touched on Satterfield. Just to be clear, they came to you, the first time they came into your office was September 21?
It's either late August or early September, but very early September. And since now I'm thinking that since the roadside shooting, whatever that ridiculousness was the 4th, it could have been August.
Okay. But it was well after June 7th.
It was after June 7th.
Thank you, Court and Bill.
Begging the court's indulgence.
Hearing had gone forward on June 10th. This was a Thursday. What outcome did you expect?
The same one that we got when it went forward. The judge hadn't seen.
Well, I mean, the outcome wouldn't have been the court will schedule a hearing. I mean, if the hearing had gone forward, what outcome would you have expected?
Well, now I know that Alec was working on Monday to get the information together. If the objection was sufficient, there's no reason he would be getting the information together on Monday. So I could have gotten the information. But since that didn't happen, if we had argued it, I think I would have had the same outcome. Because he didn't.
Let me just make it a little simpler. Would the court have issued an order, right? Some order would have issued on the motion.
I would expect an order to issue.
Break it down. An order would have issued at some point later, and what, if it were granting your motion, what would that order say?
I think it would say the same thing as.
Well, sir, that says a motion hearing will be scheduled if necessary. It obviously wouldn't say that. So what would the order granting the motion say?
Look, again, what it says is that once Mr. Tiller gets the information from Alec, gives it to me, if necessary, if I deem it insufficient, then we'll have another hearing and we'll argue about it. So that's what I expect.
Voluntary disclosure, and then if you deem that insufficient, we go have a motion to compel hearing?
That's the way motions to compel go every single day.
So if you deemed it insufficient, if the court actually had to issue an order on your motion, you would have gotten you've gotten his, the law firm books have been open to you?
I don't know that I'm asking for the law firm books. I'm asking for Alec's.
Right. Would you have gotten a financial statement?
No.
The court would have ordered every account detailed listed to you, all his personal accounts? Just because you asked for it to inform a settlement decision?
I was asking for the names of the institutions where he had accounts. I told you that.
Right, to subpoena.
Sure.
And,
but that's different.
And that would have been resisted, and there would have been further litigation. This process would have taken some time, would it, if it was resisted, right?
I'm not sure if what was resisted.
If you got the names of the banks and issued subpoenas, there would be motions to quash the subpoenas.
Well, you're right. Speculating the same as you're asking me to speculate. I'm trying to talk to you about what the judge actually did or what was actually in front of the judge.
Amazing.
I get you don't want to talk about that, but and we can speculate any number of things could have happened.
That at some point in the future, you would maybe get a voluntary disclosure, and if you didn't like it, then the motion would be heard, the motion to compel. That's what you say it says, right?
Well, if we had shown up and they had made the argument that you're advancing here, then maybe in this imaginary world, there's things that didn't happen, the judge would have actually ruled on it. We would have a ruling on whether or not it was relevant, whether or not I was entitled to it.
And you'd have been relevant for Alex, but not for Parker's.
Look, there are different things that are being asked here. And to your point, if it were the same, why didn't the judge sign the same order that you say he would have done? That's not what he did. At the same time we argued the Parker's motion, we argued the motion for Alec. And so he came to two different conclusions on those issues. One is he said it's premature. The other is that Mr. Tiller's going to get the information, give it to the plaintiffs, and if it's not sufficient, we'll have another hearing. I don't know how you can be any clearer than that. Judge, I've been thinking about you.
I know, right?
So just, and maybe we can agree on this. The hearing had gone forward June 10th. That day would not have been some sort of judgment day when everything unravels, correct? There would have been further activity, maybe voluntary disclosure, an analysis by you, whether it's
A million times.
adequate, another hearing if you thought it wasn't, maybe some subpoenas would go out. there was going to be some time after that. Is that fair?
I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June 10th, but the fuse was lit the moment that information became available in the case. Not as much to me, but certainly to Danny Henderson, who would have, like the phone records, like some of the other materials, reviewed it before I got it. And Alec would have known that.
I mean, in that analogy, aren't you really saying the fuse was lit and you were going after his assets, and that fuse was going to go down until trial because you're going to go to trial against him, and that's when the fuse would burn down?
I think the fuse was lit when he started stealing money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it wasn't going to be lit on June 10th.
They're certainly getting a lot more oxygen.
Right, but it was lit way before, and it was going to keep burning well after June 10th.
I don't know about well after, but it wouldn't have been Judgment Day on June the 10th, but he would have known it was beginning to unravel.
Not Judgment Day. No further questions.
Yes, sir.
And that's really the point, isn't it, though, that had that hearing taken place on June 10th, 2021, it could potentially set in motion, or was going to set in motion, a process
In motion.
that ultimately would not have ended until there was either settlement or disclosure of that information, correct?
I believe so.
And so just the fact of that hearing taking place, and whether it's an order or representations by the defense or whatever it is, that process, if it occurs, starts and it has an inevitable conclusion, correct?
Objection.
There's only one.
Objection, Your Honor.
No legal
Well
witness.
heard, dude.
If the hearing takes place on June 10th, 2021, what is the net effect of what could happen at that point?
The discovery of everything he's done.
Whether it happens that day or some point in time.
Correct.
You had filed this motion to compel, or had you filed this motion to compel because you had been advised supposedly that Alec was broke and you didn't believe it?
Exclusively for that reason.
And you believed that if he was broke, he had to be hiding assets?
And if he were hiding assets, he didn't want me to discover it, which would be the pressure point.
Were you merely asking for a financial declaration at this June 10th, 21 hearing?
No, I was, it's broader than that, but I wanted the institutions because I knew I couldn't trust the number I would have gotten
From Alec?
from him.
You were asked a little bit about having not pled certain theories yet at this point in time, such as negligent entrustment. Can you explain a little bit about why that was, if that was still out there?
It was only out there in the sense of the pleadings that were on file. I mean, John Tiller had already agreed to the amendment. It was already coming. I had shown him the videos a long time before that of alcohol, the Facebook, social media likes of Paul consuming alcohol, having alcohol. So only on the documents that were filed.
So were those issues though in play in your conversations with the defense?
I'm sorry?
Were those issues already in play in your conversations with the defense?
I'm not quite following you. Which issues?
Additional theories of liability that might not have been filed.
Oh, absolutely. No, I mean, those were, all I'm saying is that the black ink wasn't on the white paper, but John Tiller knew we had discussed, these are the issues.
I'm gonna hand this back to you, but I'll show you what's been marked as stage 407 so you can recognize that.
Yes, this is the order that I handed, whatever that lawyer's name was.
Mr. Barber?
Yes.
Oh, the shade of it. The shade.
Yes, this is the order that I handed, whatever that lawyer's name was.
Whatever
Barber?
that lawyer-
Yes.
whatever that lawyer's name was. Oh, wow.
And that's from October of 2021, is that correct?
It is.
You had previously testified that $1 million, was not going to be enough, at least prior to the murders. Is that correct?
Correct.
Had you come up with a number that had been conveyed that was far, far in excess of that?
A demand to Alec?
Yes.
Yes.
And that also included signing over Moselle and Edisto?
It was an option.
as well as a payment plan?
Payment plan was an option. I mean, it was, you could pay this amount, you can sign over these properties, work out a payment plan on the balance. I didn't care how we got it done. It was just a matter of him doing it.
Was the payment plan an option because you believe that he still would have a lucrative law practice from which he could generate money to pay your clients?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Nothing else.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Step down.
All right.
Next witness.
Your Honor, a couple things. Our next witness would be Ronnie Crosby.
Ronnie.
Just to let the court know, your court indicated Friday that we had kind of already established, as far as clear and convincing evidence on the law firm issues. Mr. Crosby would be here about that meeting I referenced to, Your Honor, just to establish the circumstances of that. I don't plan at this time to get into testimony that he may offer about the circumstances of the fake forwards and all of that, based on Your Honor saying that you had heard sufficient evidence regarding that. So I just wanted to make sure that was acceptable to the court. I did want to cross the bridge, though, of this meeting on June 10th as to the circumstances of it. Again, and thus that if there was no attorney-client privilege to that because of the presence of third parties, then at that time, we don't have to do it on the stand, but I would, make myself, prep in the evening or whatever, privy to that particular conversation.
The other comment about the attorney-client privilege issue, Mr. Griffin.
Your Honor, I'm still at a loss as to what he's attempting to accomplish through this.
He wants to call
Right.
some of the folks as witnesses who were there when you were there, along with Mr. Murdaugh.
Right.
And so is the question.
Oh, right. Because dude, it's such a mess. Because remember, Jim Griffin is like longtime friend of Alex's, and Jim Griffin was there like when all those lawyers came over right after the murders, because that's all his friends are lawyers, and they were all talking at the house. Jim Griffin was one of those people. There's other moments as well. I can't even remember them all, where Jim Griffin was present. And it's like, holy fuck, like, yeah. So that's what they're talking about, the conflict of interest.
These witnesses are going to testify as to what Alec and I were talking about, because we've had attorney-client privilege conversations every day in this courtroom, and there are 250 people in this room. Does that mean that the conversations are not privileged? I don't think so. And so it really is more nuanced than is someone else in the room. And I don't.
Okay, what he's trying to argue is, because remember, whenever there's another person present, privilege is waived, right? So let's just say it's Alex in a room with his lawyer and other lawyers. Privilege is waived. They don't even have to just be like lay people or whatever. Now, obviously, this is a stupid example, because clearly all the time, defendants, or plaintiffs for that matter, or if they're at trial, are in a courtroom with other people and are having confidential conversations with their attorney, obviously, right? So this is kind of grasping at straws, in my opinion. But that's what Jim Griffin is wanting to assert, is like that those conversations when they were in a room full of people and Alex made a statement to him, he's trying to assert attorney-client privilege. Nope, not going to work.
I don't know if they overheard anything that I talked to Mr. Murdaugh about, and that's where this is going, or if the question is Mr. Murdaugh talking to Mr. Crosby, and is that privilege, or Mr. Murdaugh talking to Mr. Lee Coke, and is that privilege? I'm at a loss here.
I don't know either, but I'd say, as far as the law is concerned, that Mr. Griffin was not the lawyer for Mr. Crosby.
And that was the next thing I was going to say.
Or any other party. Mr. Griffin was solely the lawyer for Mr. Murdaugh. So there's no attorney-client privilege involving people that Mr. Griffin does not represent.
Sure, and I guess what I'm actually trying out of an abundance of caution to protect his attorney-client privilege. I mean, Mr. Griffin says he's at a loss, and I've been bending over backwards to make sure I'm not privy to something that Your Honor might find productive.
I don't know what you're seeking. There is no attorney-client privilege involving people that Mr. Griffin does not represent. If you have them as witnesses, and you want to call them as witnesses, if there are necessary witnesses to this hearing, you may proceed.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. We would call Ronnie Crosby to the stand.
All right, here we go. Hand break. Yeah, it is. It's a lot. It's very reminiscent, is it not, of Donna Adelson with like Dan Rashbaum, where it's like, why are people having these attorneys like that? It's not a good idea.
Okay, that is fine.
Court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record.
Look at all
Spell
those.
your last name.
Look at how many bottles of water have accumulated on the jury shelf thing. Wow. They know who's whose?
Ronnie Crosby, Crosby, Crosby.
Like
Mr.
Dr.
Crosby, how are you?
I'm okay.
Tell the court what your profession is and where you work.
I am an attorney practicing law with the Parker Law Group.
And are you a former law partner of the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I am.
You see him in the courtroom here?
I do.
And where's he sitting?
He is sitting between Mr. Griffin and Mr. Harpootlian at the defense table.
And again, this is an in-camera hearing, so you understand I'm not exploring everything that might, depending on the judge's ruling, be before a jury. But I do want to explore a particular meeting. Were you present for a meeting with in which the defendant spoke on June 10th, 2021?
I was.
And at this particular meeting, can you tell the court who all was present?
I'm not going to swear that I don't miss somebody because it was a fluid event. My recollection is it would have been late morning, midday that we gathered at Alec's brother John Marvin's place, which is not very far from Alameda that I've been talking about. And I know I'd been by to see Mr. Randolph that morning. There was going to be a meeting with law enforcement. They had given Alec a couple of days before they were meeting with him. And so we gathered there. I was present. Marc Ball was present. Lee Cope was present. John Marvin was present. At some point, I believe, I don't remember exactly when Buster arrived. Jim Griffin arrived at some point. And I want to say Corey Fleming was there. And there could have been others.
All right. While that group of people were assembled, did the defendant, and I don't want to get into the content, but did the defendant make any statements about what had happened on the night of June 7th, 2021?
He did. We were there as friends. We had been with him starting the night of the murders every day. And we were there for support. And he went over the events of that afternoon or that evening, starting from the time he got home from work until the discovery of Paul and Maggie.
Where was this discussion taking place? Was it inside, outside?
We were in John's house there. I guess, I don't know if he calls it a house or a hunting lodge, but we were inside. But largely, I mean, there was some in and out of the house as well, but the majority, we were all sitting in a room together. And I was doing more listening than talking.
And were these the statements being made by the defendant? Were they being made quietly to his counsel, or were they being made openly to all the people in the room?
Well, the statements that I heard obviously were for me to hear them. I was not overhearing a conversation that was private between Mr. Griffin and Mr. Murdaugh. They did have some private conversations that the rest of us were not privy to, but so there's a mixture of that.
But there were private conversations that you don't know what they were because you weren't privy to those, correct?
Correct. And this was before, I believe, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division agents arrived at this location.
To be clear for the court, you did at other times, aside from this meeting or this discussion, have conversations with Alec about his activities the night of June 7th, 2021. They were outside of this. Is that correct?
Well, that's correct. I mean, obviously, we all were in shock, but also wanted to try to find out what all had went on because we, as we got past that night of June 7th and the morning of June 8th, we're all, trying to help find out what had happened and who may have been a potential suspect.
But in this investigation and in preparation, you were instructed to stay away from those until from that meeting, as opposed to the other ones that weren't in that meeting, out of an abundance of caution until we could get guidance from the court as to whether or not those in any way were protected. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, we had multiple conversations, as you might expect, all of us in a group, and it may be pieces and parts. But what you and I have discussed up until now have been outside of what was discussed on June 10th at John Marvin's house.
Your Honor, I don't believe I have anything further for purposes of this matter.
Anything further?
Yeah. Please, court.
Oh, boy.
Crosby, I believe Danny Henderson was also there.
Yeah, I told you I might miss one, but Danny was there. I don't think Danny was there at first, but he ultimately arrived.
And the meeting had been scheduled so that Alec and others, Brother Randy, for one, and John Marvin and Buster could be interviewed by SLED. Is that correct?
That's correct. The purpose was to, that SLED had scheduled a time, and I don't know who scheduled it, and you're correct, Randy was there. And it was essentially going over the timeline of the evening of the 7th, because knowing that that Alec was going to be interviewed, and I think Buster was, and maybe Randy and John Marvin over the course of that afternoon.
And you were not scheduled to be interviewed, correct?
I was not scheduled to be interviewed. And Jim, now that you speak of it, I do think that while Mr. Randolph did not come into the meeting, he and whoever brought him over did come by.
Right.
The two that I'd forgotten.
Yeah,
And then went back to Alameda.
where he died within hours of that, right?
He died as we were leaving, or right after we left this meeting with law enforcement. We were on our way back to, and Randy got a call.
Did you sit in any of the interviews conducted by SLED in the car?
I did not.
And Lee Cope was there, and he was not to be interviewed, right? That's not why he was present.
We were there as friends to provide support and listen.
And Marc Ball also was present.
Marc was, and I know Marc had some meetings with law enforcement about some concerns that he had, not, about potential suspects and safety of.
And had you recall whether you and or Marc and Lee had given Alec some advice about whether he needed to have a lawyer at this interview?
I don't remember that specifically, but knowing that you were already involved, I mean, any of us would have thought it was a good idea.
Okay. Do you know whether Alec considered you and Marc and Lee, as well as Danny and Corey, as his counsel that day? I mean, do you know what he was thinking?
I don't know what he was thinking, but he never approached me as his lawyer, or throughout this. I never had a perception that I was representing him.
Well, did you, or in your presence, Marc Ball or Lee Cope, make it clear to Alec that, hey, we're not your lawyers here, and if you talk to Jim Griffin in my presence, then there goes the attorney-client privilege? Did you give him that warning?
Mr. Griffin, we're all lawyers. Other than John and Buster that were there, I don't think anybody needed to say that, and it never crossed my mind that when we were sitting in a room and all of us were talking, that we were somehow representing Alec.
No, I understand that. And it was, okay.
And nor would I ever do that, because I don't practice in the area that you do.
Right. But it's clear that Danny had an ongoing attorney-client relationship with Alec. Is that right?
He did. With regard to the boating accident, he was Alec's personal counsel in that.
And Danny had sat in the initial interview that was conducted by SLED Agent Owen and Collin County Deputy Laura Rutland on the night of June the 7th. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Okay. And he was representing Alec during that interview, as far as you know.
I don't know. I saw, I know when Alec got in the car, we felt like one of us ought to sit in there with him, for support, because.
Well, can you say for certain that whenever you heard conversations from Alec about his recollection of what happened on the 7th, that there were any non-lawyers in the room? And I guess non-lawyers have been Buster and John Marvin. I mean, can you say for certain there were no non-lawyers in the room?
There were.
That you're referring to hearing conversations with Alec in the group about what happened on the events on the evening of June the 7th. And my question to you is, when Alec was making these statements, let me make it clear, were they just lawyers in the room?
I can tell you that John and Buster were there for points of time. Can I tell you who was sitting and where John had walked out when I heard any specific thing? I can't tell you that. I couldn't catalog because I said it's a little bit fluid. People come and go, and law enforcement arriving outside and people walking out to greet them. I mean, it wasn't like the sled agents just showed up and it was, some rigid thing where you walked out. I mean, there was small talk going on with the officers as well.
Sure. Okay. 1 second, Your Honor, please. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. This issue.
This particular issue,
Argue.
no, I know that's a little bit different than the larger issue we've been dealing with, and I'll certainly be happy to argue that further if the court would like. As far as the larger issues, one of the things that we, in discussions with the defense, that we've stayed away from so far in testimony is the side of the road. And that might be
Side of the road.
the other piece of the puzzle a little bit that might need some in-camera testimony as I think all this through. I know that we're butting up with the jury being here shortly, but
That can be done at a later time.
yes, sir.
Anything further on this issue regarding evidence of other crimes?
Aside from the side of the road, not at this time, no, Your Honor.
Do you have other witnesses to present on any other issue at this time?
No, sir, other than I had a summary witness for the side of the road, but, that would be it. As again, for in-camera proceedings before Your Honor, to get a handle on all of the sort of the 404 stuff that we're talking about.
All right.
No, that would be it. That's for the side of the road.
I'm going to take a break of about 5 minutes, and I will announce my decision regarding this other evidence.
Okay, let's find out if you win.
This issue is before me on the motion of the state to admit evidence pursuant to Rule 404B of the South Carolina Rules of Evidence, and also under the theory of res gestae. Of course, the defendant is on trial for murder of his wife and son. And over the course of the past several days, we have conducted an extensive in-camera hearing.
Look at his face.
The court has reviewed all of the exhibits submitted and I've considered the testimony of each and every witnesses, and I have concluded that the motion should be granted. Under the law of this state, evidence of other crimes is not admissible to prove the character of the person in order to show action in conformity therewith. An exception, however, exists when the evidence is offered to show motive, identity, the existence of a common scheme or plan, the absence of mistake or accident or intent. And before admitting this evidence, the court must first determine if it's relevant. Our rules define relevant.
Those of you guys, right? Those of you guys who were here for the members only trivia night, it was one of our questions, right? What's the first rule for admissibility of evidence? Is it relevant? There we go.
It says evidence having any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the case more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. After determining relevance, the court must determine if the evidence falls within an exception to Rule 404. In determining if an exception exists, the evidence must be logically relevant
Poopy Putin over there.
to the particular purpose or purposes for which
You didn't get notified. I have no idea. There were some other people who were saying they weren't getting notifications. So I don't think you're not the only one. That's interesting. So weird. Yeah, it was earlier. We went straight from that into this. And we went straight, we did a Karen Reed live stream, and then we went straight from that into members only, and then straight from members only into this. But yeah, you're not the only one. Other people were saying they weren't getting notifications. So what I was saying is, like, you know how YouTube will, like, you know, you have to make sure your notifications like are toggle on. I've noticed recently that sometimes I'll be like, oh, how come I didn't get a notification? And like, it's like reset it or whatever. So what I was recommending to people is to like go and double check and like, because it's like sometimes you might have toggled it on and then YouTube like resets it or whatever, right? So you want to make sure. But the other thing is, even with that, YouTube's notifications sometimes still don't go through, but you should have gotten through Discord though. Weird. That's so crazy. Weird. And I wonder with Discord if it even does a notification for members only. Let me see if I see one in the thing. See, because it was the first members only live stream. So that's the other thing. Like when I set it up, it gave me a confirmation like YouTube did. It's like, it will notify all the members. It said that when I made the stream. So that's annoying. Didn't do it. So I'm looking here. Yeah, it should have come through on, at least on the Discord though, when we went live with all the earlier, like, yeah. Like in the upcoming scroll videos. So that's another thing you guys could do also is like you could double check in the Discord that you have your notifications turned on for that. Or like, I don't remember. You have a lot of customization options there, but like the one that you want to make sure definitely like the upcoming scroll videos, because I always post in there. Well, I usually post ahead of time when something's upcoming, but even if I don't, the Discord notifications when something actually happens, like whether it's a video or a live stream, like those always go through on the upcoming scroll videos. Because it's like an automatic, like that one doesn't ever fuck up. So as long as you have the notifications on for that, that's like another fail safe. But I'm bummed you guys didn't get notified. Don't worry, we will be doing plenty more where that came from. And you guys can still watch it. It's still up there. Like you guys will be able to watch it. Yeah, that's a shame. That's a real shame. I'm sorry. You know, if you guys like, do you guys have, are you checking your settings and seeing if you've got notifications turned on for YouTube and or Discord? Because maybe there's a way we can troubleshoot. Maybe. I mean, I'm no tech.
It is sought to be introduced.
Like Bob Mata.
This requires the court to analyze whether a logical nexus exists. Evidence is logically relevant when it reasonably tends to prove a material fact and issue. And of course, the evidence of any other crime offered to be admitted into evidence or proven or testified to must be proven by clear and convincing evidence. And the court is to conduct and required to conduct an analysis under Rule 403, which weighs the probative value versus the prejudicial effect. According to the state, the nexus is supported by the unusual circumstances of the murders.
I suppose what we could do for those of you guys who missed it, we could just do a second one and just for the people who missed it, and then you guys can get to play the trivia game and answer the questions. Let me know if you guys want me to do that, and I'll be happy to do that.
In that the defendant was the last person to see his wife and son alive, and the one who discovered the bodies, all in a relatively short period of time. The state has presented evidence in this in-camera hearing, evidence of numerous financial crimes allegedly committed by Mr. Murdaugh. The state argues that the logical nexus between the murders and other crimes is that the looming exposure of financial crimes provided motive for the murders and is evidence of malice, an essential element of the crime of murder. On June 7th, the defendant was confronted about $792,000 missing from the law firm. Beyond that sum, the state contends that millions of dollars were misappropriated by the defendant.
There's money we don't even know about.
Misappropriation
for the stealing
would imminently be exposed. We've heard from the bookkeeper for the law firm, Jeanne Seckinger, who testified to confronting the defendant on the day of the murders about the missing $792,000 from a case that he worked on with attorney Chris Wilson. She had previously questioned Mr. Murdaugh concerning the improper disbursement of fees in the case of the state versus Hirschberger, wherein it's alleged that Mr. Murdaugh sought to put the fees in the name of his wife, Maggie, to hide them from discovery in the boat case.
Mm-hmm.
She testified that the firm conducted a forensic audit, which then documented millions of dollars of misappropriated funds by the defendant, funds that the law firm had to replace. The defendant and his son, Paul, have been sued following the fatal boat crash, and the defendant had been served a motion to compel production of his financial information. On the day of the murders, according to the testimony, the defendant was preparing for the motion to compel, which was set to convene in 3 days. We've heard testimony from Jeanne Melanowski, the president and CEO of Pell Metal.
So he's making a very thorough record. I mean, we know he lets it in. So we're gonna see what else we have coming next for next witnesses. Okay, so then they get into the housekeeper, Shelley, and then she has a proffer. And then who's this lady? Oh, chain of custody. And then Nolan Tootin or Nathaniel, one of the Tootins. More chain of custody. That's the disaster with the tarp raincoat, and he touches everything without gloves. Okay, but you just didn't see it when it happened, I guess, the notification. Okay. Reset your subscriber mode. What does that even mean? Is that like a general setting? Because if that's the case, I don't even think I knew that was even an option. I always thought you had to do it channel by channel. But yeah, of course, if the Discord notification goes through, but you don't see it, then that's not of all that much help. So let me see what happens on the next day. Let me look at this. Because they're still kind of going through. I mean, I guess that ruling kind of solidifies the trial within a trial. Part 1. Let's see here. Okay, so what happens, let me share this to you guys. Hold on. So this is what's the next. So now they're going, because so what's going to happen now on day 10 is they're going to have witnesses testify in front of the jury regarding the financial crimes. So he's making a further findings for the record as far as the admissibility is concerned. Let's see what happens here for the
storage container.
Oh, that's replaying prior testimony. Okay.
With this garment before, have you? And she says, no, I haven't. And that's
oh, they're arguing over that tarp raincoat. Oh, God.
Clearly identify the item.
Okay, well, no, that's not what we're here for. We're here for, let's see what's going on here.
Sort of all over the place with her testimony.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And appeared to be confused. I'm not sure she obviously was not of the same.
So they never used the airplane strip. That was there from the prior owner, who, what was his name? Who was a friend of Alex's, who Alex also stole money from. I forget, I'm blanking on his name right now. But he used to have airplanes and shit. They never had airplanes. And the way that he ended up getting that property was through some sort of agreement because they had a land deal or whatever. So, you know, that's how he obtained that property. It comes up during the trial. I'm blanking on his name right now though. But yeah, they did not ever use it. That comes up in the trial. Like that's what everybody says. Like they never actually used the hanger. they stored like their ATVs and Forerunner or golf carts and shit and stuff like that there, but they didn't, he never had his own plane and he didn't fly anybody to the property.
Level of unable to articulate her thoughts through her emotions and through this setting of being examined and cross.
They're still talking about Michelle. Okay. Now here comes Jeannie Seckinger. All righty.
Renew our objection to this witness's question.
I bet you do. Okay. We're in front of the jury now.
Left hand on the desk. You affirm the testimony about the court in this trial said with the truth, so help me God. State your name again for the record. You take a seat. Spell your last name, please.
My name is Jeanne Seckinger, Seckinger.
Ms. Seckinger, how you doing today?
I'm good.
Awesome. Tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Good. Just kind of, where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to school?
I grew up in Hampton, South Carolina, graduated from Wayne Hampton, went to the University of South Carolina where I got my BS in accounting. After that, I worked a number of years in public accounting. Then I transferred into as a financial analyst with Westinghouse in Hampton. And after the birth of my second child, I stayed home and worked for my husband just a few years. And in 1999, I came to work with the firm on a part-time basis, doing some special projects, and have not left. And that job has grown since that time till I was over all the business aspects and financial aspects of the law firm.
All right. Which law firm are you talking about?
Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Elsdorf, Dietrich.
Is that PMPED?
That's correct.
Is that what the firm is currently known, or is it known by a different name?
We are now a separate entity that we've reorganized as Parker Law Group, LLP.
And you know the defendant out Murdaugh over there?
I do.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you identify him, please?
He's in the blue jacket and white shirt sitting between Jim and Dick.
Your Honor, can the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
Yes.
Was he a partner in the law firm you're speaking of?
He was.
Is he a partner anymore?
No,
And we're going to talk about some of those things, the reasons for that here today. Is that correct?
that's correct.
All right. So I'm going to call it PMPED, what we're talking about. Is that fair?
That's fair.
All right. Well, tell me, you talked a little bit about your role in PMPED. What would you consider your role, or how would you define your role, particularly as we're moving into June of 2021?
At that point, I would be CFO/COO, basically overall office management and all financial affairs of the office, over hiring and firing, HR, just any, like I said, any business aspect of the firm.
So CFO, that means what?
Chief Financial Officer.
And COO, that means what?
Chief Operating Officer. And so I kind of combine those jobs.
Are you a lawyer?
I'm not.
Are you an accountant?
I am.
Do you have a CPA?
I do.
You said you started working for the firm when?
August of 99.
And then when did, was Alec working there at that time, the defendant?
I think Alec came to work the year after me.
Okay. Did you know him prior to that?
I did. I've known Alec since I was 16 years old in high school.
Y'all went to high school together?
We did. He's a few years behind me, but we were in the same school.
And you worked with Alec at the law firm up until September?
So Carla is saying here that she thought she remembered Paul's friend. I'm racking my brain. I'm trying to think. Like, I know the plane came up, like something about a plane came up when it was flying to the Bahamas after the murders. Like, he went with Maggie's family, but that was like that was like an airline. So I'm trying to think. I don't remember that. I'm wondering if Meg or anyone else who's listening remembers that. I'm wondering if you're talking about the friend who we actually just skipped, because I was like, again, we've already covered the whole trial. This is just sort of, hitting some of the highlights because I missed it. But like, we could go back to that witness from just the end of the day, the previous day. And because, I always close the loops, and I always, I don't want to just assume that I'm remembering things correctly. So that's why I'm asking you guys. So let me know if anyone else remembers, or if you guys want me to, we could totally go back and listen, because that is important. That is important. Oh, okay. Okay. So then that didn't come in at trial. That would be why I don't know about it then, if that's the case. Okay. 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 So then this would be probably something from the Netflix documentary, I would think, maybe. Yeah, everything at trial was like they don't use planes there. So that's why I was like, I always,
I'm always willing to just be, even when I think I'm sure, I usually go back and check anyway, but I'm like, that's why I was racking my brain. I'm like, I remember a plane. I'm like, oh no, it was that vacation with Maggie's family. Okay. Yeah. We were actually, it's funny. We were talking about that Netflix documentary earlier. And with a different situation. And, I think what I said was something like, I maybe made it like all of 2 minutes of it before I couldn't watch it anymore, because like already it was like things are either just misrepresented or just factually not accurate, and things that didn't come in a trial. And the other thing too, like you have to keep in mind is like, when it comes to those types of things, they're always edited, right? And that's what's tricky. It's different if you're watching an interview, like, a press conference or something that's on the record where it's not edited, right? Because the thing is like, and anybody who watches the behavior panel, they talk about this a lot. And it's made me be more cognizant of it, because there's times where I wouldn't have necessarily noticed that there's an edit. Like Marc from behavior panel is like really good with that stuff. And in fact, years ago, I would have assumed that there was nothing edited, right? I would have assumed how would you make a documentary and like cut part of a sentence out and then chop it with another part of a sentence? Like I would be like that never occurred to me anyone would do that. Like, why would you make a documentary if you're editing testimony? Like editing in terms of like, oh, there's dead air or whatever, fine. But like in terms of like changing what somebody's saying, because that's the thing, right? When people are saying these things as if they're facts, but then if you're editing what they're saying, you're changing the facts. But anyway, they do that. And so, but if you're not working with a production like that, then I feel like what's being said is at least more credible in terms of what the person intended to say. So, you just have to it's something to keep in mind, because with a lot of these cases, there's documentaries. Even something like the 48 Hours interview of Lori Vallow, because we were just talking about that too. Any of those types of things where there's a lot of money, mainstream media, they've got the music playing, and they're interviewing somebody. It's never just here's the entire interview start to finish word for word, right? And so, and even if there's not anything like whatever about it, right? I mean, even if whichever outlet or media company it is, even if they're not trying to have a narrative, which they usually are, even if they're not, to me, it's still like less reliable, right? Just because you don't know what all was edited. But there's times where it's been pointed out, like, especially again, like Marc on the behavior panel, well, it's where it's like, I would not have noticed it, but like he points it out and it's like, there's a cut and like they literally changed and a sentence is changed, right? Because of those edits. So it's just something to keep in mind. So anyway, as far as the planes go, that explains why I didn't know, because I only made it like 2 minutes in. But the thing that I will say is that, again, without having seen it, I don't know exactly the context, but what I do know is this. I do know that everybody that testified at trial and everything that is related, like factually to this case, Alex was never using plane. They never had a plane. They never had planes landing there on the property. But I do know that the prior, I'm forgetting his name still, but the dude who lived there prior did have planes. And from what I understand, he was running drugs out of there, the dude. So is it possible that that's what one person was talking about, and then it got edited into being like talking about Alex? Or is it possible that it was like you could see very easily how rumor, right? And that small, like, because of the fact that it was happening, you could very easily see how, like the game of telephone, right? And then somebody, so I don't know. It's just I can see how that could happen given all the circumstances. So, but what I will say is that I don't think that is true for them living there. But I do know the other dude. God, I'll have to look it up and see if I can find his name. It's driving me crazy now. But the other dude did have planes. So
September of 2021.
I did.
Let's talk a little bit, if we could, about the law firm itself. And tell me a little bit about the financial structure of the law firm. How does it work that fees come into the law firm and how do they get dispersed at the end of the year? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit?
Yes. So every fee that any attorney makes is property of the law firm. It comes into the law firm and goes into the law firm's accounts. And it is sitting in kind of what we call a holding account that we just amass the money. We have another account called the operating account that we use to pay the daily bills of the law firm, wages, insurance, office supplies, et cetera. Each attorney in the law firm is also an employee of the law firm. They receive a paycheck just like most people do with W-2 taxes taken out and W-2 at the end of the year. When we get to the end of the year, we figure the net profit of the law firm, basically everything brought in and everything paid out to date.
Okay, found it.
And we distribute that money
All right, I found it. So Barrett Boulware for $5. Remember when I said they made some sort of a deal? The property was transferred into Maggie's name for $5. Barrett Boulware.
Off a ratio of what that attorney brought into total. So if an attorney brought in 10%, he's going to get roughly 10% of the net income at the end of the year. And we do that in the form of a bonus one time at the end of the year.
When is that bonus typically paid?
That bonus is typically paid the last week of December every year.
And is that for most cases and most of the partners, as we're going to call them in the law firm, is that the vast majority of their compensation of the year is getting it all in one lump sum at the end of the year in December?
That's correct. They receive a salary of $125 through the year that they're paid every 2 weeks, but the vast majority of their money comes in that one bonus check.
Okay. Now, you mentioned there was a salary. Looking back at June of 2021, what were the partners in the law firm? What were they getting as a salary?
$125,000 a year.
All right, $125,000, and that was broken up into checks like
26 times a year, yes.
Okay. And then, so that has to be accounted for before the bonuses are paid, correct?
That's correct.
Salaries not only for the partners, but also for all the other employees.
That's correct, all staff.
All right, and is there other overhead that has to be accounted for out of the fees before that bonus can be paid?
Yes, all the other overhead is the basic operating expenditures like I discussed, rent for the building, insurance coverage for the employees, office supplies, case costs that we advance for our clients. We pay things as we go during the case. We pay experts, record fees. All of that is part of overhead. So after everything that's paid, everything brought in, after everything that's paid out is what we call that net income that we distribute.
Is there some sort of 7.5% fund or offset that has to be accounted for as well before the bonus is paid?
There is. We have what we call a 7.5% kind of profit sharing, and everybody takes their gross fees less their portion of overhead. We take overhead and divide it by the number of partners. And so you would take, let's just going to use numbers. If your gross fees were $100,000 and your overhead was $50,000, you have a net of $50,000. And we take 7.5% of that and put it in a pot and divide it back evenly in between everybody. And
let me read this to you guys. All right. So Barrett Boulware, because remember the drug smuggling, right? Boulware faced charges as part of Operation Jackpot during the early days of President Reagan's war on drugs. He was indicted in 1983 on 2 federal conspiracy charges after the seizure of 17 tons of marijuana. It was coming out of the Bahamas. He was charged with conspiracy to possess and distribute 34,000 pounds of it. But charges were later dismissed when a key government witness was struck by a car and killed in Florida. Interesting, right? Jesus Christ. Did Alex arrange for that? That's me just speculating. That's crazy, right? Because I believe that the reason why they made that thing where he transferred the property for $5, I believe that was for legal representation because Alex represented him. Maybe, let me see here. If it says, because I know that Alex was friends with him, but also had dealings with him too. I'm not seeing anything else about it. I'll keep looking and see if I can find anything else. Right. It's a narrative. Could just be a rumor. Yep. Right. And that's the way it came up before was we were talking about with Stephen Smith. And again, it's that's a whole other thing where it's apparently there was some story about something with a boat and I don't even know. But anyway, I just pointed out too earlier that Sandy Smith has gone on the record many, many times to say that she doesn't think Buster had any involvement. She doesn't think any of the Murdaughs had any involvement. And apparently, I guess in the documentary, it was represented completely differently, So Interesting. Are you talking about Alex? This is, if you're talking about Alex, then this is becoming clear as to what I was hearing earlier. I think it was from Rochelle, because she also watched the documentary. Seems like the two of you guys are maybe the people that were in the chat that I know of, the only two that watched it, because you guys are saying the same things, if that's what you're saying. Because I got confused. So what I said earlier to her was, I was like, well, wait, hang on. Why does he? Because I think that she was saying something about dealing. She thought maybe dealing. And I was like, well, why would he be stealing money if he's dealing drugs, right? Like, you wouldn't do both. Why would you need to do both, right? If you're going to make money dealing drugs, why would you be stealing from the law firm, right? Because the amount of money he stole is not, you can't explain that much money with a drug habit. But you know what else is harder to explain? Money for a drug habit with the money he stole, plus God only knows how much more money hypothetically another person could make dealing drugs, right? That's even harder to explain. Like, in other words, even if you just think just the $8 million plus, right? It's hard enough to try to explain where that went, right? That's interesting. So it's clear that, see, I'm glad I didn't watch it. I would just get so mad. It's clear that they definitely wanted to give a narrative. Wow. Yeah, interesting. And Rochelle is still here. Okay, interesting. I'm glad you're still listening. Good. So you and Carla, I thought you said something about dealing drugs. Maybe it was somebody else. I thought you said dealing drugs, though. You did. So you didn't watch the documentary? Maybe it was somebody else. There were a lot of people in the chat asking different questions at the same time, and maybe I got it confused. But I do remember, I'm pretty sure it was you that was saying something about the boat with Stephen Smith, though, right? Yeah, I didn't mean to put words in your mouth. I didn't mean to look, like I said, there were a lot of people saying different things, and there were like people having conversations with each other, and it was hard to figure out. As you guys, you might remember that I was very much trying to figure. It was difficult to navigate who was saying what to who, and anyway, so I would never try to put words in somebody's mouth. Meg watched the documentary also. Okay, interesting. Let me see if I can find. I don't know if it'll even let me scroll back that far on StreamYard. Let me see. Hang on. I think okay, here's a bit about, I guess, Stephen Smith being in a relationship. I mean, in the middle of all this, there's conversations about the rats with Kane and all kinds of other stuff. It's really funny. And then BK, you can see how as someone who's live streaming and trying to explain what's going on in a trial and discuss things of that nature, and then make your way through multiple different conversations, some of which I can't even figure out what it says. It's difficult. So, okay, let me see here. Like, some of this stuff, I have no idea what people are even talking about. Okay, hit and run with a boat. Okay, hold on. So just looking. Oh, you know what I think it was, Rochelle? Remember when okay. You know what I think it is? Because when you said I think he was buying guys, I first interpreted that as I think he was buying guys, like as in talking to the chat. And remember, I'm sure you'll remember that I thought you meant buying drugs because we were talking about drugs. And then it got clarified that you were talking about dudes. But then I wasn't sure who you were talking about as far as the person buying dudes, if that was Alex or if that was somebody else, or if that, if that was related to Stephen Smith. So I think maybe that's why, yeah, hopefully that makes sense as to why I wasn't able to, I still remember this is how I guess that's the part I initially interpreted that. And that's how that stayed in my memory. And then also, again, I was sorting through a bunch of different conversations. Yeah, no, and there you clarified it. Okay. You didn't say dealing drugs. Yeah. And so I was like, wait, what? Because I thought you were saying buying guys like to the chat, right? That's how I interpreted that. And then we figured that out. Time with men, right? We figured that out. Okay. And then James said, I believe Rochelle's in the ballpark, money, power, drugs, and so then again, like money and drugs is probably where that came back into my brain, how that memory got solidified because of that. I'm obviously not blaming anybody. I'm just trying to explain why I ended up thinking what I did and that I didn't try to put words in anybody's mouth. And then it's like, we have just all kinds of random stuff. Oh, okay. I didn't see Heather ask this question. Okay. Wait, hold on. I didn't see that before. Is that what people were thinking, that Alex was having sex with Stephen Smith? Is that what people were thinking? That was the question she was asking. Okay, I'm gonna scroll back down to where we are currently because I think we sorted that out. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, again, part of the confusion is because there were so many conversations going on at once. Had it just been like what you were saying and like us going, had there been just one conversation or even just two going on, it would have been a lot easier. But there was a lot of craziness going on, which is not a bad thing. It just makes it harder because I'm trying to read everything and respond. But anyway, it just makes it confusing. But what I will say is like now is a better time for you to try to say what you were trying to say because there's less going on in the chat. I understand there's still a character limit in terms of what YouTube will let you put in the chat, but it'll be easier to discuss what it was without there's just less other things. Right. And that's what I was asking is if that was a rumor, because that's what Heather was asking. So I don't know, again, if that was something that was that brought up in the documentary? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, scroll back down. Okay, that was the rumor. Okay, yeah. So, and I think I heard that rumor as well. So, okay, I will just say, Rochelle, whatever it was that you wanted to say though, again, maybe now's a better opportunity because it's just chat is easier to follow. But also, okay, and I think we solved the thing about the plane though, because that came from Paul's friend in the documentary. Okay. No. It is really important that I want to understand what you were saying. I really do. It's important to me. It's really important to me. And in fact, I'm glad you were still listening, because I was literally thinking to myself, God, I was like literally thinking as soon as Carla mentioned about the planes, and then my brain started thinking about the documentary, and I literally was thinking to myself, God, I feel so bad because we didn't really get to finish discussing what Rochelle was bringing up. And it was, and I was literally thinking that, which is probably why I even mentioned your name again. So I was literally thinking that. I didn't even know you were still listening. So there was a lot of rumors. Yeah. So, but yeah, but we'll listen to some more testimony. You just let me know if you want to restate, because you did say, you brought up a bunch of different things. So it'd probably be good to, like, if you want to, if there's any of them that you still want to bring up. Yeah. Thank you, Meg. Thank you for, Meg is saying what I'm trying to say, but in a more articulate fashion. Thank you, Meg. Meg says, yes, Rochelle, please say what you're going to say. You intelligent thoughts. I like it. Same. That's exactly it. Absolutely. Yep. 100%. 100%. I mean, we love hearing from everybody and everybody's intelligent thoughts. It was just like we were trying to, some of us were, we were trying to have a conversation about these things, and then again, there was just a lot of other things going on, which is great and it's super funny, but it just makes it hard, because not other people that have channels, like, I don't think they read the chat. Like, I try to read every single comment, like all of them, right, while I'm streaming, and it's a lot. It's like almost impossible to do if I'm reading documents, but I still try. So you can, because to me, every single thing matters, right? Everything a person says, every person and everything they say matters. So I try to read everything. So you can imagine, though, how that can be confusing. Even if you're just in the chat, even if you're just in chats, it can be confusing sometimes, right? So, Meg, I'm kind of on this. I'm similar, right, with my squirrel brain. I'm like, well, now, God damn it, we didn't close the loop, and like I said, it was bugging me anyway. Like, no, I didn't fully understand what you were saying. Like, that bugs me. So, anyway.
And that purpose is meant to cover when somebody has a high year or a low year. It kind of helps people out, and it helps account for differences and expenses between each attorney.
So all of that has to be taken care of before the bonus is paid out to the partners at the end of the year. Is that
That's correct.
And then whatever money is left over is divided up based on the percentage of the fees that particular partner brought in of the whole for the year. Is that
That's correct.
So if you had a better year, you're going to get a little bit more than somebody who didn't have as good a year.
Absolutely.
Okay. Over time, being the CFO, did Alec Murdaugh have a very lucrative practice?
He did.
Were there times where his bonus was high six figures?
Definitely.
Were there times his bonus was seven figures?
There has been.
And was it typical for the vast majority of his compensation to be in that one-time bonus at the end of the year as opposed to the $125,000 salary?
Yes, his and everybody else's.
That $125,000 salary for these individuals was a fairly small part of the compensation.
Correct.
Now, one of the things that you mentioned is that at the very beginning, as you said, all fees belong to the firm. Is that right?
That is right.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 310 to your testimony real quick and see if you can recognize this particular document.
I do. This is the employment agreement that each of the attorneys and firms sign.
All right. Take that back real quick. Can I have the element, please? 310. I would offer 310 at this time, notice.
No additional objections, Sean.
It's admitted.
Let this element do that real quick. Let's try it again. All right. So is this Exhibit 310, is this the first page of that agreement?
Yes,
All right, and on your little screen up there, can you read that all right?
yes.
Okay. If we look at talking about employer and employees, now we've been talking about the law firm partners, but in the agreement, what are they referred to as?
They're actually shareholders. So we refer to them as partners in fact that they all work together and support each other. But because of the type of tax entity we are, they're shareholders. It's just a legal and accounting determination. But in fact, you'll see them referred to as shareholders.
All right, but in this agreement, they're called employees, correct?
That's correct.
Now, just real quick, you talked about paying out the bonus at the end of the year, and that's where the vast majority of compensation for the partners goes out. Is there a tax reason for that? Do y'all clear the books at the end of the year?
We do clear the books at the end of the year. We function as a C corporation, which means any money that's left in that C corporation would pay a tax to. So to avoid double taxation, we pass that money down to the partners to the best of our ability.
All right, and so you try to zero out the books?
We do.
All right, and that's to avoid taxing on anything that remained in the firm accounts?
Correct.
So let me ask you this. If the firm essentially zeroes out the books by paying these bonuses to all the partners at the end of the year, how do you operate in the few, in January and February where we're at now before fees start to come in? What money do you use to do that?
So typically, a group of partners will go in and loan money back to the firm to cover our first couple months of operating expenses. And as we recover money through the year, we'll pay them back and pay them off. So we're basically starting at almost a negative by borrowing that money.
All right, and so some of the partners will loan money to the firm to operate until there's enough fees that come in to generate enough money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do the partners have to do that, or is that something they can do if they want?
That's something that they can do if they want.
Was Alec one to ever do that?
Alec never did that.
He never did that. Okay. Before we go on back to this agreement, let me ask you a little bit. As far as the firm accounts, you mentioned there's an operating account, correct?
That's correct.
And then there's a client trust account, correct?
That's correct.
Trust account.
Trust account.
Tell me what a client trust account is, please.
So the trust account is a fiduciary account, meaning that we have the responsibility to maintain and safeguard that money. It's where the account, whenever a case settles, that the money that is paid from the insurance company or individual from the defendant is put into that client trust account. And that is also where the money is dispersed out to any clients or any lien holders or anything to do with that disbursement. It's also where we collect our fees and expenses from.
And are there legal obligations and money in the client trust account to ensure that that money only goes to the legitimate places it's supposed to go?
That's correct.
And if the law firm wins a case, whether by settlement or by trial, any recovery they get, does it go in that trust account first before the law firm gets paid?
Everything does, yes.
Now, I'm going to go back to exhibits, the employment agreement, I believe is exhibit 310. And right here in line 3, right there, can you read that to the jury, please?
Services for the benefit of employer. All professional services rendered by the employee shall be rendered as an employee of the employer, and all proceeds and remuneration received therefore shall inure to the employer's benefit.
All right, and this is the agreement signed by all the partners, correct?
Correct.
And back in 2021, it was signed by Alec Murdaugh, correct?
Correct.
And all the years prior, correct?
Correct.
And what does that provision mean? Explain that again to the jury.
That means that any work they do providing legal services and any money earned by them belongs to the law firm. Not
So let's do this right there. So let's break this down piece by piece so you can, okay, good. Thank you, Rochelle. So it was literally about what the mom said about Stephen Smith's relationship. Okay. And I saw when I was looking earlier, so you said it was not from the Netflix, it was from an interview. Okay. So just to be clear, what I had said was, and I'm not saying that you said, like, I'm curious what she said about his relationship, because like I was referencing, because there were other people that were wondering about the Murdaugh involvement. I'm not saying you, Rochelle. I'm saying like there's a lot happening. And like, that's why I said that Sandy Smith on the record said that she doesn't think they're involved, but his relationship, that's a whole different thing. So I'm curious what she said about his relationship that you wanted to express there. And then add rumors about Buster. Right. And I remember hearing the rumors about Buster and Stephen Smith. I do remember those rumors. Now, I don't know what you mean by Paul taking the boat. So you're going to have to elaborate on that too. Paul could take the boat. That might be something I don't know about. That maybe came up in one of those things, like maybe the interview you're referencing here. So yeah, so in other words, I know, because again, there's a character limit. So if we break it down like piece by piece, right? And then you can flesh it out. So the first one being about Stephen's relationship. Like, and I remember there being rumors about him having a rich boyfriend or something that was older. That's kind of what I remember. I don't think I know a whole lot more about it than that. Yeah, there's like a rich dude, a rich older dude Do you guys know? Is that, I don't know. That's just what I remember. Oh yeah, no, they are treated very different. Yeah, yeah, of course. How the hit and run. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I will just say, I 100% thought they were involved 100%. I was 100% of the mind that the Murdaughs had something to do with it, right? That they were involved in some form or fashion. I absolutely thought that. The only thing that changed it for me is that Sandy Smith and Eric Bland, who, as you guys know, is like a complete, he's the definition of an advocate, right? That when Sandy Smith and Eric Bland together and separately, but especially, honestly, especially Eric Bland, right? Because being the attorney, remember they exhumed the body and all that. If there was any possible way to connect it to Murdaugh, Eric Bland would have found it, right? And so when they came out after they did they exhumed him and all that, right? And then they came out and they said, like, with further investigation, the most recent I heard on it is like that they actually, law enforcement thinks they know who's involved, but they haven't named them yet, but they think it might have just been an accident. But regardless of any of that, I totally thought the Murdaughs were involved with that until Sandy Smith and Eric Bland said, for the record, we don't think that. So that changed it for me. But yeah. I see what you're saying. Okay. I think the first thing though for me that I just don't think Alex was into dudes. Like I don't think there's any evidence of that. Like where did that idea come from? Like I guess that's really the question I have is where did Alex, like I remember the rumors about Buster and Stephen Smith and maybe that was a thing, but where did it turn into Alex being into dudes? Like that I had not heard as a rumor. And I thought, again, I don't know I had not heard that from anywhere. So that's a whole other thing. Okay, you heard that rumor as well. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's imagine it this way. How would it change if Alex isn't gay or into dudes? Like, because I think we can still think about this whole situation and set that aside. Okay. Oh, okay. Older man, power rich, has to keep. Okay. Right. I remember. Okay. I vaguely remember that. I do remember that. Okay. Okay. I do remember hearing that. So here's the thing. So my follow-up to that. So that's where the dude, I actually remember visually seeing a Facebook page of this dude. I don't remember where it was, if I found it myself or if it was on a thing, but I remember that there was follow-up to this when it was first thought that maybe she was talking about the Murdaughs, but there was a dude who they actually thought it was, who's not really. Do y'all remember who it was? Hold on. Let me do a search. Because there is a dude who fits all of that. Let me see if I can find this. I think he even owned a boat and everything. Marc Bickhardt. Let me see if that is the person I'm thinking of. Yeah, Marc, that's the dude I'm thinking of, I think. Marc said they spoke and texted the night Stephen died. He said they were on the phone and he could hear trucks going by and dogs barking. This is, I think, who I was thinking of. Let me see if I can pull this up. Because he's a rich older dude, and I'm pretty sure he owned a boat, if memory serves. Oh, interesting. So this is interesting. So Sandy Smith wrote a letter to the FBI in fall of 2016 detailing what she thought was their involvement. So she's changed her stance on that then. Interesting. Okay, let me pull this up so you guys can see it. Okay, let's just do this correctly. Okay, let me pull the banner down. Let's just do this the right way. Okay, so what do I mean by correctly? So Fitz News, of course, is like an authoritative source, right, on all this. So, so this is from the 2016 letter to the FBI that Sandy Smith wrote. The Murdaughs are probably the most prominent family in Hampton County. Stephen had on okay, here we go. More than one occasion mentioned to friends and his twin sister that he was involved romantically with someone from a prominent family in the county who was hiding his sexuality. He said it would shock people to know this person was gay. We suspect this could be the young man Stephen was referring to, though he never named him. Young man. But I remember there was being an older, okay, let me keep reading. Speculation surrounding the Murdaugh family's potential connection was certainly not occurring in a vacuum. The name was all over the place. Again, like I said, because to me, I was like, yeah, they're definitely involved. Indeed, it was a review of this report. I remember all this, and they reopened it in 2021. Yup. I remember that. No new evidence was uncovered. Subsequent investigations by SLED and various private parties have pivoted the focus of the investigation away from the immediate families of the Murdaugh family toward other potential suspects. That does not mean that the Murdaugh name is out of the mix. Far from it. Because, yeah, they showed up at the scene. Right, Randy Murdaugh. There are suspects we have in sight that are unconnected to Murdaugh. The focus any in the media have on Murdaugh may be unfounded. Oh. And then she parted ways with that dude, the attorney. Now, this article is from 2023. Now, this popped up because of that name I typed in. So that dude's name, there it is, Marc Bickhardt. There's the name. Okay. All right. Okay. Joyner also told Duncan that her brother had been involved in an incident, a public boat access, South Fork of the Edisto River, just north of Bamberg. He got in an altercation there, Joyner said. Cops got called down. He was getting in an argument with somebody. Joyner denied that her brother, who was openly gay, was involved as a homosexual male escort. Okay, she's talking about Stephen Smith, which was alleged by Smith's purported boyfriend, Marc Bickhardt. Stay tuned for much more on Bickhardt, it says. So I'm looking for the next. It says stay tuned for more. Okay. Here's the full interview with Sandy Smith. Okay, and I'm sure I saw that if it was Fitz News. That's sort of about being okay. So by far the most seismic of the interview files we're dropping today, though, is the interview with Marc Bickhardt, who described himself to investigators as Smith's boyfriend. Yeah, they were texting us at 3:37 a.m. The last call I heard, I asked him on one of the calls, "Hey, are you walking?" He felt he was being. Later, he added, Smith said he felt he was being followed. They have pictures of each other. There he is. Okay, and then here's where we got to the pickup truck. Bickhardt eventually told investigators that on the night he was murdered, Smith had mentioned a couple guys in a pickup truck. 2 rednecks who had harassed him. Big truck with mud tires. That last time we talked that night before the phone went down, I said to him, "Are you walking or not?" And then he said he heard big mud tires. They're coming toward him. They're getting louder. And there's the interview with Marc Bickhardt. I don't think I've watched that. Should we watch that? Okay. Sled has proof that the Murdaughs were not there at the time that Stephen was killed, rather than excluding them. Now, remember, this is 2023 because they've since been excluded. Because again, it was still fuzzy, right? At this point in time, it was still fuzzy as far as Buster or any Murdaugh involvement. There's folks. Do you guys want to watch the interview with any of these? I mean, there's Marc Bickhardt. There's like a bunch of interviews, but I definitely have not seen this one. Okay, so let me go and see what you guys are saying in the chat. So his ex was not rich, though. Okay, that was going to be one of my questions. Is the ex rich? Do we? That was a younger guy. Oh, you're talking about his ex. So this dude, Marc Bickhardt, was like the current boyfriend, I guess, but he's definitely older, right? Where is he? He's older dude. So if he's also rich, then this is probably who was being referenced, right? If he's rich, that's the question. Is he rich? He says we were going to get married. Look at that. If he's rich, he could be the one. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like, it doesn't surprise, like, again, it is a logical first thing to think, right? Okay, we'll watch the interview. We'll watch the interview. Do you guys want to watch? Okay, let's take a look at the different interviews that are on here and then see which ones we want to watch. What did it do? It clicked me over to okay. So we've got, freaking thing. Stephanie Smith. So that's like the sister, I think. And then Sandy Smith, police interview. That might be worth watching. Who was David? Hold on. Who was this guy? So David Uram. Okay, they connected on Craigslist after seeing an ad. It sounds like they had like it was a one-night stand. Okay. Interesting, because so this dude though said it might have something to do with the ads on Craigslist. This Marc dude also referenced the Craigslist thing. Whatever was going on Craigslist and the ads on Craigslist, there was talk of an escort. Very interesting. That was also his instinct. David, I don't think I've seen this guy, but I don't know if that's nearly as important as maybe the Marc dude, because he talked to him right before he died. But I'm going to keep this open. I'm going to do another quick little search here. And just see, because again, this article's from 2023. Yeah, they reopened it in 2023. SLED did. And the body was exhumed in 2023. I'm going to try to just find okay, so here we go. I've got the other tab opened. I just wanted to pull this up real quick because this is a recent one. Oh my God. Okay, so this is just from January 15th of this year. Okay, so this is a recent, because honestly, I'm glad this came up because I have not checked up on this case in a while, and I needed to do it anyway, and I'm glad we're doing it. So we're going to do it now. More than 9 years after his death, they've still got a reward. It looks like there's Eric Bland. Higher reward, they upped it to $50,000. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm going to read this. This is from, and remember, I'm going to read this and then I'll take a look at the chat. So this is from Eric Bland. For the better part of a year and a half, we have deferred to the renewed investigation by SLED that was announced in March 2023, Bland said on Tuesday. We didn't want to interfere. According to SLED and recent reporting, there appears to have been a grand jury impaneled on Stephen's case. And there are 5 to 6 people who have been identified as having material information about the death of Stephen. Unfortunately, no one has been willing to be the first to talk. There are individuals that can provide relevant information that could lead to the discovery of the cause of Stephen's death. We're not going to remain silent any longer. We want to inject new energy into this investigation, and the billboards are to start. So this is in 2023 that he said that. Bland said the reward money. Okay, yeah, I remember that. Do you guys remember that? All the reward money. There's some background. What's the latest? That's what we want. A secondary GoFundMe will soon be launched for additional funds. Again, this is just from a few months ago. There are also plans to hold a charitable walk. An upcoming Hulu show will in part focus on his death. In June, it says. Additionally, Sandy has started a scholarship for nursing students who are experiencing financial issues in order to pursue their chosen education. Wildly successful GoFundMe. And I remember that day very well also. Is that the end of the article? You got to be kidding me. Really? That's the end of that article. Well, that's not all that. Dude, okay, hold on. Let me just see. Anyway, the other thing I will say is this. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Hear me out. This is speculation kind of in a way. Hold on. Let me do this. I want to just say this, and I'm going to just say that this is not out of the realm of possibility because the investigation is still open. The thing is like the multiple people in a pickup truck or whatever, which apparently this Marc guy mentions, we're going to watch his interview. you know, I don't know that I could pick, I don't know how Buster fits in with that, but regardless, let me just do this real quick. Where's my bumper? Okay. It's not out of the realm of possibility that part of the reason why, and I don't know the timeline. We could deep dive into the timeline of it, right? But what I was going to say, in terms of the timing of the statements where Eric Bland and Sandy Smith came out definitively and said, no, we don't suspect Buster or anyone in the Murdaugh family. I mean, I remember that Eric Bland does not mince words, man. And he might have even come on SDS and said it, but anyway, but it's my thing that I was going to say is this: it's not out of the realm of possibility that, depending on the timing of when that happened versus Buster filing those lawsuits against, usually, I think it was like mainstream media for the most part, right? For saying that he had involvement. I'm sure you guys are well aware. And actually, I have that lawsuit somewhere. I've been meaning to go over that. But anyway, it's not out of the realm of possibility, right? That making a more affirmative denial of suspecting their involvement is somewhat because you don't want him to sue you. It's not out of the realm of possibility. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, the thing is it's an open investigation, right? So an open investigation really means it could be anybody, essentially, right? But you could see how with the rumors and with potentially what maybe Sandy Smith had said previously, I don't know. I'm just saying it could be to protect from getting sued by making a more definitive statement. But I don't know when they said that versus when that lawsuit was filed, you know? That's why I was like saying the timeline. But that's one thought on it. Right. Well, and the thing is, as far as the Craigslist thing, there's now, at least just from a quick glance over the article, 2 different people who don't even know each other that are both saying the same thing about making money and doing the escort thing. The sister seems to kind of actually back that up to a certain extent. And then, I don't know, again, I was what's the word? Just, you know, not browsing, you know, reading it quickly or whatever, scanning it. That's the word I'm looking for. But, yeah, the autopsy, I mean, it was blunt force trauma. And that's true. They could be, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that until it's solved, right? Again, you know, it looks like they've not actually, it looks like SLED hasn't officially excluded anybody. So just to make a distinction there, that SLED like law enforcement's not excluded anybody, which means anybody could have done it, right? But just again, the distinction being that Sandy Smith and through her attorney, Eric Bland, right? They've come out and said that they are not thinking that the Murdaughs had any involvement, right? Now, the thing is like, if law enforcement at some point, at any point in time finds they did, that's fine. That can still happen. Them making those statements doesn't mean that they're not investigating it, right? In terms of law enforcement, it just, again, that's why I was kind of thinking maybe potentially it's to avoid getting sued. But again, there's nothing wrong with that. So, okay, which one do you want, guys? Which one do you want to watch first, guys? Do you want to watch the Marc one? Do you want to watch Sandy Smith? Do you want to watch the sister? Do you want to watch the one night stand? Let me know what you guys want to watch first. Yeah, that video was crazy, dude. It's so wild though, because what's his face? Gray Hughes. I've never watched him or anything. I just hear you guys talk about him sometimes, but he like, have you guys heard? He's like copyright. It's weird. Like for example, the I hadn't even played it yet. I just simply made like the video. Okay, the original Bridge Guy video. It's from the actual website, right? It's like no one owns it. It's on the website, right? It's like the video compilation I made that I haven't shown yet. It's just like all it is that, and then it's that plus the subtitles, which we watched on a live stream. But then what I added on it was I added DB's version where he like enhanced it or whatever, and then with subtitles. And like I just uploaded it to YouTube as a private, like, because I have a whole thing where I have like videos I'm going to use in live streams. So they're not even for anyone to see. It's like it's a resource for me because makes it easier via StreamYard to pull things up that way. And so essentially it's like not for YouTube, it's for me so that I can put it on the stream. So I have a bunch of videos that are just like private videos that are just like things that I'm going to use in a live stream basically. So I just uploaded it to YouTube for that purpose. And like, it literally popped up. It's like invalid and it's like all red. And I've never seen this before on anything ever on YouTube that I've done. And I was like, what the fuck? And then it was like, it was a very different, it was a weird languaging. It was like, this is completely owned by Gray Hughes or something. And I was like, what? Huh? How? Like how? Literally how? How? Isn't that weird? Oh, your sleeping pill will kick in soon. Okay. Yes. One night stand. Oh, welcome. By the way, I've seen you in the comments. Welcome. It's the first time I've seen you in the live chat. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah. One night stand. It's with this guy here. Where is he? Ural or Uran? Where was it? Uram. There it is. Yeah. Right here. So David Uram of Hilton Head Island. They had a one night stand. It says, so if you fall asleep, good night, Rochelle. You'll be listening. Okay. Gotcha. Well, we can wait to do it. We can wait to watch these if you want then, because part of this is because, you know, of like, your contribution. Like this is part, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like I feel bad. Like, I feel like you're missing out, you know? And we're missing out to not have you. So, can't sleep and you're hungry. Well, go get you a snack. So you just let me know what you guys want to do. We can watch the David dude, or we can watch the, I kind of want to watch the Marc one. Well, so here's the other thing. I was literally thinking to myself that I could do a separate stream. We could do a whole stream that's like Murdaugh related, like in terms of like Q&A / reviewing all this other stuff, right? Because like there's so many, you know, again, there's so many like adjacent cases. We could do like a whole other live stream of like going through all the Stephen Smith stuff, right? I mean, we can't watch the Netflix documentary because they would shut the channel down, I'm sure. But yeah, anything that you guys are interested in that's sort of like these like Murdaugh adjacent is what I call it. We could totally do a whole separate stream for that. And that way, I don't know, that might be like more organized that way. If that makes sense. You want to watch Marc? Okay, we'll watch Marc then. We'll watch Marc. Doesn't mean we can still do that. We can still do a separate, like I was thinking that anyway. So let's just take a look here. Watch on YouTube. Let me see. Open a new window. Okay.
South Carolina Highway Patrol, mate. Post C, case number on this will be CL-062-15. This is a reference to
So it's from July 14th, 2015.
An incident in Hampton County on Sandy Run Road. Time is approximately 11:48.
That's good.
Today's date is July the 14th. I'm here with Mr. Bickhardt. Also in the room with Will, the Trooper Rowe and Corporal Smith. At this point in time, I'm going to get Mr. Bickhardt. Bickhardt, if you would.
I'm going to put it on 1.25s in hopes that Rochelle can hear as much of this as possible before she falls asleep.
State your first and last name for me.
First name is Marc, M-A-R-C. Middle name is Peter, P-E-T-E-R.
There
Last
he
name
is.
is Bickhardt, B-I-C-K-H-A-R-D-T.
Okay. Remember, he's older. We don't know yet if he's rich. Well, maybe we'll learn.
Birth date is 4/18/68.
I'm
What's
excited.
the phone number that you have and the address here? And how long have you been living here?
I'm good. They were down.
Gosh,
And just a rough estimate, doesn't have to be exact.
2 weeks, maybe,
Okay.
possibly.
Where were you living at prior to that?
94 Savannah Highway.
In Buford?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay. And as far as your educational level, what kind of education do you have?
12th grade, but I didn't graduate.
Okay. You understand how to read and write? Understand English and stuff?
Yeah, basics.
I mean, can you read?
I can read, but can't comprehend sometimes.
Okay, but you can read. Is what I'm saying.
Yes, I can read, but I have dyslexia.
Okay.
Oh,
right.
he has
Yeah.
okay. He has dyslexia. Okay, that's different than like not being able to read English. Yeah.
So
spelling ain't that good.
That's fine. I mean, I'm not worried about the grammatical errors.
No, I'm just telling you, I can read, I can, like comprehension, but spelling is not there. I was going to go back to school.
All right, let me ask you this: how long, or is this your permanent resident as of right now, or is it just temporary?
We're hoping permanent, but I'm not sure right now.
Are you living here by yourself? Or you living with somebody?
My son should be coming, but I'm not bringing him in this situation. I got a 5-year-old son.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, let me kind of go back. You're familiar about the incident where Stephen Smith died last Wednesday, is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. What I want you to do is when was the last time you talked to Stephen?
That night.
All right. About what time? Not the text, but about what time is the last time you talked to him?
You have to remember with all this, I took my Seroquel sometime. I can't remember if the call came.
I'm not just asking for a roundabout time.
I can't remember if it came after the text or before the text, because the last call I heard, I asked him on one of the calls, "Are you walking?" Because he already told me he was out of gas. He was running out of gas. One of the calls before. Yeah. And I says, "Are you walking?" Because I hear cars going by, and his answer to me was no. And then the call dropped. And I don't remember if he called me, because we were back and forth. The calls kept dropping.
After the call, did you text him?
I mean, I don't remember. I mean, there were texts. I mean, we had so many texts back and forth that night on me worried about him calling me, phone service out there. And with this phone right now, we're having issues with our phones. Right. And half the times I don't have service.
Do you remember if it was daytime or nighttime when this was going on?
This was at night. This was 3 a.m.
Okay,
I believe the last text, if my mind calls me correct, that I looked at it was 3:37 a.m.
Now, was he coming over here?
He was supposed to be. He was supposed to be on the way. But from what I'm learning, he was headed home.
Okay.
But, I don't know.
Okay. So, but as far as you know, he was coming over here.
That was what we were talking about, and that's what the texts were saying.
Okay. Anything else on them texts about where he had been?
Earlier that day, before we left to go to Walterboro, because my friends had to go to GameStop to get a game. We went to Walmart. From Walmart, we went to Arby's. Then my friends went to his cousin's house. Then my sugar dropped again. We went to the exit right when you come from 57 to come here to Hampton. There's a Horn gas station, I believe it is.
Okay, I'm pausing this real quick to say something. So his body, Stephen Smith's body, was found July 8th, 2015. There's a reason I'm pointing this out. This interview is from July 14th, 2015. So this is very soon in time. Now, the reason I'm pointing this out is because what he's talking about with the walking, his car was out of gas, he was walking. You heard how he described that a second ago. That is completely consistent with what was found right at the scene. But the reason I was bringing the date up is because this is only 6 days out. In other words, this dude would not have known that from the investigation, right? So my point being that I wanted to just reiterate, like, that is interesting, because what he's saying he thought was happening is what the evidence showed. But what's interesting is that Stephen denied that he was walking. But we know, I mean, the walking thing is, I think is what it looks like, because where his car was found in proximity to him. And remember, his gas tank was empty. So this is interesting. And, it's the whole thing about the issues around being an escort and the Craigslist, and the dude said they were fighting about it, could be potentially why he denied it. Stephen, I mean, maybe, right? Because it's clear that that's what's happening, and Stephen denied it happening. But this validates what he's saying, because it's what the evidence showed, and he would not have known it yet. So yeah, they did say his phone and wallet. I don't remember about the phone. I remember the wallet being in the car. I don't remember about the phone being in the car. Does anyone else? Oh, goodness gracious. Are you familiar with the Murdaugh case, Murdaugh trial? See, again, I haven't gone through the details of this in a long time. I remember the wallet being in the car. I don't remember about the phone, but maybe Meg or someone else in the chat does. Yeah, are you familiar with the Murdaugh? Because this is Murdaugh adjacent. This is Stephen Smith. Correct. Yes. That's the one. That's where we were at. And then now we're on a little side tangent. We're remembering all the facts of this Murdaugh adjacent case, which is the Stephen Smith case. The boat accident. Yes. Right. So good. So as far as, right, that's another Murdaugh adjacent. So the one that we're on now is Stephen Smith. Do you remember who I'm talking about? Right. This was the dude who was young, in 2015, right? And there was rumors as to if Buster was involved or whatever, or was it a hit and run? Stephen Smith, this is, another rabbit hole. Yes. So he was openly gay, right? And so this is the dude who was his boyfriend and who he was talking to Stephen right before whatever happened. So, and this interview is very close in time to when he was found dead, right? So that's why this is actually a really important interview, right? If it was like years later, then that's completely different because then you forget stuff. And then you've also heard things in the media. But yeah, this is a dude who would have been one of the first dudes they would have talked to, obviously, right? Because this is his boyfriend. But there was the whole thing about the Craigslist and whatever. Things are getting spicy. So, but I don't remember about the phone being in the car. And it wouldn't surprise me because it would be one of the reasons why it was like things weren't making complete sense. Like the thing about getting gas, I think was because his car was out of gas, right? So I think that's why they thought that, because the tank didn't have any gas. But then it was like, yeah, but why would he go without his phone or his wallet? The wallet especially, right? Like if you're going to try to get gas. So we don't know. So let's keep listening. Maybe we'll find out more.
We went back there. I got $4 worth of gas, and my friend went in to get me
Hold on. Let me back this up and make sure I'm getting specifically this part about what he's saying is with the gas. Okay, he was supposed to be coming over.
My mind calls me correct that I looked at it was 3:37 a.m.
Now, was he coming over here?
He was supposed to be on the way, but from what I'm learning, he was headed home.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Okay, so but as far as you know, he was coming over here.
That was what we were talking about, and that's what the Texans were saying.
Okay. Anything else on them Texas about where he had been?
By the way, they're not saying Texas. The captions say they're saying Texas.
Earlier that day, before we left to go to Walterboro because my friends had to go to GameStop to get a game. We went to Walmart. From Walmart, we went to Arby's. Then my friends went to his cousin's house. Then my sugar dropped again. We went to the exit right when you come from 57 to come here to Hampton. There's a Horn gas station, I believe it is. We went back there. I got $4 worth of gas, and my friend went in to get me a Hershey bar.
His blood sugar dropped.
The girl, African-American girl, was
what is happening? Is that like somebody, like, what the fuck is that? That's interesting.
Was pulling all the garbage and everything. He may need to go to work. Hold on. Hey, I'm in an interview. I can't talk. All right. You got to go to work? No, I already cut that off. Sorry.
So Stephen had been with you earlier in the day, right?
No, I was not seeing Stephen at all.
So
that day at all.
So the last time you actually saw him?
Saturday. But the family's saying that
this dude is definitely not from South Carolina, I will say.
His SUV was not around. That SUV that he came to my house, came to see me several times, and even times before that I didn't have a car, been driving around this town.
Well, is this gray car out here the one you drive?
That's the one I drive. That's my Lincoln.
And you have any other cars? Is it in your name?
Yeah, that's in my name. That's registered and insured in my name.
Okay. Any other cars registered in your name?
Not registered.
But do you have any other cars?
I had to rent a car when I first came here because the transmission was having trouble.
What kind of rental car was it?
It was a Jeep.
How long did you have it?
Less than a week. About a week. I had it from Tuesday to Tuesday.
You talking about Tuesday of last week?
Yeah.
And you just turned it in?
Turned it in this Tuesday, so I had that.
You talking about today you turned it in?
No.
You talking about last Tuesday?
The Tuesday I was trying to get to, if you could, the next day that he got killed, I had the car. I had the Lincoln Tuesday.
The day that he got killed?
The day before he got killed, the Lincoln, I had the Lincoln.
Okay. All right.
So I had the Jeep the week before that.
Okay. All right.
And then until that Tuesday.
So throughout the day, had you been talking with him at all?
We were mainly texting up until later on. I think I did talk to him at some point. I don't remember when. I know we talked because he said he was. I know I called him a lot of times. His signals are not good. I don't remember when a time frame, but I know we did talk, and he said he was either a text or something. He said it was about an hour and a half out.
Okay. So the conversation that y'all were having, what was the conversation y'all were talking about?
Mainly, was he going to come? Just normal boyfriend and boyfriend talk. I mean, we love each other, yada, yada, yada. I called him at one point. I know I left messages because I didn't get him that we were going to war tomorrow. And if I think I texted him the same thing because I didn't get him because I wasn't sure whether he was in school, whether he was in work. A lot of times I'd like to text him to make sure he wasn't in school because if he was, he could get in trouble if his phone was on. So I tried to text him first. To be honest with you, the next day I was upset with him because later on the day I had a deep gut feeling something happened for the simple reason the phone wouldn't even would go right to voicemail.
Let me ask you this: have y'all been arguing here lately?
We did have a little argument back because somebody's been messing around. He has it, and I just changed all my passwords because Craigslist things are coming in that I wasn't doing, and they're still coming in.
Oh boy!
And now as of last night,
when you say things were coming in, what kind of things were coming in from Craigslist?
He has my pictures. I have his.
Yeah, get whatever you need.
I'm looking for my tablet. If it's charged, it may. I hope it's still in the car. I'm actually giving me issues again. Everything's in a disarray.
Is that the tablet up underneath that
yeah.
folder?
Goes to tell you I'm all awake.
Thank you.
He has a lot of pictures of me.
Okay, thank you, Carla, for double checking that. Stephen's body was found 3 miles away from his car, and his wallet was in his car, and the gas cap unscrewed. His phone was with his body unlocked. Okay. And, I kind of thought maybe the phone was with him, but again, I didn't want to say it because I didn't remember for sure. So if Rochelle is still listening or she might be falling asleep, that the phone was with him, but the wallet was in the car. Okay. And the gas cap was unscrewed. Again, that does make sense as to where the gas thing came in, right? Thank you for that, Carla. Appreciate. Y'all are the best.
I have a lot of pictures of him. I can't look at these pictures sometimes. Sorry. I got people.
And what was the argument about?
Mainly, I did go on and I was just talking to him because I was saying do the fire. These are mainly of him that he sent me. These are mainly of him. These two are me. But he has a lot of pictures of me, and I have a lot of pictures of him.
Let me see.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I don't know what you're referencing.
The phone that he has is the phone of my service.
Let me ask you this.
They were boyfriends.
Is the phone in your name?
Yeah, it's fine. It's the phone I got.
They were boyfriends, and this dude said that he thought they were going to get married.
So you bought him a phone?
Yeah.
Well, the phone originally that the car accident.
That's it's teamwork, right? Teamwork is dream work, right? So neither of us, Rochelle and I, couldn't remember for sure. I couldn't remember that anything was left in the car until Rochelle brought it up, and then I was like, oh, I don't remember about the phone, but now I remember the wallet. Now that you mention it, and then Carla coming in clutch, clarifying everything. See, we all need each other's help. So
I was in. My phone was damaged. They took the phone and gave me a different phone, and because he was getting very bad service, and he's been harassed in this town. They've been messing with his lugs on the car. They've been screwing with his battery.
Oh boy.
And when you say they, who are you talking about?
I don't know. The only one that he told me that he made it very clear to me, the guy with the tattoo.
Wow.
And I was looking for because I threw all my cases out. Let's
listen to that again. This is news to me. He's describing people who were fucking with him, with Stephen. Interesting. Okay.
Service, and he's been harassed in this town. They've been messing with his lugs on the car. They've been screwing with his battery.
And when you say they, who are you talking about?
I don't know. The only one that he told me that he made it very clear to me, the guy with the tattoo. Darn it. And I was looking for because I threw all my cases out. You guys probably don't know, some of you know, Guns N' Roses. Mm-hmm. Guns N' Roses got the skull tattoo, and then underneath they got the 2 cigarettes, and it says Guns N' Roses. Well, it doesn't say Guns N' Roses, but it's got the 2 cigarettes. I had to remember the tattoo, and that's basically the tattoo that this guy's got. But no, and it's big. It's bigger, but I can't remember where he said it was on the body. He told me that night that he hurt his ankle that we were on Hilton Head Beach. He told me what the tattoo was.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay. We're going to hear that. Yeah. I mean, and that's one of the mysteries, right? That's one of the mysteries. So absolutely you need your wallet. I don't know. And I can't remember too. Do you guys remember if they found money in the wallet? Because that would be the next follow-up question. Because if he was broke and he didn't have any money, then maybe he was hoping he could just ask somebody for a couple bucks, right? Maybe. But yeah, I mean, that's one of the mysteries is why would he leave? I wonder if that can be found out though. I bet it can, right? If there was any money in the wallet. But the gas, but then you have the gas cap being on. I mean, so there's a lot of mystery. We don't know. So.
But it's got the 2 cigarettes. I had to remember the tattoo. And that's basically the tattoo that this guy's got, but no, and it's big. It's bigger, but I can't remember where he said it was on the body. He told me that night that he hurt his ankle that we were on Hilton Head Beach. He told me what the tattoo was.
Okay. Let's get back to the argument.
Who's he talking about hurt his ankles? Is he saying Steven or the tattooed guy? Hold on.
And that's basically the tattoo that this guy's got, but no, and it's big. It's bigger, but I can't remember where he said it was on the body. He told me that night that he hurt his ankle that we were on Hilton Head Beach. He told me what the tattoo was.
Okay.
It sounds like this dude never met the tattooed guy. And it sounds like Steven is the one who hurt his ankle and told Marc about people that were messing with him. And specifically this one guy with a very distinctive tattoo. That's me trying to make sense of this.
Let's get back to the argument. When's the last time you?
Clearly, they probably think this dude is a suspect. Understandably so, right? Because they want to focus on the argument. Now, he's been cleared. I was reading online when I was looking for all this stuff here that he apparently gets death threats still, which is awful. But he's been cleared. You know, I'm sure they looked at his cell phone data and, you know, whatever. But because remember, he was calling and texting Steven. So anyway, he's been cleared. But at this point in time, of course, naturally, they seem to probably suspect him because they want to know more about the argument.
You argued with him.
I know I was a little upset that he wasn't answering me, but I think it was mainly because
was that earlier in the night?
Or no, that was Thursday. That was what, I think Wednesday or Thursday.
Were you arguing prior to that though? Have y'all been arguing prior to that?
I wouldn't say an argument. It was just I seen his Craigslist, and it was mainly what it was he put it up there to show me, you know, his pictures and stuff that I seen, and I told him I wasn't seeing anybody. I was just texting, going back and forth. Well, he says, there's a lot of Craigslist on there. I said, they're not mine. I said, the last Craigslist I posted was a while back. And I said,
okay, jealousy / concerns about cheating. That's what this sounds like. You know, a lover's quarrel, as it were, right? It sounds like they maybe met each other through Craigslist, and that previously they had met other dudes through Craigslist. And so it sounds like maybe they were looking through each other's history, and they're seeing visits to Craigslist. And it's like, it wasn't me. It must have been you. Were you looking for dudes? That's what this, I'm just big picture type of summary there. Sounds like.
Somebody's screwing around with my Craigslist. I said, because they should all be down. I said, I killed all my stuff once we got serious about it. We were about to we were going to get married. I said, if it's still up there, I don't even have the passwords to get in to post anything.
Let me ask you this. Do you do drugs?
I used to. I'm a recovering.
Like a Tinder or something, right? Where it's like, you know, you get in a serious relationship. I mean, I've never used any of this stuff, but it sounds akin to that. But see, this is 2015, right? So it's different. Craigslist was still a thing. So it's like you get in a serious relationship, so then you delete your Craigslist, right?
Passwords to get in to post anything.
Let me ask you this. Do you do drugs?
I used to. I'm a recovering addict.
What kind of drugs did you use to do?
LSD, acid. I pop a lot of pain pills.
All right. What about Steven? Did he do any type of drugs around you?
He never did it around me, but I know he smoked weed.
Okay.
I know he smoked it because of anxiety, and I smoke weed too, but I haven't smoked it in a while.
Okay.
I'm December 5th, January 5th, February 5th, January, February, March, April, May, June.
He's counting time sober.
I'm 7 months clean. I've recently.
Well, let me ask you this. Now, all these phone calls that you're saying that you're getting, what are they saying? Besides, that the same thing will happen to you. Is it a male's voice? White, black, Hispanic?
The girls are white. The males, I don't know if they're.
Are they giving you with a group? What are they saying?
There's the guys the one girl, you could hear kids in the background. You could hear there's stuff going on in the background.
He's saying this is what he heard when he was on the phone with Steven right before he died.
But the voice is muffled, but you could tell it's a woman.
Have you got any recorded?
I'm still trying to figure out how to record while you're on the phone. That's what I've been trying.
Have they left you any recorded messages on your voicemail?
No, but I could check that. That was something that I needed to check because any lollipop, don't start eating whatever on the road, please. I don't have any money to take you to the vet. Believe me.
So now we know they're in his house and he's talking to his dog, and his dog's name is Lollipop. That is amazing. But also the thing about recording on the phone, that is the only way to do that. You have to get a third-party app. So that's not his fault. It's funny that they asked him that question then, and he answers it as if it's like something he should have known how to do, and he feels bad he doesn't know how to do it yet. No, that's their fault. It is not automatic, at least not with iPhones. But so now Dude, he's like, lollipop, don't start eating what's on the floor. Oh my God. But then he says he doesn't have money to take her to the vet. So maybe he's not rich. Maybe he's not rich. Interesting.
There's the guys that the one girl, you could hear kids in the background. You could hear there's stuff going on in the background, but the voice is muffled. But you could tell it's a woman.
Have you got any recorded?
I'm still trying to figure out how to record while you're on the phone. That's what I've been trying
Have
to.
they left you any recorded messages on your voicemail?
No, but I could check that. That was something that I needed to check because any lollipop, don't start eating whichever on the rug, please. I don't have any money to take you to the vet. Believe me.
That's funny.
Let's see if there's anything on here because there should be messages. So this is the last message was 7/4/2015 from Steven, and I gave him some gas money on the 3rd.
Interesting.
Oh, what? The 4th?
This is the 4th.
Okay.
And he didn't leave anything.
Put on speakerphone.
It is. Oh, okay.
Leave him some gas.
I'm sorry. I didn't even realize it
Interesting.
because I know. I'll play it back. I didn't realize it.
I'm not worried about what the kind. I just wanted to.
I didn't even remember it was here. So this is something I know I played it. Let me try and do this. Now let's play it.
Put on speakerphone.
Yeah. This phone service funky. You know how to get that to play back?
Let me see. Scroll back over with your finger.
Oh my God. They're trying to figure out how to play a voicemail.
Just press play.
Go ahead.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you, that's why I don't drive at this point.
Wow. Wow. Whoa.
That's the phone from Steven?
Yeah, that's the person that was calling me, and I don't know who's calling me from that number. That's the person that called that one time. That's his phone.
Whoa, what? Somebody else called from Steven's phone. The fuck? You guys, this is insanity though. I did not know about this. Did y'all? This is like, I would imagine that this seems like maybe one of the most important details. Like what? Like that's like, find out who that person is, right?
That's the phone from Steven?
Yeah, that's the person that was
That's why
calling
they're asking there, because literally I was thinking to myself, I was like, that does not sound like a dude's voice. That's why they're asking. But then he clarifies.
me, and I don't know who's calling me from that number. That's the person that called that one time. That's his phone.
Hi, this is Elaine. I'm returning your call. I know you called last night. Give me a call back, please. Message.
This number has called you several times.
Yeah, they called, and that was that. Originally, it comes up. Is that where it says boyfriend?
No.
All right, no, you gotta hit boyfriend. That the boyfriend is the one,
Okay.
not that one.
All right.
Sorry.
Oh, false alarm. It sounds like they can't figure out how to play these voicemails. Maybe that was a false alarm because it says he has them in his phone as boyfriend. Hey, Meg.
So he doesn't say anything?
That's another night that I don't. Look at what the 4th was. Was the 4th?
Saturday.
That was the night that I got a call from him. He was out at the boat landing. That's why I went to.
Oh, yeah,
remember? That's why. If that's, can I see the phone?
Mm-hmm.
That's the night that I did get. Let me see something because if that's the night, I believe. Yep, it's a Saturday night. That's the night that he was at the boat landing that he came here. And he didn't come here till late.
I remember hearing there was something about the boat landing. I don't remember any details, just boat landing is all I remember.
This question. Have you and Steven ever been out together and been threatened by anybody?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Have you ever threatened Steven with any harm?
No.
Have y'all ever had any physical fight?
No.
Just a normal argument?
It was just over. Well, the thing that happened was I'm 47 years old. Steven works a lot. Steven works a lot and goes to school. And mainly why that was put up there, and he made it very clear to me, because he's working, going to school, and he's seen my pictures. I'm telling you, them pictures I did not put up. So I seen his pictures up there. I was living after the fire with Larry, is where I went yesterday.
And these pictures you're talking about the ones on Craigslist?
Yeah, I didn't put them up.
On Craigslist, how's it listed on Craigslist?
I don't have a Craigslist.
I mean, but how was it listed? You had to see them.
I don't remember because it's
Is he using an alias name or is it?
He ain't using nothing. It was something I don't remember because the phone and the tablet that he has, and I tried, and I wonder if I tagged it. If I tagged it in my pictures because I tagged it.
Does the sister still have the tablet?
The sister has the tablet, and that's what that. Let me show you something. Can you come over here?
Yeah.
I said to everybody the phones. Why I'm getting calls from Steven. Let me show you something. and I'm going to make a point to you. And one of the cops told me, no, bull donkey. I'm going to prove.
Sorry. He was 19. This dude's a character, right? He's definitely not from South Carolina. Something's bull donkey. Hold on.
Sister still have the tablet.
The sister has the tablet, and that's what that. Let me show you something. Can you come over here?
Yeah.
I will say this much. I remember the tablet was a whole thing because they really wanted the tablet. I remember that detail from the get-go that they want, and no one was like, I remember some people being like, what's the deal with the tablet? And maybe it was his mom. Like somebody felt like it was overbroad and there was no reason to take his tablet. But I guarantee you, they got some intel from this dude that made them think there was something that could help the investigation on that tablet, right?
To everybody, the phones, why I'm getting calls from Steven. Let me show you something. And I'm going to make a point to you. And one of the cops told me, no, bull donkey. I'm going to prove. I don't know how you could do it, but how do I text myself? Because if somebody let me see something.
Oh my God.
I'm going to make a call real quick.
He's going to try to call himself, I bet. This is so funny.
I know I don't go out driving at all. He just freaking called me now.
Well, let me ask you this question.
I'm going to just hold on a second, please.
Oh, long 4 seasons. Lovely. That is so funny.
Hey, Bubba, text me so I could show them something. Just say, hey. Okay, because we got a lot going on with this. People texting me and calling me. Just text me and say, hey. I got to show them that the way this is set up on the tablets and phones, that they go into both systems.
Listen, I'm doing something on the phone right now because I got to get back to the office for some food boxes and stuff. I'm doing something on the phone right now.
All right. Let me figure out how to get this done.
That's fine. You don't have to.
Why is everybody struggling so much? All he needed was him to just text him and say, hey. Oh my God. This is hilarious. What he wants to show them, it sounds like, is how when you get text messages, it'll show up on a tablet as well. I think what he's referring to is iCloud. Right. Okay. Thank you for that, Carla. His family claims he wouldn't walk home in the middle of the road because he was very skittish. Interesting. And so I guess the reason he thought he was walking, by he, I mean Marc, is because he heard, this was at the very beginning of this video, but he heard other people. So, could it have been the radio in the car? Sure. Could it have been this dude's imagination? Possible. But that, in other words, the reason he asked the question about the walking, according to him, like the reason he asked that question was because he heard other sounds that sounded like he was walking or whatever. And I think he said he heard a car drive by or something, or truck. But yeah, it's all very mysterious.
Let me ask you this question. You willing to take a lie detector test saying you don't know anything about his death or had anything to do with that death?
I know the
detector test.
A lot about what.
I didn't ask you that. Are you willing to?
I'm willing to take a lie detector test. This is what I'm trying to show you. The texts that go to my phone go to that. That's why that tablet is proven to everything. Now, what I know is I feel that the escort agency has something to do with this.
Who is the escort agency?
That's why we need the phone and the tablet. Because he told me when he came Saturday, end quote, that when he came that I was going to have to get waxed down, everything, and look like a boy. And it was going to be, and I said, I'm not comfortable with father-son when we're boyfriend and boyfriend.
Oh.
But there is something going on this Saturday.
Okay. Where is the escort agency?
That I don't know because I only learned about this a couple weeks ago. I don't have information on what escort agency, where it is. I know I worked for one way back when.
I do. I recall her saying that.
And he said it ain't that one.
Well, let me ask you this. You say you work for an escort agency. Wait, and I'm not. Don't try to read in the question. Did you ever give him any idea about trying to work into an escort agency?
No.
Did you give him did you talk to him about how an escort agency worked?
No, because he already knew.
Okay. Who other than you, who else would he may have been seeing?
That's a good question because according to the sister, he's been seeing other guys, and the father passed a comment when he was walking out. He may be using them for money, and I didn't have the money for him to be using me.
Let me ask you this.
So he's not a sugar dad.
Have you ever seen him with anybody else?
No, I haven't.
How long have y'all been together?
His birthday is the 29th of January. He was shaking his booty at the club, and he wasn't even 18. So that's probably why that club was closed.
Oh
His
my
birthday's
God.
29th, and I
Yeah, but
was
what I'm saying, how long have
Okay,
y'all,
hold on. Let's hear that again. So they met because he was a stripper at some gay strip club or something in the low country of South Carolina? What? He was shaking his, hold on.
how long have y'all been together?
His birthday is the 29th of January. He was shaking his booty at the club, and he wasn't even 18.
What is happening?
So that's probably why that club was closed. Because his birthday is the 29th, and I
Yeah, but
was.
what I'm saying, how long have y'all been together?
What club? Now I want to know about the club. I want to know what club. Holy shit. Y'all, we just from what we've heard so far from this one dude, I feel like one could deep dive the hell out of this. Like already, I'm like, oh my God, there's so many different things here. Like, what?
Well, that's what I'm saying. He was shaking his butt at the club, dancing at the club. I want to say the 26th, 27th.
What club is this?
It's been closed up. It was in Charleston.
Oh my
You know
God.
the name of it?
I don't remember the name of it. I
God
went
damn
to
it.
with a friend, and that's when we first met.
So you met him back in January, basically.
Okay, it's
When he
a
was
club in Charleston. When did he say it closed? Hold on.
saying he was shaking his butt at the club, dancing at the club. I want to say the 26th, 27th.
What club is this?
It's been closed up. It was in Charleston.
You know the name of it?
I don't remember the name of it. I went there with a friend, and that's when we first met.
So you met him back in January,
Wow.
basically.
When he supposedly was 18, but his birthday is not until the 19th.
Right.
20.
So he didn't know he was underage. That makes sense because of the fact that you should be old enough. Okay. Because of the fact that he was dancing at a strip club, he thought he was of age, and then he learned he wasn't.
I mean,
So you met him,
and he wasn't even 18, but we didn't do anything because he had to leave.
okay? When did you officially start really going or hanging out with him, going out with him, whatever you want to call it?
Like around my birthday of that year.
When is your birthday?
April 18th, 1968.
So y'all been seeing each other?
You guys notice the way he understands everything in terms of time is in relation to people's birthdays. It's very interesting. Everything is in comparison to a birthday. Interesting.
Regular basis since April, really.
Well, it's been regular, but I didn't get the car. When he could come to me, or I could get anywhere down here. I could get a friend to bring me down towards this area.
How many arguments have y'all ever had?
I say just the one.
And that was just prior to his death, right? That was over the Craigslist.
It wasn't really an argument.
It was a.
I want to know if Lollipop was okay. Is Lollipop okay after eating the stuff that was on the carpet?
A disagreement then.
It was a disagreement. I wouldn't say we fought. I was mainly upset because of the thing, but we weren't like threatening each other. I mean, it wasn't a threat. It wasn't a threat.
That's not the question I'm asking you. I said the argument or disagreement.
But I'm making it clear it wasn't. There weren't threats. We were both upset too. Why the pictures are getting put up? Why? And me seeing it. I mean, to be honest with you, when I seen pictures that I've never seen, I was down on my hands and knees crying.
Let me ask you this next question.
That's sad.
When
He
the
was
phone
upset
dropped,
because he thought Steven was cheating on him.
phone call dropped, and he was walking, did you ever make a comment or ask him if you want me to come get you?
I couldn't come get him, and that was what I was saying.
Why couldn't you come get him?
I didn't have enough gas, and he didn't want me to come with the gas that was in the car. I didn't have gas.
Okay. After that, after you dropped the phone, the last text or the last phone call, what was the last thing y'all said to one another?
The last thing he said is, I'm on my way. The text, I'm not sure which one came. I believe it said I'm 30, 40 minutes away.
Did you text him back and say anything?
I believe I did, but I don't.
Okay. What did you say to him?
I don't remember. That's what I'm telling you. Seroquel was already in my body at that point. It was impossible for me to go anywhere, and he knew that. But I'm saying to you, it was the fact that no gas, the fact that Seroquel was kicking, he knew that.
So if I
Could you wait a minute? I want to get. He was not normal.
And when you say not normal, what do you mean by not normal?
He sounded like he was drunk. He doesn't take drugs. He doesn't drink other than smoke weed. He sounded like he was on something. He played it off to me on the call that I was talking to him a little bit earlier before, all this, that he said to me, end quote, I'm tired. I've been at school and work and I'm tired. And I says, I believe I said to him, it doesn't sound like tired. And he says, Mark, I'm just tired. Okay. I believe if he was drugged and he came here, the house in the back, I don't know if this yellow car, the windows are tinted dark, but there's a yellow car that comes in that goes to the back people in the back.
And what's that got to do with this?
I don't know. If the yellow car that supposedly the sister says he was driving, windows are tinted, then he has been in here to the back.
But he's never been here though.
Huh?
He's been here. Yes, he's been here.
But what's the reason for the yellow car?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. If that's the car that I'm thinking, because I've only seen that car.
Yeah, the yellow car is very distinctive. What?
Once that I've seen it. When he came here, I didn't see the car. I mean, I don't know what car he came in. I assumed even on that date that I went to the house, he was still, because one of the texts and one of the calls that we talked,
Wow.
I asked him, did you get, because he came out to, when I was staying at Red Roof Inn, he came out in the Ford. That was one of the last times I seen him before I went to Larry. And all that stuff coming down with that little disagreement was when I was at Larry's. That tablet is his, and I'm telling you, the shit that's going on is off that tablet. That's why I wanted to show you that, because you can route the phone calls through the tablet, and it can still come up as number.
Well, Mark, let me ask you this. If I got some other questions later on, you willing to come in?
I'm willing to do whatever you want. I just can't drive right now.
I'm not asking that right now.
Whatever you want me to bend over backwards, you want me to do whatever you need me to do. I'm telling you, I'm not the one.
Okay.
I don't care what you want me to do.
Okay.
I will do anything you need.
Let me ask you this. Do y'all have any mutual friends that y'all were around?
Wow.
Yes, there's a couple guys in town.
What are their ages?
One of them, I believe, is 18.
My mind is like, dude, there's so much information in this, and it's kind of, who is Larry? I don't even remember hearing Larry, but I might have been still listening to something else he was saying, because there's a lot happening. I'll back it up. I don't remember him saying Larry. Doesn't mean he didn't say it. There was the bit, I was thinking about the yellow car. He just said it. Okay. Huh. Okay. Wait, it's a little bit further than that.
Even on that date that I went to the house, he was still, because one of the texts and one of the calls that we talked, I asked him, did you get, because he came out to, when I was staying at Red Roof Inn, he came out in the Ford. That was one of the last times I seen him before I went to Larry. And all that stuff coming down.
Oh. And he might be saying Lowry. I don't know. Hold on.
Out to when I was staying at Red Roof.
Let me put it on normal speed. I don't know what he's saying. I don't know that he's okay. Hold on. Interesting.
He came out in the Ford. That was one of the last times I seen him before I went to Larry. And all that.
What?
That was one of the last times I seen him before I went to Larry. And
he's saying it like he expects them to know what he's talking about, right? So
the Ford. That was one of the last times I seen him before I went to Larry.
I have no idea. I have no idea, Rochelle. He's not explained that at all. He's kind of all over the place. I have no idea. So we don't know. We don't know yet. It's hard to tell if he's. It kind of sounds like he's saying the Larry, right? So I don't know. What am I doing? Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay.
And all that stuff coming down with
Right.
that little disagreement was when I was at Larry's.
Rochelle, you must have a crystal ball. You must have a crystal ball. Well done. How did you know? That was very good. Yes, to Larry's. Okay. So it might be one of the friends, because the question initially at some point, he kind of went off on tangent, was like, did you guys have mutual friends in town? So maybe that's who Larry is. But I think it's clear he's not cheating, right? Because he seems to be really about a monogamous relationship, kind of is what it sounds like.
Tablet is his, and I'm telling you, the shit that's going on is off that tablet. That's why I wanted to show you that, because you can route the phone calls through the tablet, and it can still come up as number.
Well, Mark, let me ask you this. If I got some other questions later on, you willing to come in?
I'm willing to do whatever you want. I just can't drive right now.
I'm not asking that right now.
Whatever you want me to bend over backwards.
I thought the tablet, was found in the house, in his mom's house. That's my recollection. I could be wrong. I feel like I feel like they had a search warrant for her house, and that's where they got the tablet. Let me know.
You want me to do whatever you need me to do. I'm telling you, I'm not the one.
Okay.
I don't care what you want me to do.
Okay.
I will do anything you need.
Let me ask you this. Do y'all have any mutual friends that y'all were around?
Yes, there's a couple guys in town.
What are their ages?
One of them, I believe, is 18. A couple of them, one of them was in Murdaugh.
Did he ever say he was with any of those that night?
He didn't say anything, but the kid that he took to Switches C.
So
that somebody he goes to school with.
Let me start a little timeline here.
Yeah.
All right. He died Wednesday morning. Is that correct? Correct. So Tuesday, Tuesday, let's say around 6 o'clock. Did you think you talked to him around 6 o'clock?
It is. I know exactly where it is. It's it's near Sakahatchee. We field tripped it before when I covered the trial. Yeah, we field tripped it. Yeah, everything is really close. It's like you've got where the side of the road happens is also near where Stephen Smith was found, and it's also near Moselle. But, you know, that's just sort of, there's like two main roads. It's like Sakahatchee and then whatever the one that turns into Moselle is. Those are like the two roads out there. So.
Whether by text or phone?
We talk all the time. I mean, you're asking questions.
Yeah, agreed. Totally. He needs friends his own age for sure.
Because you got to remember, I did heavy drugs and stuff. I'm lucky I can remember some things. It's taking me time just to put a timeline together now.
Oh dear.
I mean, the drugs I've been.
But
I'm lucky I can't even, if I don't put something by the door to go out the door, to go do something, I have to come back 20 times to get it. I mean, I'm putting it straight out to you, straightforward. So you're asking me questions. The phone is going to be more answers that could give you than I can give you on.
He's saying, just take my phone and fucking celebrate it. That's what he's saying.
When we text, I mean, I'm being straightforward with you. I'm not gonna tell you something and be caught. And
I mean, I would so much rather be like, look, don't expect me to remember all the shit that's on my phone. Just take the phone. Right. I mean, I understand you don't want them, but having said that, it's like between being on the hook for remembering all this stuff when it's like, look, like the information's there, take it, right? That way I don't have to be, put on under pressure to remember it on the spot and get it wrong. And then, I get it. I would be like, take the phone.
You know why? Because I don't remember when we talked, when we didn't. We were talking and texting all the time, sir. So I don't remember time.
I mean,
it's possible.
Here's a problem I have with it. And I'll go ahead and tell you the problem I have with it is you're able to tell me about all this other stuff that went.
But
let me finish. I'm not asking specific questions. I'm asking for a broad. I'm giving you a broad time. I said approximately. I'm not asking you to say 6:01 or 6:10, and I'm asking specific things that he may have said. But you can tell me what somebody said yesterday, calling you and harassing you, and
because certain things stick in my mind. Yeah, we probably did text. Yes, I mean I can tell you we text all the time. If we text, yes, I know we were texting.
Let me go ahead and tell you this: if you know anything and you're trying to hide from me, whether you let me finish, whether you had anything to do with it or not, understand you can be held just as accountable for it. I mean, if it's somebody you know, some information.
The only thing that I know is when the time that before the fire, and I said this to the sister, the one thing that was said that when I picked up the check for my deposits to the landlord, he outside his church, he says, you and Stephen are going to burn in hell for being in a gay relationship, and it's SEX. Either one of you or both of you. That's the only thing. And that night that we were either going to the...
Hold on, I want to listen to that part again. Some people's brains work that way. Which way are you saying? Like where they don't remember stuff? Or 100%, I agree. Like in no matter what part of the brain, like everything that I'm hearing from this dude, he's being completely honest and completely candid with them. And they're doing that thing that they do where they assume you're a criminal and hiding the truth, right? They're doing that thing that they do. And I'm not getting any red flags from him at all.
That was said that when I picked up the check for my deposits to the landlord.
Oh, my figures are not agreeing with me. You mean like numbers?
He outside his church, he says, you and Stephen are going to burn in hell for being in a gay relationship, and it's SEX. Either one of you or both of you. That's the only thing. And that night.
So again, so he said one of yous or both of yous. The way that he says yous like that, probably what, upstate New York, maybe? Absolutely. 100%. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. And the other thing is the dude misstated the thing about, he's like, you could remember being harassed he misstated it. The dude didn't remember it. It was they listened to the voicemail, by the way. Like, so the detective is like, and the dude, this dude, Marc, already forgot that he didn't remember that. And in other words, I'm sitting there like, wait, hold on. That was the voicemail. But Marc didn't even remember that it was the voicemail. And he's like, anyway, it just shows how like nothing to hide. And just, he's not even concerned about correcting the officer wherein he could have there, like that. Right. For sure.
That we were either going to the beach or coming, that we stopped at a gas station and he was the one just getting in the car, Marshall, and engaged with him. It's not fucking worth it. We were at, I think it was the Shell going towards.
And what night was this?
It was a Friday night, but I don't remember the date.
Friday night before 4th of July?
Yeah, it was way before the 4th of July. It was the weekend of the fire, and I don't remember what weekend with everything going on.
You keep talking about this fire. What kind of fire?
Yeah,
It was
he-
electrical fire because me and Steven went over to the guy to talk about him working on the house.
Why you where? What was your previous residence?
Yes, there was the guy was a Mexican. He didn't know what he was doing with construction. There was problems with the other guy putting GFIs in. It rained Sunday morning into Monday morning.
Oh my God.
I got woken up by my son and the other 2 kids.
All right, he's got kids. Okay, all right, hold on. This dude's got kids. I guess there was a reference earlier. This dude, in my brain, this dude's got kids. Now we're hearing a side quest story about the electrical fire. And it's funny because he has mentioned fire several times. And I keep thinking, wait, what fire? But because they don't stop him to ask about it, I figured, oh, they must have already heard about the fire earlier, right? But they hadn't. And thank God they're like, wait, hang on. What is this fire? I was thinking a bonfire. Oh my God. Oh my God.
He was the one just get in the car, Mark. Don't engage with him. It's not fucking worth it. We were at, I think it was the Shell going towards.
And what night was this?
It was a Friday night, but I don't remember the date.
Friday night before 4th of July?
Yeah, it was way before the 4th of July. It was the weekend of the fire, and I don't remember what weekend was
Here's
everything
what it
going.
is. He doesn't remember that. This makes sense. He's like, I don't remember the date, but I can tell you what weekend it was because there was a fucking electrical fire, right? That's one of those things where anything that happened around that time, you're going to remember it. You're not going to remember the date, but you're going to be like, yeah, it happened the same day as the freaking crazy ass electrical fire, right? So this makes complete sense.
Going on.
You keep talking about this fire. What kind of fire?
It was electrical fire because me and Steven went over to
All right,
the
if you're saying you as if you're saying to me, I was talking, this is a different fire. I was talking about the fire of the Murdaugh fire, different fire. That was from the, that's what if you're saying, I referenced the fire earlier tonight. That was the one, the Murdaugh, the house on Holly Street. But he also mentioned fire several times in this interview and never discussed what the fire was.
guy to talk about him working on the house.
Why you where? What was your previous residence?
Yes, there was the guy was a Mexican. He didn't know what he was doing with construction. There was problems with the other guy putting GFIs in. It rained Sunday morning into Monday morning. I got woken up by my son and the other 2 kids, and they're saying smoke. The smoke detectors didn't even go off. I guess because of the rain and whatever they were doing. Here, let me show you. The guy was putting these long nails through the walls. Okay, actually, I have it better because I printed it.
You don't hear it.
Yeah, but the fact is, one of the wires, because I had to get my old washer back from a friend and dryer, one of the wires went right through where the wire for the dryer is. And that must have set a lot of issues off. And it started a fire in the house. That was 94.
Can I ask you one thing?
What?
You can remember everything about everything else.
Oh,
because you're asking specific things that I can't give you.
But I mean, you can be in detail, but with this nail went, what wire struck, but you can't remember, and this happened less than a week ago. Yeah, less than a week ago, and you can't remember last time.
Okay, let me explain it to you. Some of these things, I wasn't on my Seroquel. I wasn't taking my.
It's fair. I feel bad for the guy. So by the way, just to clarify, so the Murdaugh fire I was referencing, that took place, that was in 2009. That was one where there was arson. It was like suspected arson because they found an accelerant. No suspect was ever apprehended, but guess what? Murdaugh got a huge insurance payout because of it.
My Seroquel. That's the difference that you're asking. When some of these things happen, I wasn't taking my Seroquel. That is the difference that you're asking. The calls and some of the things that he's asking me that night, that's one of the reasons why I couldn't go. You seen when you came in today, up until now. I'm still coming off of it. You could see me when I'm on first thing in the morning. You look at my eyes. They're not bloodshot. They're red from the Seroquel.
Poor guy.
So when did you take it? Tuesday? When did you take that Tuesday? You took that Tuesday night?
Tuesday.
When Stephen called you?
I took it way before that because he had the habit of calling and saying he's going to come and he can't come because then he's got to go do something else.
So basically what you're saying, so what you can be telling us now cannot be true, right?
It is true because the texts are going to tell you what it is.
But you say that you can't remember.
I took it about 1 o'clock. It takes an
hour. And that's why he keeps saying, go look at my texts.
Hour or so before it really, or 2 hours or 3 hours before it starts working. Before I totally go out, you're looking at about 4 hours. Okay. And then at that point, I'm out for a while. If there's a fire in here, if that fire would have happened when I took my medicine when the kids started going to sleep at 10 o'clock, by 1 o'clock, if that fire would have happened between 1 and say 4 in the morning, we would all burnt in hell. Because I cannot physically, I can hear what goes on, whether or not I can't physically get up.
Drug that people should not be taking if they wouldn't even wake up for a house fire. Like, that does not sound safe to me.
The body is like, look, you're making a face.
Yeah, I am. I mean, because all this stuff that you're telling me is
This dude's a character. Look, the way he's like, you're making a face. Oh my God.
Fire in here. If that fire would have happened when I took my medicine when the kids started going to sleep at 10 o'clock, by 1 o'clock, if that fire would have happened between 1 and say 4 in the morning, we would all burn in hell. Because I cannot physically, I can hear what goes on, whether or not I can't physically get up. The body is like, look, you're making a face.
Yeah, I am. I mean, because all this stuff that you're telling me is.
Talk to my doctor and you talk.
Well, I don't need to talk to you, doctor. I'm talking to you. I mean, you can recall so much from everything else, even when you take your medicine. And then you're telling me now because we give you like a little bit of timeline, you say you take it at 1 o'clock and it takes 1 hour, or maybe 2 or maybe 3.
It depends on what medicine I'm taking. I mean, I take multiple. All right. Listen, if you're trying to run the phone records, it's going to tell it. Take the phone. I'm not going to be ridiculed I'm not going to be ridiculed. I already got the mother telling me and making accusations.
And nobody here has made no accusations. The problem I have with is you're not able to recall things that you say, and that in itself to me is a problem. Okay.
All right, fine. I understand that.
But you're saying you're receiving these phone calls from people who are threatening you from the Cayman Islands. You're saying that you're receiving them from people around here.
I don't know. Did I say around here? I said that they're saying I'm going to die. They're unavailable numbers. How do I know? You see that the phone says the Cayman Islands. All right, but the ones that are unavailable until phone records are pulled, I don't know where they're coming from.
I will say this. I don't have anything else for you. All right, but I will say, if you want to cooperate, continue to cooperate.
I'm cooperating, but you're.
I'm not saying you're not cooperating. See, you're jumping to accusations just because we're asking you questions.
I don't have answers. It's not that I don't like. I don't have answers.
You do have answers.
But I don't know.
Wait a second. You say the phone's going to answer, and I'm good with that. All right. But the problem is some of.
Do you understand how many times we text?
Doesn't matter. Okay. Let me ask you this. I can tell you right now. I can tell you what my wife or anybody. I text a lot with my wife and my daughter. And I can pretty much tell you, I can't tell you every word that they say, but I can give you the gist of the conversation.
And I can give you that, but I
don't know. I have to back it up. This is.
Okay. And it takes 1 hour, or maybe 2 or maybe 3.
It depends on what medicine I'm taking. I mean, I take multiple. All right. Listen, if you're trying to run the phone records, it's going to tell it. Take the phone. I'm not going to be ridiculed I'm not going to be ridiculed. I already got the mother telling me and making accusations.
And nobody here has made no accusations. The problem I have with is you're not able to recall things that you say, and that in itself to me is a problem. Okay.
All right, fine. I understand that.
But you're saying you're receiving these phone calls from people who are threatening you from the Cayman Islands. You're saying that you're receiving them from people around here.
I don't know. Did I say around here? I said that they're saying I'm going to die. They're unavailable numbers. How do I know? You see that the phone says the Cayman Islands. All right, but the ones that are unavailable until phone records are pulled, I don't know where they're coming from.
I will say this. I don't have anything else for you. All right.
So he's saying, dude, they're really trying to put words in his mouth. He's like, I'm not saying they're from the Cayman Islands. He's like, I showed you the phone number and it says Cayman Islands, right? And like, wow. So it sounds like though the threats are separate because the fire, he explained that was like an electrical fire because the electrician fucked up. So it doesn't sound like the fire is related, but it does sound like there's threats for being gay because he said there was that one dude who was like, you're going to burn in hell or whatever. And then that was a local dude. It sounds like that was a threat made in person near a church or something. Wow. I mean, great point from Carla. They certainly never fucking did. Nope, they sure did not. Nope. Those interviews are crazy. Yeah, right? Like they are really misconstruing what he's saying to try to make him seem like a suspect, I guess, in hopes that he will say things that are incriminating. It's really sad, isn't it? He's trying to help them. But the thing is by acting like the way that they're acting, they're hampering his ability to help them, right? He's given all kinds of information that's I find helpful that I would want to look into. I mean, my goodness. I want to know about Larry, right? I want to know about God, there's been so many things. Like this whole thing's been littered with like little nuggets of like, wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Like, and all they're trying to do is, I don't know. It's a shame. It's a real shame. Because any of those little pieces of information could lead you somewhere.
But I will say,
lead as into a suspect, right?
if you want to cooperate, continue to cooperate.
I'm cooperating, but you're
I'm not saying you're not cooperating. See, you're jumping to accusations just because we're asking you questions.
I don't have
It's
not that I don't like. I don't have answers.
You do have answers.
But I don't know.
Wait a second. You say the phone's going to answer, and I'm good with that. All right. But the problem is if some of the
Do you understand how many times we text?
Doesn't matter. Okay, let me ask you this. I can tell you right now. I can tell you what my wife or anybody. I text a lot with my wife and my daughter, and I can pretty much tell you. I can't tell you every word that they say, but I can give you the gist of the conversation.
And I can give you that, but
that's all I'm asking. I'm not asking, and I've told you this from the beginning. I'm not asking for specifics. I'm just asking to be general. I come in here telling you timeline, same thing. I'm not asking you.
A lot of the texts are what we're going to do, or can he come by, or do you want me to meet you? One of the texts, and I don't remember exactly whether it was Wednesday night, but I know Tuesday or Monday night, I did text him, and he was coming from school, or was supposed to be. Do you want me to cook you something?
That's all I'm asking for. One of the things I'm asking for on some of these texts, did he say anything while he was walking? Like, there's something suspicious.
He never said he was walking. I said to you, I asked because I heard the tires. Are you walking? His answer to me was no.
Okay. Did he ever say anything suspicious was happening to him? Or
that night?
Yes.
He said that exactly the same way he said it the first time.
He did say that he felt he was being followed.
Okay. And did he give you any indication? And I'm not, like I said, this is generic. I don't expect.
Well, if you ask specific questions, I'm going to give you what I know.
I have been asking you the same questions I'm asking you now. But
Can I do something?
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead.
All right. The thing I'm asking is, when he said that he felt like he was being followed, did he say, there's a car following me, or I was in a restaurant, or I was at the gas station?
They said he was up there, but he was up at that blinking light up there. He said to me. His family said he was up at the Exxon. He said he was up, and I can't remember. If you go out, like you're going out to Walterboro, sir, there's a four-way blinking light, and there's a store right to the right.
Snyder's Crossroads.
Oh, see, I don't know where. He said he was out there. They said he got cigarettes at Exxon.
Now, let me ask you this. Is that where he said he felt like he was being followed at?
Yes, he said that he was being harassed at that store.
By who?
He didn't say. He said it was a couple of guys in the pickup truck. If I call correctly, he said they were rednecks. But I know.
Ever give you a description of the pickup truck? He may or may not.
He said it was big and it was tall. He didn't give me a description with the mud tires. But the last time we talked, that night, before the phone went down, and I said to him, "Are you walking or not?" I called him back. Or was that before? I know at one point I heard mud tires. I heard big mud tires. Big mud tires. And
in other words, when you say you hear
in the background,
you hear him whining, is what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I hear the mud tires like they're coming towards him or going past him, because they sounded loud, that they were getting louder. And that, I believe, was the last time I talked to him.
So you asked him what was going on? What are you doing? You asked him what he was doing?
At one point, yes, I did. He said he was coming to me.
No, when you heard those mud tires, you didn't ask him.
I was going on. Because first I heard a semi, then I heard the mud tires. Right after all that,
I don't like it
went
either,
down.
Mike.
The phone went on me.
So he had on speakerphone?
I don't think so.
So you can hear mud tires while
I don't know what he did.
Now I'm asking you, can you hear mud tires while you're on the phone while you're walking down the highway?
I guess. I mean, I don't know, because I know if I'm walking, you can hear a lot on the phone. It depends on how we have the phone turned
If
up.
he's on speakerphone, yeah, but if he ain't on speakerphone, how can you hear?
I don't know. Then I guess it's on speakerphone, but I know I can't. You could hear certain things when I'm walking.
How do you know there was mud tires?
By the sound of them. Basically, you know, like a big truck with big tires, you could hear your.
And how about the semi?
The semi, you could hear it was a semi. My uncle drove semis.
So you can hear it was a semi, then the.
I could identify the two different vehicles, yes.
You don't remember about what time that was? I'm not asking you specific.
If you give me a minute, I'm trying to put. That was a little bit before. And the call before that, I heard a lot of dogs in the background, like barking. And I don't know where he was at that point. But them tires, and that's why I went out to the scene. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to see, because the semi was the first one, and then
you went to the scene?
I went to the scene because I went out to the house, because he also told me.
What time did you go to the scene?
The day after the wake.
Oh, the day after the wake.
Because I didn't even know I didn't know until my friends started telling me you're talking about Stephen Smith. I didn't even know he had passed away or he was hit. I didn't know nothing about this until I was going to go to an NA meeting, and my friend gave me the ass to go, and I drove right by the wait.
How come nobody ever
And
has any
that's when
gas
I drove by, and she asked me again, "You're talking about Stephen Smith, 19 years old." That's when I learned this happened.
Okay. Stephen had an alias name, Brian. You ever know him about him using that?
Yeah, that's a killer. I heard about that. That's something he uses.
Well, hold on.
Brian. It
An
ain't got
alias name. Okay, let me back up.
Brian.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I wanted to say real quick too. So yeah, it's so interesting because when Alex realized that he was going to get exposed, like with the boat crash, with the discovery, when they were asking for the financial stuff, he would have known, and I mentioned this earlier, but I know not all of you guys were here earlier. This was hours ago probably, but he would have known at that point that once they uncovered it, he was facing a life sentence because of that rule, the 3 strikes rule in South Carolina for financial crimes, that he would have known it was a guaranteed, it's a mandatory life sentence without parole. And he would have known he had that anyway. Like if they found out, which is probably why he went to so many lengths to, and all of this again was unraveling at the beginning of June. So it's just insane.
You ever know him about him using that?
Yeah, that's a killer. I heard about that. That's something he uses. Brian. It ain't just Brian he uses. Brian. Is it Brian? Brian something was something he used. Now that you mention it, that jars a memory. Brian. It wasn't just Brian he used on.
Is that the alias name he used for the sex chat rooms and
Craigslist?
Craigslist? Not the Craigslist, but I don't know about sex chats.
What are you
I know
referencing
about
with the dogs?
escort agent, but it wasn't just Brian. I gotta really think about that one. There was something else, Brian. I want to say Brian something, but it wasn't just Brian. Brian wasn't Brian Brown, but there was something else added to that to use for the escort agency.
Wait, what's the escort agency you have for?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna get that. It's Ashley's escort agency.
Ashley, where at?
She's at Hilton Head.
And Hilton Head?
Yeah. My phone will take a minute. I don't know which one he was using, but I know we were supposed to go do something this Saturday. And it was supposed to be the whole weekend. He was going to take off school and everything.
And probably, I would probably say,
if it has to do with anything, but what I'm going to tell you is what I know.
Okay.
And I know enough of enough. His sister, when it was like he was going to do anything, like I showed one of the officers, like if you go on Craigslist and you just go out, clear out, like if you're an officer and you're talking to me and I say, I need money to perform a service, that's an automatic go to jail card. An automatic, there's a lot of noises that drive me nuts around here right now. A go to jail card. I know that he told me the sister will do the calls and work a lot of it.
Just as his twin sister?
Yeah, the little one. And I know very well there's a lot of things that bother me that I back myself out of the house. Let me get what I got for you. Because I haven't worked for her in a while. Ashley. It should be under something else. No. Let's have it here. Ashley. I know her. This is it here. She gives me. Yeah, this is it here. This is the escort. It doesn't have the escort thing, but this is her number. But a lot of the times.
How are you doing? Right. My name is Quentin. Marc, he's a client of ours. You got it?
Yes, Glenn. Hey. That's that number.
Hey. How you doing? Hey. So as far as last time you was working the escort service, how long ago was that? 5 years ago. I don't want to get involved in y'all. He called and said we're not accusing him, and he hasn't been read right. No. This is just an interview with him. Okay, so I can. Yes, ma'am. This is not any accusations or anything like that. He called and said that he was experiencing some kind of meltdown. He called office a few minutes ago and got to the case manager kind of alerted. So
yeah, because I'm trying to get into those service because I got a lot of shit going on, and they won't. Ashley's not around.
Okay, well I'll try to see if I can get you an appointment.
Okay.
I'm at my office. All right. Okay. Thank you, man. All right.
Go ahead. What were you asking?
When was the last time you had any dealings with Ashley's escort service?
I called her a couple times, but they weren't willing to use me anymore because they weren't using males down that way.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Could have been of your age, possibly because of your age?
Probably because a lot of them is my age. And a lot of the guys, if it's me, want me totally shaved down. any of the kids, the younger kids, I hate to say it, and it's sick as a fucking could be. If they're 19 or if they're 25 or 36, they want them looking like boys.
Let me ask you this.
And
Go
ahead.
No.
I'm giving you what I know. Okay. You want to know about them? 90% of it, and I'm not saying any use, 90% of these guys that are using the escort agency are guys that have money, and they're usually older, and they're looking for guys that look like kids.
Now, you don't know if he was working with an escort agency.
I know he was because he told us.
But it wasn't Ashley.
No, I know it wasn't
For
Ashley.
sure it
Yes, well, he said no. I mean, when I asked him, was it, and I showed him the number, he told me no.
Okay. And
but Ashley does all over, so it's possible.
So it's possible that
It's possible, but he looked right at me and said no.
Did he ever give you a name of the escort service he may have been working?
No, he never gave it to me.
Okay.
And I mean, he sometimes gave me names, but I'm really bad with names.
Yeah, that's a good question. Are there any other escort agencies that he may be using?
I mean, they're all over the place. I mean,
What's some names up?
I don't know. I mean, I'm wanting to go on the thing right now, but the way I am, I don't know. What you have to Google is Google.
Yeah, they can investigate and find.
That's all right. I mean,
Google escort agency, Google male escorts, and they're gonna pop a lot of things, and then a lot of them numbers.
Exactly.
A lot of them, because Ashley's number may not be actually active, because I know one of the reasons why she stopped using males. The reason why we use escort agencies, all right, Craigslist is, and Kylie, I know a lot of times people are getting killed. An escort agency, how it works is if I go out on a job, all right, once I get to my destination, I pull there. They know I'm there. Once I go in and meet with the customer, I get, because they got to pay you up front. No matter what, at any point there's a problem, I back myself out. The customer already knows that. I got to go somewhere once I get my money, put it wherever I'm going to put it, tell her whether we're going to stay there, move to another location. If I move to another location or they want to move me, I got to call the escort agency. That's the difference about using an escort agency and doing a freelance. Freelance, you're going to wind up somewhere dead. Okay. I'm telling you, if this has to do with freelance, that could be why. But I know whichever going on has to do with a club. We're going to go to a club, but I know the club he was dancing at closed. I thought he said.
Has he been to any other clubs that you know of?
Yes. Like I said, I don't remember the name. He said it's one that does, but from my worst memory, I thought he said that the one that he went through, and now I remember there is another one that will let him in, because there's another one. That one closes by midnight. The other one that we were talking about going, he can only go in with me, and that closes at 1 a.m. And I'm trying to remember for the worst of me what night we were asking.
Well, let me ask you one other thing then, pretty much. As far as Stephen goes, though, he never specifically told you he was doing any of that, as far as you know.
Go to Pacific, what, your escort agency?
Whether he's doing it freelance or through an escort agency.
He's been doing it both ways.
So you know that he's been doing it both ways.
Yes.
All right.
You want me to tell you why?
What I'm gonna do is basically you got some pretty decent information.
But I'm gonna tell you why. He said, and he did lie about this. He said he was living with Mama, and he said the money that he's making off this is helping his mother. Now I come to find out he's living with Dad.
Okay.
So there is a little bit of fibbing there.
Okay.
But I'm gonna say one other thing before you go to what you're gonna go. He did not want me in Hampton City. He did not want me in Hampton. He wanted me in Somerville or Waterville. He didn't even want me in Baltimore. He wanted me in Somerville.
Okay.
And he said that things were going to come down if I was here. And we've been seen in town hugging and kissing. The night that I came out was a Sunday night. And I'm trying to remember when my little truck went in, because I don't think my checks went into Walterboro because of regrets. Because I know that he needed money for his uniforms. His sister said, this is, I believe, what is this? This is the Cayman Islands. Hello? Hello? Yes?
Yeah, hey, is Marc available?
Yes?
Is this him?
Yes?
Perfect. My name is Sandra, and I'm calling with the law offices of Lexington Law Firm. How are you doing today?
Yes, ma'am. What can I do for you?
To go over.
I can't deal with that. Ma'am, I can't deal with that now.
Okay, well, is there a time maybe a little bit later you can give us a
Tomorrow,
call back?
ma'am. I told you I didn't have the money for it. Okay?
Wow.
Okay,
It's
do you
really.
have a telephone number to give us a call back?
Cayman
at?
Islands.
Yes, I have your number.
All right, perfect. Give us a call when you can, okay?
All right. Let me see something. They're almost exactly the same numbers. Let me see something. And it would be because it comes up Cayman Islands. 3, 4, 5.
We got anything else? Y'all go ahead. I'll
What
be
is
right
that?
outside. All right. Mark, is there anything else that you think you can think of?
I have a big issue with the system.
That's fine. I'm not worried about that. Like I said, we are dumping the phone. I mean,
I have no issue with that. You want this phone?
No, that's fine. If I need it, I'll get it from you.
I'm trying to see something because I'm trying to see the number for the Cayman Islands.
All right. Basically, what I'm gonna do is just conclude the interview.
What I can tell you No, it is a different number.
Okay.
It is a different number. He was the one that told me the last thing, if you want to keep it recording,
I've got it.
he told me the first time that I did pick him up the first night, he says that I love you, I want to be with you, but when you need to get your stuff straightened out to a place of living, and I need to get a few things straightened out in Hampton.
Okay.
But he did say to me, and
Yeah.
he said once I can graduate, he wanted to move back to Florida.
The key that let's listen to that again at normal speed because that was very interesting because she called and said she was from a law firm, but the phone numbers showed Cayman Islands. Let's listen to that again.
Yes.
Yeah, hey, is Marc available?
Hold on. Okay.
Money out of Bank of America because I know that he needed money for his uniforms. His sister said, this is I believe, what is this? This is the Cayman Islands. Hello? Hello? Yes?
Yeah, hey, is Marc available?
Yes?
Is this him?
Yes?
Perfect. My name is Sandra, and I'm calling with the law offices of Lexington Law Firm. How are you doing today?
Yes, ma'am. What could I do for you?
To go over.
I can't deal with that. Ma'am, I can't deal with that now.
Okay, well, is there a time maybe a little bit later you can
Tomorrow, ma'am. I told you I didn't have the money for it. Okay?
Okay,
It's
do you
really.
have our telephone number to give us a call back at here, Marc?
Yes, I have your number.
Okay, I just Googled it. Lexington Law is a credit repair company. So this would explain why he's like, I don't have the money right now. They're supposed to be helping him with because his finances. It's a credit repair company to help people pay down their debts or repair their credit. Now, why the heck they're using a phone number from the Cayman Islands, I have no idea. But that's what this is, I think.
All right, perfect. Give us a call when you can, okay?
All right. I'll miss you something. They're almost exactly the same numbers. I'll miss you something. And it would be because it comes up Cayman Islands. 3, 4.
Hope you got anything else? Y'all go ahead. I'll be right outside.
All right.
Marc, is there anything else that you think you can think of?
I have a big issue with the system.
That's fine. I'm not worried about that. Like I said, we are dumping the phone. I mean,
I have no issue with that. You want this phone?
No, that's fine. If I need it, I'll get it from you.
I'm trying to see something because I'm trying to see the number for the Cayman Islands.
All right, basically what I'm gonna do is just conclude the interview.
I can tell you, no, it is a different number.
Okay.
It is a different number. He was the one that told me the last thing, if you want to keep it recording.
I've got it.
He told me the first time that I did pick him up the first night, he said that I love you, I want to be with you, but when you need to get your stuff straightened out to a place of living, and I need to get a few things straightened out in Hampton.
Okay.
But he did say to me, and he said once I can graduate, he wanted to move back to Florida.
Okay. All right.
I'm telling you, man.
That's fine.
I'm telling you, man to man, that if it has to do with me, I'm not knowing.
Okay.
But I'm telling you, I would see.
And I'm not trying to accuse you of that, but some of the things that that's why the frustration sets in as far as you can remember this, but you can't remember that.
Because you got to understand, I got a lot of brain injury.
Okay.
And you're trying to hit me with things just to get a timeline. I mean, I hadn't think because I'm thinking in my head that these calls are coming in Thursday morning.
I got you.
And I really had to look and ask my friend, because you're banging me on dates and times. I had to call my friend and ask him, was this Wednesday morning or was this Tuesday morning? When we went to Waterboro.
Okay.
Because in my own little head, I got a lot of brain injuries. And I'm telling you what I know. But when you start, to me, digging a lot of information, I go in and make sure.
Let me explain that digging information is. That's all for your behalf and mine and his.
But and I understand that. But you got to understand, I get overwhelmed and hit real quick. If I come up with anything.
Let me go through this, and then I've got to go because I've got one other place to go to. If I have any more questions, may not.
Whatever you need, I'm willing.
Okay.
You want me to take a lie detector test? I'm telling you, I'll do it. Let's do it. Set it up.
Okay.
Let's do it because I'm telling you, I didn't do this.
And that's what if it comes to that, we'll get it going.
Listen, you want to do a cavity search, whatever you need, I'm willing. I will go to the end of the earth.
Oh my God.
But I'm telling you, man, I did not kill him.
Okay. All right. Smart.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Until this is proven, she's saying I'm stalking her. The problem I got with that is when I got a text and a call from one of the friends that we all know, said to me that she just called back after you left and she left the clerk up there at the Shell and asked where you were going. What the guy told you that you know, where you're going and what do you do? I got an issue with that. I don't stalk the women.
If you start running into a situation like that,
I asked the officer, I called dispatch last night. I'm feeling that I backed off going out to that area because I was by the Piggly Wiggly and I knew there was an officer not too far. You gotta remember, I'm an ex-gangbanger.
I understand.
And I get a sense feeling what I'm feeling. The mother was staring at me at the
well, if you start having issues,
what is happening?
The Piggly Wiggly, and I knew there was an officer not too far. You gotta remember, I'm an ex-gangbanger.
I understand.
And I get a sense feeling to what I'm feeling. The mother was staring at me at the
well, if you start having issues with it, just go back up there, and they'll take out whatever they need to do. They'll write up the paperwork, and you can get this stopped. Okay. So,
I feel, and these little unavailable, I feel they're coming from the system.
Okay.
The system that I.
Well,
that's my feeling. What do you need from Verizon?
Oh, I don't need it. I've already got everything I need. I mean, we get a search warrant for it and all.
All right.
So you don't have.
So you know that's my phone that I got.
Yes.
Okay. I have. You want to search? You want to search the house? Go ahead.
Nope.
I'm telling you.
Like I said,
you want to search the car? Search the car.
Right now.
I have no issue with whatever you
I
want
know,
to do.
and like I said,
I'm not the one you're looking for.
Right now, you're the closest thing though that we get information from.
Because I mean, whether he's close, but he told me to watch out for his sisters.
I understand.
But what I'm heard about mostly is I loved him. I was in love with him, and he said that the family would accept me no matter what. And I'm hurt by what the mother's doing.
Okay.
And that's mainly what's bothering me. And I am insecure being here.
Oh, that's awful. That's awful. Wow. Totally agree, Rochelle. Yup. A to Z. Yes, it does.
Because I got to, at some point, bring my son here. And I don't know that that's a good idea at this point.
I understand. All right. Well, I will be getting back in touch with you if you need anything.
I mean, anything you need, guy, I have. I mean, I moved here because of Steven. So we could be closer.
Wow.
Okay.
Why would the fuck I kill him?
I understand. Nobody's accusing you of that.
But the mother is going around town saying it.
People go around saying a lot of things a lot of times. You have to understand.
But you understand she's grieving like I am.
I know. I understand.
I understand she's a grieving mother. But I feel it.
That's why I will tell you, just back away. Don't say anything. You know.
One thing I thought of, you might want to put that on. One thing I thought of is that trailer that the first time when I got my car and we met, and this is why even making calls. I could call somebody and talk to them for 20 an hour and stuff, hang up and remember something. That's why I say brain injuries. He told me the time that we had the altercation coming from the beach. It was coming from the beach because I had to get gas in the Lincoln.
Right.
He said about the trailer because that was the trailer that I went out to the house. I wanted to look at what he was telling me because when I went to bed at night. There's that trailer next to the property. There's a sign of him going in the window, and apparently when he was in high school. Like not senior year, but one of the years before. He didn't give me a time frame.
Sometime in high school.
Sometime in high school. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
That he went in the trail with one of the guys, and there was an altercation in there, and the father put him going in there. Apparently, there may still be stuff of his in there.
Okay.
That was why I went out. I just went out to see. I went to look at tracks in there. Okay. I'm assuming one of your officers went to the back, but that trailer, the one with the picture, I can't remember for the world of me what he said about that 60. Another thing. Why I can think of it. There were people mocking him every time this Craigslist went up.
Mm-hmm.
There was something that he did put up that I did see, and I did call him and text. I think called him. I don't want to go into. I text him.
Right, I understand.
I mean, because
you communicated with him.
We communicated. I don't know if it's call or text because a lot of times I'm not a big texter.
Right.
I mean, so a lot of times I will try and text him. Not to get off track. He said to me, "Oh, darn it, I just lost it." He said to me,
"Wow,"
about that. They said that he raped the kid, but the kid was on top of him. Steven was mostly a bottom. And he said the first time that we were at my house at 94, he says, I never topped. You're the second man that I have done this with. I'm usually always a bottom in the world. You're the second man, and the first man wound up beating the shit out of me.
Okay.
So,
all right. Well,
the age difference, I know.
I'm not worried about that age difference. What I'm telling you is because I actually got to go to another one. I will contact you back and
I left the funeral home. I was getting bad vibes from the mother's friends who did tell me that the two barn girls, they always try to mess up his boyfriend and stuff. This, and I don't mean to point, but this is why he didn't want me around the family for some reason.
Okay.
But I'm telling you, there were texts that he was supposed to be coming here. He never showed up.
Okay.
And I was getting a little upset. Why didn't you show?
I mean,
there was never a physical, verbal. There may have been little things that we were having little disagreements. but we never argued as far as verbal, as far as physical. I never got physical with him.
Okay.
And honestly, I will put a woman down on the ground verbally. I will get physically verbal with a woman. I've been assaulted by a woman. My sister tried to cut my own shit up. That's why I'm gay. With a fucking meat cleaver to boot. So I don't deal with women at all.
I would say.
Okay, but we never got physical in anything.
Okay.
And if it was physical, it was sexual.
Okay. All right.
That was about the only physical things we did together.
Okay, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Okay, that was that.
Mark, is anything else?
Yeah, Rochelle. Yeah, like, I mean, that was special, right? That was very special. That was a very special interview. I don't even know. Okay. Can that even be summarized? Well, I think that what will be helpful is actually to watch the other one of the other dude who did the one night stand, because this dude met him through one of these escort services or Craigslist or something like that. And he also, from what I don't remember. Yeah, we read it. I guess I pulled it up on the screen, but the summary there as per Fitz News was something like it looked like basically he also said there were issues with like, threats or whatever. And again, in terms of things that this dude's saying, and then potentially a second person who could corroborate that with, and again, from what it sounded like here, specific to Hampton, right? Or Walterboro, like, don't come here because they'll see us together and da-da-da. So that is interesting. Wow, that was a lot. No kidding. Wow. So let me see. Hold on real quick. Let me just see. Okay, let's see how long the other one is. What's his face? Okay. Oh, this is only 11 minutes. Let's watch this one. This is the David Uram one. Let's watch this one real quick.
Last couple comments. Code from 18 is reference to AKCL 06215. Today is August 28th, approximately 0909. Can we speaking?
So August 28th of 2015.
With David Uram.
Uram, okay. I would never have known him.
How are you doing, sir?
Different officer.
Yes, that would be fine. Again, like I said the other day, I mean, you're not in any trouble, obviously. I'm not coming there and talking to you in person or anything, and I'm not reading your rights. So, basically, to start with, I always start with just some basic questions. Just, what is your address? Okay. And does anyone live with you, or do you live alone?
I basically live alone. I have an 18-year-old daughter that I was divorced last year, so she stayed with me on the weekends.
Well,
and she just is a starting freshman at Coastal Carolina University, so she's now not living with me.
Coastal Carolina, that's
in
North
dorm
Carolina.
up in Conway.
Oh,
okay.
Conway.
And
no, that's South Carolina then.
How did you meet Steven?
So we connected. He had placed an ad on Craigslist.
Oh boy.
So I responded to it, and so he met me I guess it was the evening of June 28th.
Okay. And again,
June 28th. So he was killed, what did I say, July 8th? So in other words, poor Marc, who was all wanting to marry him and it was the love of his life, Steven was still doing, now we're going to find out, was this being paid? Was this paid sex or was this not paid? Either way, I would say it counts as cheating, right? Because, like, in other words, Marc's concerns that this was still going on and Steven denying it, this is affirming that, sadly.
I mean, you're not going to be in any trouble for how you answer this question, but for this, was any money exchanged?
Thank you.
No.
Okay. So it was just like a date?
Yes. It was just
Okay. Wow.
how would you say it? Consenting adult encounter. How's that?
That's fine.
Wow.
And
when they-
about how many times did you
Wow.
talk to him?
That's actually even more surprising to me that without money he was doing this, right? Like cheating on Marc.
Prior to that, to plan the meeting?
I think we only texted that day. Well, not texted, through the Craigslist email, however that works, through Craigslist. It was all through email, except when he was on his way here, we did exchange texts because I was just trying to help him find his way here.
Okay. And did you guys plan to meet again?
We did not. However,
it does make one wonder. So he was trying to hide this from Marc. It's a question. Was Steven on his way to go meet some random hookup dude that night? Could it have been someone who wanted to hurt Steven, who knew he was doing this and maybe has a problem with gay people, as we've heard them mention here? And did they maybe set that up as a, what do you call it? Like a ruse, like so that he would go to meet them and then they would, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud, speculating. Yeah. Because we know this is going on now. Like now this is confirming this is going on. He's meeting people. We also know he's trying to hide it from people. He's not telling anybody he's doing this. In fact, he's denying it. And actually, it's going to be interesting to see what the sister says, because it seems like it was brought up in her interviews as well. So no, in other words, the point being, if he was going to go meet somebody that night, no one would have known who he was meeting, right? Which, again, like I just said it a second ago, I was like, boy, this sounds dangerous. Yeah. When it's even more dangerous is when you're trying to hide it so no one knows who you're meeting, right? Oof.
So I texted him. He left. He arrived here. I don't remember the exact time, but it was probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. He was delayed. I know he was working at, I think, the Hampton Fair or something of the sort that day. It was a Saturday, I believe.
Okay.
If I recall correctly.
Interesting.
I think he was working with his sister at the fair. I think he might have been tired or whatever, in the shower or whatever. But anyways, it took him a while to get here. He got here later than what he had originally told me. But then, so then when he left, I don't remember exactly what time it was, but it might have been like 1 a.m. or something like that. And I was a little concerned about him leaving that late, but he really wanted to go back, so he did. And then, and I did text him the next morning just to make sure he got home safe.
Okay.
And then he just said he had a good time, and that that he'd willing to meet me again sometime in the future. Because I had texted him a couple of times after that, which he never responded to, but maybe that's because he was already passed away, and I didn't realize that. Unfortunately, that happened.
Yes. So afterwards, other than like the next morning,
it was really a one-night stand. I guess is the best way to say it.
Right.
Other than I was just concerned that he left kind of late. He is like an hour. I don't know exactly what it was, but I'm guessing it was about an hour drive from Hilton head back to his home.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make sure he got home safe.
Right.
Because we had a positive experience. And we both mutually enjoyed each other's company. I just want to make sure he got home okay.
Okay. And about how many days later do you remember when you sent him another text?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but I would guess, because the only reason we were able to hook up that particular day was because my daughter was at like a leadership weekend at Coastal Carolina. So I normally wouldn't do that if she was around, obviously. So she happened to be away. I was alone that weekend, and it just kind of worked out. Then she just started as a freshman. So I had like one other opportunity sometime between that we could have connected, but I don't remember exactly when that was, but it was probably a month or so later.
Okay.
That I might have sent him another text just saying, "Hey, we're interested in, hooking up again, or seeing each other again," and he never responded. But I'm presuming that.
I have to say, I just think I saw Carla just sent in the Discord here a video. Thank you so much for that. Disturbing threats. Here's the thing. So the disturbing death threats. I just want to note something here that I had not heard about this. Right? I had not heard about this. Had you guys? Okay, to the thing that I had heard, the only thing I had heard was like this idea that it was more like a thought of like, well, Could maybe someone have heard him because they don't like gay people, right? But the only reason that I had heard that and where people were thinking that is because it's the South, which, yeah, 2015 in the South. You don't got to tell me I live in the South. I totally get it. But that just seemed like a thing that could happen because somebody is gay. It's completely different to know that there had been threats made and that other people either witnessed it or heard it or knew about it. And then also adding to that, that the victim was also hooking up with random dudes for one night stands, and add to that, that he wasn't telling people about it because he was supposed to be in a committed relationship. And so what I want to say is this. I'm glad we went down this road to watch these, because here's the thing. The fact that, like, to me, it seems crazy, right? Like that the thing that we all knew about this and what had been the thing with this case and the potential, what happened. It's like this, but why was this not the thing, right? Because in other words, the whole thing of potential Murdaugh connection, I feel like probably, now I don't know about the investigation, right? I don't know about that. But as far as at least the information in the media being made available to the public, that has been the focus, right? And meanwhile, I hadn't heard anything about actual death threats or being made, that was a real thing that had that, like, you know what I mean? Versus just theorizing, well, yeah, of course, in the South, somebody who's gay in 2015 could have been the target of something. That's different than like, this was going on. This was a whole thing. I mean, and so I just think it's interesting that we didn't hear about this. You know what I mean? It's really a shame, because to the extent that there's somebody who knows something and would come forward, sometimes people know information and they don't know that what they know is important, right? And so like the whole thing, like with the billboards and like the media attention, and which is great. I feel like what could have been missing, and is still missing, is things that are related to this, right? Because in other words, somebody who maybe had a one night stand or whatever, someone who could have actually information that is helpful, they may not have known his name, right? They might they might not have any idea, but it could be connected to what's going on, right? And they wouldn't know that they could have information that's helpful. In other words, like these are leads, you know what I mean? Like in terms of, so if what you're getting out to the public is like related to Murdaugh, then people who don't know anything about Murdaugh, but maybe have information related to death threats and the escort and Craigslist, they wouldn't have any idea that what information they have could be helpful. So that's just what I'm saying.
Since that, I think his accident already had occurred, or whatever happened to him. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but.
Okay. But your best guess about a month later, roughly?
I'm thinking that's what it was. I deleted all my texts, so I don't have the records of them. Because when he didn't respond, like I sent him that one, and then I might have sent him the one like another week or two later, and didn't respond to either one. So I just figured, well, he's not interested in, but I didn't know at that point what happened. So I just assumed, well, he's not interested in, getting back together again. So I just deleted, all my text correspondence and my email correspondence with them. So I don't have records of that anymore. So I'm going by memory now, but.
Right.
You deleted it?
And how did you find out that he had died?
So his mother, I believe it's his mother, found me on Facebook. And she found me, I guess, because when they got access to the car, the Palmetto Students Gate Pass was in his vehicle. He had not taken it out, so it was in there. Okay. And so she got my name, and of course she would have known the address, because the address is on the gate pass. So somehow she probably did a search, and she found me on Facebook. Okay. She messaged me, asking to be my friend, and I messaged her back, like, who are you? How do you know me? And then that's when I found out. Okay. And I just tried to be as helpful to her as I could, just saying she had a great son. It was just a one-time thing, but I just thought he was a very nice person.
Right. Okay. And when he did come over, did anyone else know that he was coming over?
If they did, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Literally that question, exactly what I was just saying, because Yup.
The only one that possibly might have, if I had to guess, might have been his sister, because it seemed like, only from what he told me, he seemed like he's pretty close to his sister.
Okay.
But I don't know that for a fact. He didn't tell me that.
All right. And is there anything that I forgot to ask you, or perhaps that you think is important that I need to know about?
I don't think there is relative to our encounter. So the only thing I advised his mother was, that, well, first I just asked, was she aware of his sexual orientation? She said yes, but his father is, very much against it, or was against it.
Oh.
But she was pretty understanding of it.
No reason to
And
hide.
then I said, were you aware that he had placed, some Craigslist ads?
Oh.
Because there's crazy people out there. I'm a very nice person, and I would never do any harm to anybody. But that, I know there are some crazy people out there, so I just suggested that maybe she contact Craigslist and just try to find out, see if she can get access to their servers, or maybe you all can do your investigation, just in case. I don't know what happened that particular day or night when his accident or whatever happened to him happened, but I just, I think it's a remote possibility that it might be somehow related to, another similar, Craigslist encounter, and, but not everybody likes his sexual orientation. So, it's just a possibility is all I would say, is all I was trying to tell her.
Right.
So he's saying like what the other dude was saying, but this is in a way that is way more clear and linear, right? That's what the other dude was basically trying to say, essentially. But as we know, that went all over the place. And part of that was probably because of the way they were treating, part of that was probably the way they were treating him. They're treating this dude very different. And again, it's a different law enforcement officer.
Right. Yeah. It was his ad or your ad on Craigslist?
It was his ad. No, it was his ad, not my ad.
Okay.
I've never placed an ad.
Okay.
So I had only responded to it. So that was my concern is, if you want to call it a concern, it's not a concern, but, I'm just thinking like, what could happen? Because she has a feeling that there was foul play involved. Whether there was or wasn't, I have no idea. It's really not my business to know. But I just know that these, you read about these kind of things that can happen. I try to, if I ever was then, I don't do this kind of thing very often, very seldom actually. But I just, you read about, some bad things that happen once in a while. So that was what was going through my mind.
Right. All right. Well, again, thank you very much for calling me back.
Okay.
And being very helpful. But
okay.
But have a good day. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, that was over the phone. Okay. Wow. That was so short compared to the other dude. That's kind of crazy, huh? Yeah, I don't remember the situation about who was tutoring who. And I don't know if that was a rumor or if that was like confirmed or whatever. Because you guys were asking. So, wow, interesting. So I think it'll be worth watching again. I'm sure we've all seen the Sandy Smith and probably the sister. It's been a long time since I've watched them. Probably be worth watching those again as well, especially because this dude says the sister might know more information about what he was up to with the Craigslist stuff. So we can definitely do that. And where we left off in the trial testimony as well, just to recap here, was with, hold on, let me pull it up. Jeanne Seckinger. Where were we?
The law firm and should run through the law firm's books. and accounts.
Okay, so she's explaining how the money works. Let me back it up a little bit so that whenever we pick up here, it'll remember where we left off and it'll be giving us some context here. So let's see where this is at.
Like starting at almost a negative by borrowing that money.
All right, and so
okay, that's probably a pretty good spot. So she's wearing another animal print. Who was it? Somebody said she reminds them of Ashley Jennings. And I said it might be because she was wearing like animal print. Because when we saw her the other day, it was during the proffer and she was wearing a different outfit, but she had a different animal print scarfy thing on. But I think that'll be it for this one, guys. I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys. And I appreciate Rochelle that you hung out, stuck it out, and that we were able to clarify what you were asking and what you were saying so that we could then actually delve into it. Because, and I think that it led us all to a really important refresher on Stephen Smith. And I think we're all discovering new information as well. with that. Which is interesting. And, yeah. And like I said, I'd been meaning to follow back with it anyway, because I hadn't heard anything in a while. And I just kept forgetting because there's a lot of cases. So I appreciate that we had that opportunity to go back through some of that. So yeah, you're very welcome as always. So, okay. Rochelle says it was confirmed. Wait, are you saying it was confirmed about the tutoring? Because I don't think we knew who was tutoring. So Rochelle, because you said Buster, you thought was tutoring him. And then Carla said she thought it was the other way around with the tutoring. Right. Yeah. Again, I think that, so you're saying it was confirmed though, which way though, that Buster was tutoring Stephen? Yeah, again, I think that, again, very interesting fellow, that one, right? So yeah, again, I think that the takeaway is kind of just what we were saying, that, again, there's these other threats, there's the Craigslist. I feel terribly bad for him that he was really emotional. Like, he really loved Stephen. And the thing at the very end where he was like, the thing that hurts me the most is that the mom thinks I was involved. And he was like, I was going to be part of the family. That was really heartbreaking. And I'm sure it was even more heartbreaking when he learned that Stephen was cheating on him, unfortunately. Like, when he thought he was cheating, sadly. So yes, so you're very welcome. You're very welcome. Everyone have a great day. Everyone be safe. Don't go on any random dates from the internet, people. Okay, gotcha. Right. Okay. So we don't know who was tutoring who, but that tutoring was happening. Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, so we will continue on with this very interesting revisiting of the trial testimony, and also of what was going on with Stephen, and what else didn't we know about, because maybe it wasn't just as prevalent in the media. So yeah, so we will continue. But y'all are the best. I love you guys so much. Thanks for being the best squirrels ever on the entire planet. And I will see you guys next time.